Let's look at how to unblock Flash Player in Google Chrome. In the top right, you should see three dots. Click on that menu and go to Settings. Scroll to the very bottom. You should see Advanced. Now scroll until you see Content Settings. Towards the bottom, you'll see Flash, and I have mine turned on to Ask First.
Hey, okay. So I wanted to show you guys something here. I had a few people reach out to me and say things like, I think it's like finding needles in a haystack to find, uh, higher end programs or higher ticket programs. Where do we go? Like, how do we find these things? And at the risk of being a simple Simon, Google. You just go to Google. Right? So I'm just pretending like I'm, John Bullard Senior or John Bullard Junior. Right? They know a lot about e-com. They already have expertise in that area. So if I was them and I'm trying to look for places to go, right? I might not want to do beginners programs, but I could. But I just have coaching programs to scale your Shopify store. And look what rolls up in here. Look what rolls up in here. Google just says, who has the best Shopify course, best drop shipping course for 2019, right? These gives you other clues, drop shipping course, right? But look at this, Ecom Elites, Product Winner Blueprint, Shopify Ninja Masterclass, Ecom Inner Circle. Look at this, 17 more rows. What happens if I click on that? Let's see what happens. Let's see if it'll let me do it. Oh, it's from this site over here. Cool. So look, they even put the price on here. Isn't that amazing? Look at all this. So now, will these be all people that we want to work with? Absolutely not, right? But if we go to like Ecom Elites, right, and I Googled it over here, right? And what's the dude's name from Ecom Elites? Let's find out what his old name is here. It said over there, I have to go back. Oh, Franklin Hatchett, right? So, and he doesn't have any menus or anything. This is a landing page for him to do straight selling, right? But he's also got, looks like he's got an affiliate program. He's got some timers. So he's pretty marketing rolling, right? But let's see if we can Google Franklin Hatchett here of Ecom Elites. Let's see if we can find out about him. Where did it go? Franklin Hatchett. Control C. Let's go over here. Control V. Franklin Hatchett. Could be that one of the Bullard boys already knows Franklin Hatchett, right? And he may be an awesome dude, or I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. But the first thing I'm gonna do is look through here. Does he have any bad stuff about him? Doesn't look like it. Now maybe he's really good at SEO. Who knows? But just the fact that his name comes up here, that's kind of interesting, right? What I wanted to know is, like, does he have any other stuff, right? So Online Dimes About Me. Online Dimes is online research by me. I love to teach people proven business strategies. So here we go. Let's block that. Very, very, look at that. He's using live chat, right? Facebook live chat. So he's very marketing oriented, right? Which tells you something. Here he is, gives me kind of his age. Does this look like a dude that's been in business for 10 or 15 years? Probably not, right? Does that mean that we shouldn't do business with them? Not at all. I'm just saying, like, it kind of is showing you something, right? Exclusive deals. So he's a ClickFunnels dude, right? So this looks like a dude it's an up and comer, and that's awesome. He's an up and comer, super good on the marketing stuff, right? But he's probably going to be, and again, he's probably maybe he hasn't had the failure yet. I could, again, I'm just looking at that, right? But I'm just looking at who he is, right? Let's go see what else we can find out. He's got a private Facebook group, more than 40,000 members. Ding, 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 right? Like access to private Facebook group. Used to be dead broke. Here's his story, right? Kind of a typical story. I make as much money at all. Let's try Facebook paid advertise. Drop shipping. So he's fairly new, right? And so for me, like I probably like I just want to be careful how I say this. Like he looks like a great dude, and he's probably super super smart. And I could be passing up on a really really good thing here, right? But what is he doing here? Oh, this is his blog. Super easy. I can read in his tone. Like if he's writing this, I like his tone, right? We can probably also go to Facebook and see what he's up to, right? We can go to Facebook, see what he's up to. Control C. Let's go over here to the old Facebooks. Control C. Maybe I wonder if I'm friends with him. Probably not. CEO, Auckland, New Zealand. So I'm not sure which one is him. That's a YouTube dude. That's a group. Ecom Elites. Let's see what this comes up. eBiz courses. Just going with this one because that says CEO. I don't think that is him. This looks more like it might be him. What's the about? There we go. Ecom Elites. Ecom Turbo. Let's check out Ecom Turbo. So he has, it looks like a SaaS he's rolling around with too. So there's a young buck getting it going on here, which is awesome. I like that. I like my young bucks, right? Ecom Turbo founder. So he's got a lot of things going on. You might reach out to this guy. I would want to do more research, right? But he's got a big Facebook group. Like I want to know, and I don't see where he's got like his products listed. Let's try this, and I'll do this. Control V. Mastermind. Nothing's really coming up there. Franklin's a friend of wife. Private Facebook might 15,000 other students, right? So he's got 15,000 buyers at least, right? Do you see that? See, this is not hard to do this research. You got 15,000 buyers at least, right? Just kind of Googling around, right? Elites is an affiliate site trying to sell for them. Let's try coaching. Turn people into big ballers, right? So you can kind of tell like the angle he's coming in with, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's probably he's on Udemy. Reddit, probably nothing wrong with that, right? But he's probably got he's got the, looks like he's got the reputation. He's got the volume. Now what I'm just looking at, I always look kind of like the emotional, do they have emotional intelligence, right? And I'm not saying that young guys don't have emotional intelligence at all. So don't take it like that. But that would be the first thing I would be looking for if I have a conversation with this dude. Like, does he have any emotional intelligence, right? But everything else is looking good, right? On that, as far as I can tell on that, right? So now if we look down through this, like here's a 1297, there was something on the 19 Ecom Masters, Walking 1997. So let's look at that, right? Ecom Masters. Let me move this to the end. Ecom Masters. Looks like somebody's coming up trying to compete with him on his brand names, right? Ecom Masters. Joaquin Corrales, Ecom Masters Course Review, Ecom Masters Guide, Ecom Elites by Ecom. So you can tell there's some SEO competition going on, right? Which could be used to your advantage. If you understand there's some competition in this space, like you could be, one of the things you'd be is their advantage. Like, are you using direct mail? Like, do you have a virtual sales team that I could fund, right? This could be your advantage, right? This could be I could be your secret weapon, right? Because it's obvious that there's competition, lots of competition in this niche, right? So let's take a look at this. Ecom Masters Academy. Let's see what this is. That sounds like it's probably it. Now, this would be, so this is Rory Gannon, founder. So this is probably something different. Let's see if we can find the right one. So this guy's kind of getting wiped out in I might just be missing it, but he's got ads for other stuff. Introducing Ecom Masters Program, e-commerce, EIO. So let's see. Is this him or not? It's funny they all put the timers on there, right? So it looks like this dude's gotten some stuff going on here. Not see anything else about his stuff though. Let's try doing his name. Joaquin Corrales. Control C. Control B. Got a YouTube store. YouTube, not store, but channel. That's interesting. So this guy's, it looks like he's, whoever this is, an affiliate for all these guys. That might be helpful to know. Here's his LinkedIn profile. Maybe contact flow, it says. And here's an email. Here's that one again. ecommerce.io webinar. So if you want to watch his webinar, right, here's his webinar. 3 Simple Ways to Take a brand new, right? So he's got a webinar. Coaching. I think this is the page I'm on, right? Yes, it is. This is the page that I'm on right here. So whoever this dude is, like, he's dialed in to this market, right? So he may be somebody to reach out to, right? Whoever owns this site, maybe somebody to reach out to and say, hey, I'm looking for somebody that's got, a year-long program, right? Do you know anybody that's got a year-long program, right? and then you can get an introduction, right? So, but look at all these people you got to go from. I mean, like even that first one, he's probably got $1 million business at least, right? I don't know if it's profitable or not. You got a lot of stuff going on. Part of my clue is like when I start seeing 2 or 3 things going on, when you're doing a SaaS and you're doing this, and sometimes that starts bleeding the money out, right? So I might do a little bit more investigation and reach out to this Franklin Hatchett, but what I'm gonna be looking for is there any emotional intelligence, right? Behind that. So let's just take another example. Let's say we want to find some coaches that are working in, let's say, the home services business, right? Service business coaches, home service business coaching, right? CEO Warrior, right? Now, see, the reason I go to home services because those are big markets, right? So you got CEO Warrior. Books and products. Now look at that. Look at this. Looky here. Look, automatically we know they got 1 product, 2 product, 3 product, 4 product, 5 product, 6 product, 7 product, 8 product, 9 product, 10 product, right? I think this is Michael Aguilera. Yeah, this is a good dude, right? Does he look like he's been around a while? He's got a little bit of gray, right? And again, I don't make this ageist or anything like that, right? But he's got multiple products. Like, I wonder how long this dude's been around. He does events. Look at this. There's another telltale clue. If you're doing events, you're a leader, man. Like, if you can get people to events, then you've got a lot of pull. It's hard to get people to events, right? So he must have a list. He must have some stuff going on, right? Testimonials, contact, right? But look at this, like business mastery, like see, we got about us. Let's go. Mike's bio, published articles. Like, look at that. This dude's been around, right? You can tell. Like, you just don't have all this stuff if you haven't been around, right? And you're doing events, right? So this would be like somebody to take a look at, right? Looks like a no-nonsense dude. Probably butchering his name. Mike Aguilera. He's got a book, right? So, dude, like, this would be, I'm just looking at this so far. I would do some more digging in, see what his differences are, right? Sometimes when you go to the About Us, you can read. Like, sometimes the About Us is all you need, right? Michael Aguilera is a business owner, and he's creating a movement. Don't let these things pass by to change the lives and business of service business owners around the world. Mike's first starts when he and a fellow electrician founded a small electric company in New Jersey. He had high hopes for his company, but struggled for the first several years. Nearly a decade into his own business, Mike and Rob realized they couldn't work any harder and their business wasn't growing, right? So let's put their foot in 2017. Look at that, 2017. We can tell how long he's been doing this stuff, right? Mike, but also go back, like, how long has he been in business? He's been in business for a while. But so 2017, Mike and his partner chose to sell the company, but their full focus is serving the home industries business, right? So that's when he went kind of full time with this. So about 2 years, right? Full time in the coaching space, right? Today, and he could have been doing it a little longer, but Mike and Rob lead CEO Warrior, the highest level of coaching and training organization on the planet. Mike is an inspired coach, sharing his $30 million blueprint. Mike has been featured at MSNBC. Okay, so he's got street cred, right? There's this contact, 2019. Here's his phone number, right? sure it doesn't go to him directly. Let's see the contact. Let me go to the contact and see what happens. There's his address. I get some of his books. Get in quantity. There you go. Jump on his list. Right? Literally, we could probably spend about an hour or 2 hours going through this stuff. Look at his press releases. What are they talking? CEO founded by Galen Rowe, New Discuss towards themselves. Tim Grover. That's awesome. Like Tim Grover wrote Relentless, right? Be the guest speaker at the event. So if this was around the event, this is too late now, right? This would be a good topic of conversation. Like if this was right around now, you could reach out and say, congrats on getting on Tim Grover. The Relentless, it's been one of my favorite books of the year, right? Jay Abraham. So here you get lots of little tidbits about how to start up a conversation, right? Hire Mike. Let's see where Hire Mike goes to. Getting one-on-one clarity and insight for your business. Master the barriers. Instantly accepts opportunities, right? 90-minute phone consultation. 1-day deep dive. There you go. Here we are. Look at this. 1-day deep dive, right? 6 months. Private coaching. Do you think maybe you might want to sell some private coaching, right? 4-day intensive event at Mike's office, right? So, guys, this is nothing magical about what I do, right? It just ain't nothing magical about what I do. So you might get his stuff and download it. You might get his Kindle book. I bought some home services books, right? But look at all this. Like it tells you everything you need to know right here, right? So hopefully this has been useful for you. And it's just not like, I don't know, maybe there's a complicated way to do it. If there is, I don't know it, right? And I hope I'm not letting you down, right? But I can get all the deals that I want by just finding out a little bit of background information. It tells me everything I need to know. He's got multiple products, right? Do you think he just came up with that in like the last 6 months? Hell no, right? He puts on events. That tells you something else, right? You can look at his testimonials, right? Lots of stuff you can do here. You can watch his videos, all kinds of stuff. Anywho, there you go. All right. This is Partnering Mojo, and I wanted to spend a few minutes with you and share a little case study as you're going through this, because one of the things that I keep trying to pound is that getting partners for this is fairly simple and straightforward, right? So I thought I would walk you through a partner I just brought on. And how simple it was. We get a 40% deal on I'm going to do I think a $20,000 or $25,000 mastermind on this. So I just want to walk you through that. But first, we want to talk about stance, right? So I know I've been there. Like when we start making posts and we're reaching out to people, we're really coming to like when we start out, we feel like we're the toads, right? Like we're the toads going up to the pretty girl at the prom, right? And that really screws with our head. And it really screws with the whole stance, right? That we're doing, right? So stop thinking about this as clients. And even if you're not going to go into the investor stance, go into it with a partner stance. You're looking to partner with. Those words are so much more powerful than, hey, I've started up an agency, right? And I made this mistake too. I've started up an agency and here's how it works, because that sets up a client underling relationship, right? If you say, hey, I'm an investor or I want to invest in you, that's one stance. If you don't feel comfortable with that, maybe I'm looking to partner with, and I'm going to spend all my money, put all my staff in there, so on and so forth, to make this partnership work. And you only pay, you only send me money if it's working, right? Now I have a Facebook post I'm going to put in this document too, where I started this. I actually didn't make it all hypey and crazy because I didn't want like a ton of people reaching out that weren't serious, right? So I just basically said, hey, I'm looking to partner with. I might have said invest in a business. I'll invest in you. Here's the things that we'll do. We'll write all the copy. We'll position your offer. We'll do the live chat. I'll have a project manager. I'm going to take everything, do everything for you to plug it in, right? And then they basically reached out, and I set up a private message or a live chat service on my Facebook page. That way it didn't just come to my personal stuff, but that way I could get to it a little bit easier, right? So I don't remember exactly how many people reached out. I think 9 or 10. I wasn't interested in probably about half of them for various reasons or another. I sent out what I'm calling my partnering executive summary, which I'm going to go over with you before we got on the call. And it works so smooth. I'm going to show it to you, right? The executive summary is really like, here's why I can, here's what I'm planning to do, and here's why we might be kind of a pain in the butt to work with, right? And I'm going to show that to you. But what I want you to get mostly out of this is stop coming at this from an angle of, like you're trying to do something that you're hoping that they're going to give you something, right? You're the one that's bringing the superior, simpler process in all of your talents. And look, you were wise enough to invest with me, right? So you got all of my processes and wisdom, right, that you're bringing to the table because you invested so heavily in yourself, right? And offer positioning, right? So you've already made a big investment to do this. So don't come at it from like, oh, please give me some scraps from your table. And you'll really feel this when we start bringing in money for these folks. Like you're what they've been looking for a long, long time, right? So when you're reaching out, or doing, and you may do referral mojo on this, right? Hey, I've got somebody that's looking to partner with this kind of individual, right? Not some agency that's, trying to do this or that, right? So the stance is so important, right? And I hope this will come through as I share with you how these. Oh, by the way, I think I don't know if I said it, but I took on 4 new partners just from one post in the group, right? And they all pretty much went like this. They reached out. We chatted for a second. I gave them, said, hey, I've laid everything out in a executive summary. Would it be okay if I attach it for you? It was really not a T3. It's kind of T3-ish, but it was more of a long T2, right? And then they come back and say, yeah, it makes sense to talk. Then we had a short conversation. I either closed them there if I was, and I don't want to use the word, we decided to partner on our first date there, or I just reached back out after I had time to process and do a little bit more background on them to see who they were, to bring them in. So this probably make a whole lot more sense if we just look at the summary here. So I'm going to share my screen here. Share my screen, share that bad boy. And I'm going to bring up this old fancy Word doc. So I actually put the chat down here. I didn't want to mess up the formatting of this. So let's take a look at this here. So I posted in the Facebook group. Here's a response. Hey, Travis, just following up based on a post in your group. Now, I blurred out stuff so you wouldn't see who it is and everything, right? I've had a high ticket offer that's been converting well since, this is actually was about 4 or 5 years ago. I didn't want to put the date in there. With a ton of great case studies, right? And I just come back, hey, I love having you on my friends list. Now, we have never talked before. He kind of knows who I am through my friends list, but we've never talked before. We're not buddy buddies, right? But he's got some pretty good stature, right? I love having you on my friends list. Thank you for all your support. I've put together a little exec summary, nothing fancy. I don't do anything fancy, but I think it will help us see if it would make sense to partner. Would it be okay to attach it here? Is that hard? Is it hard? No. It's not hard, right? And I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, but goodness gracious, I think that Sometimes we try to make this way harder than it has to be, right? Yes, Travis, great to finally connect on a more intimate level. Sure thing, attached it here. Or yeah, I think you're saying you can attach it here. I just say thank you, and then here it is. I'm going to show you that document here in a minute, right? So he reads it, comes back, says, sounds good, Travis. I just looked this over, and I'm interested in discussing this further. Now, here's the interesting part. I lay it all out in this document. It's going to be 40%. I'm going to get a $5,000 first monies back and everything that I'm looking for, right? So I'm going to continue to qualify him before, in a nice, benevolent way, before we jump on the phone, right? So sounds good. I'm very interested in discussing this further. Okay. Could you please tell me a bit about your buyers list? This is what I'm going for. Why not just go for it? Again, it doesn't have to be hard. Could you please tell me a bit about your buyers list? What type size programs you've got, right? It doesn't have to be hard, right? So he's going to lay out, here's my assets. And see, when people are serious, right, they're just going to lay it out for you. Instagram, 100K, Facebook page, 60K. Facebook group, 4K, personal page, 15K, email list, 10K, miscellaneous social media, 2K. I host a live event a month at my house. Now, this tells me a lot, right? If you can get people out to his house, that means they have affinity for him, right? People don't come out to people's houses that they don't have affinity for. I've got 2 main offers, a 12-week online coaching program, and let's go in here. And he's also got a mastermind offer. I must have cut that off, right? So, but he doesn't answer my buyers list question, right? So I just come back, interesting. I appreciate that. I'm trying to specifically to gauge buyers. How many have come through your 12-week program? And he tells me when he launched it was actually quite a few years ago. Pay attention to that stuff. And most leads come from cold traffic. Since then, we've had about 530 people go through it. That's 530 buyers. And what was the price point? Was he didn't say there, but I can't remember what it was. I got it down on my notes, but pretty good numbers. So now I say, now we cooking, right? When they give me what I want, I reward them, right? Now we cooking, right? We reward them. So you notice almost in all of these, this is a neutral nurture, right? Because he didn't give me what I wanted, so I just was neutral. Interesting. I appreciate that. I'm trying to don't ever make them wrong. Neutral is about as far as I go, right? But when they give me what I want, or go in the direction, now we cooking nice. How many of those 530 came through now or at one time into your mastermind? So I'm looking at how many people he's converted with this, right? So thanks. That has been my main offer. I just launched my mastermind in, and this wasn't too long ago, but he's got 20 people in it, right? Remember my thing, no new offers, don't do it, right? So 20 people out of 530 have come through, right? So to me, he's proved it 20 times. So if he can sell it, I can probably sell it, right? So here I just say, this is making a lot of sense for me so far. Would it make sense for us to have a coffee Zoom? I've got Thursday at 10 a.m. Central open. How's that look for you? It doesn't have to be hard. Perfect, Travis. That time works for me. Great. I'll link that on the calendar. Here's the Zoom link, right? We had a call on February 4th. It went very, very well. You already had the percentages. We mostly spent time just brainstorming his offer, and me being comfortable with him and making sure that he was comfortable if we raised the investment a lot. But he already had all the details because I gave him the document, right? But here's the really hard, really tricky close afterwards. I left the cost and let me stew on it, right? I can't remember. I think it was over a weekend or whatever. I said, let my crock pot work on this. I'll let you think about it for a little while, right? I didn't close the partnership on the call, but I think 4 or 5 days later, after the weekend, here was my really, really tricky close. Here it comes. You ready? Hey, if you're still down for us partnering up, I'd like to kick off on April 23rd. Would that work for you? Hey, Travis, April 23rd works for me. Let's do it. Super. Honored to partner with a gentleman of your calendar. I'll reach out soon and get our offer call set up. Okay? So I know I've been kind of funny a little bit facetious, but these don't have to be hard to do, right? So I'm not going to go over every word of this exec summary, but I'm going to give you this, and you might change it up based off of what you're doing, right? And where you're at. But here's kind of the headline: partnering with Travis Sago over here at Big Mojo Capital. So I want it to be kind of friendly, right? But the serious part, Big Mojo Capital. Here's the exec summary. I just put my face there so they can kind of see my face, right? Nothing particularly genius. And then it's a summary mission: add 100K, 200K monthly revenue to your business. It's 60 to 90 days from the time of our engagement to start. Sorry, I got a weird chest thing going on. So this would be the overt benefit. How? Big Mojo Capital would 100% fund the addition of a new profit center to your business. The profit center we added is our phoneless enrollment team. So I'm calling this a PET or a phoneless enrollment team because a lot of coaches, experts, and everything are kind of like, don't feel comfortable with sales, right? And they just want to enroll. But you can change this depending on who you're talking to, right? To enroll people into your premium programs from your existing email and then direct mail lists. What exactly I fund? In short, everything you need to enroll your prospective clients, blah, 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 right? Here's what this was part of the post that I did, right? Surveying prospects, offer framing, positioning, funnel and copyright, training, hiring, project manager, all direct mail, postage, copy, and mailing services, email marketing for your own, Facebook group, monetization for future profit center, live chat salespersons, ongoing management of all the above. So all you do is service your clients. And then is point blank as I can, what Big Mojo Capital gets out of the deal. At this point, we're not looking for equity in your company, right? So I put that in there because I might want to have some equity later on. We'd simply want a revenue share of each dollar we bring in for you. You have to be paid on time, right? I'm just going to lay it out. The revenue share percentage varies. On average, it's 40%. This allows me to come in and say 50, or allows me to come in and say 30, depending on what they have, right? However, much of the time, by taking advantage of our expertise and experience in packaging and positioning offers, our partners come out with more net profit than before partnering with us. How? If you're selling a $15K a year program, and I just kind of go into numbers and how we do it, right? Who I'm looking for. I tell them who specifically, exactly I'm looking for, right? I joke around a little bit. But it's crucial I partner with someone who won't get their nose bent out of shape when we both make a lot of money. I'm damn good at what I do, and one of the only people on the planet who does it. My modesty withstanding. When I bring in 100K to 200K a month in revenue for a partner, which the partner may have never had without my help, I want someone who gleefully, not begrudgingly, cuts me a check for our agreed percentage of the revenue share. There's a lot more where that came from. If a partner goes all Scrooge McDuck on me, when it's time for them to send me my share, we won't be partnering for long. With that said, while I'd love to help everyone, here are some assets we need to start. And then I just lay out, this may be different for you, right? But some of the assets that I want, right? And then here's another one of my points. Partners are in scarcity mode or control freaks about getting access to email lists or customer lists won't be a good fit. You see, all the money you go into your merchant accounts, and we'll track it as if you were an affiliate. You'll cut checks from there, but we'll handle all the tech funnels at blah, blah, blah live chats, right? Here's some questions you might have. Do you require money up front? I changed this a little bit because I had some challenges just saying first money's back, because they would say, well, how much? So I'm just doing a 5K first money's back. I lay it out there, blah, 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 blah. Here's some things that I know they're concerned with. I'd probably recommend you putting some of those in there. And then here's all we do. If it makes sense to move forward, here's what to do next. I'd be surprised if you didn't have questions you need answered before making a commitment. But if it makes sense so far, and you meet the qualifications above to move forward, 1, just PM me on my Facebook profile. 2, I'll answer any questions. I will have a bunch of my own, right? 3, if it makes sense to go on a first date, we'll set it up. Da, 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 right? And there you go. So post, or if you're doing cold email or you're doing whatever, you're doing referral mojo, you have it, the whole complicated partnering system, right? Other known as partnering mojo, right? Now you never know how this is going to turn out until you get on that first date. But this could be potentially another $250,000 plus a year client for me, right? My goal is to get up to the 100K as quickly as possible. And we should be able to do that, right? Again, stance, all the things I'm teaching you at the T1, T2, T3, and not making it complicated as shit, right? Pardon my French. But there you go. I hope this is wonderfully valuable for you. And because I really want you to get out there and understand that you are the prettiest girl at the prom right now, and make that happen. So I'm going to stop sharing. So glad to have you. Let's get on it. Let's not make this complicated. Let's not be fearful about reaching out to people or partners. We're providing just a wonderful, wonderful service for people, and we're taking a lot of the risk. Go out there and make a heap, right? I will talk to you later. Record this here.
Take your shirt off.
I knew it. Yeah, so Bobby, there's a lot of different answers to that. And part of the reason why I wanted to have this call today is what's going to be really fun for you and passionate for you is if you work with clients you kind of have some knowledge about, right? And we want to kind of intersect like what we, the passion and what we can do for the marketplace, right? So like for my particular agency, I'm weird. I've liked stocks and money stuff ever since I was a little kid. I remember getting ink on my fingers as a little kid at my grandpa's house reading the stock pages. So most of my stuff that I do for clients is somewhere around to do with finances or money, whether it's stock stuff, real estate stuff, helping people with agency or those type of programs. I don't really like biz op. Because that's, to me, we're selling hope and not really money. But anything that goes along with that. But I've got clients that like to do stuff in the personal development space, right? Or in the weight loss space. There's a huge opportunity in the e-commerce world. I would like to do something with bigger ticket stuff or stuff that can be packaged with bigger ticket stuff. But part I want to do is find out like kind of what your guys' background is, so I can help chug on that and put it in my crock pot for some of these different type of industries we can use. We can almost always find some pretty cool industry, and we might have to do some experimenting, but I'll give you a really interesting example. So there was a guy I was doing some work with, and we were having trouble finding out what he was passionate about, right? And so I call it the uncomfortable dance. So we're doing the uncomfortable dance, just talking and all this stuff, and finally I'm at a loss, but we're on Skype, and I'm like, he's standing in front of this turboprop plane. I'm like, tell me about that plane. And he's like, oh, I've got a pilot's license. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. He's like, yeah. And he starts telling me all this stuff. I'm like, and so how much did it cost you to go to flight school? And he's like, oh yeah, it was like $5,000 or $6,000, right? And then we said, did some Googling. I don't remember what the exact numbers are, but there's thousands of flight schools across the U.S., right? And that's something that he was really, really passionate about. So we can usually find an area there, and I like to go industry specific if we can, because that just helps on a lot of levels. So, but typically what we're looking for too is somebody that has a customer database. If they have a customer database, I was explaining this on the call, Dan, or on the Facebook Live. If they have a customer database, that's one of the best signs that they have a seasoned business, a business that's going to be here for a while, right? There's a lot of other things like we can say, oh, I have a webinar. That business may or may not be here for very long, right? Oh, I have 1 million people on my Facebook fan page. That does not necessarily mean that business is going to be here for a while, but if they have 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 customers on their database, they may not turn over that customer database right away to us, but usually when they have that big of a customer database, they have other assets, usually meaning an email database that they've built up and tried to sell stuff too. So if they have 3,000 people on their customer database, they probably have 10, 15, 20, 30,000 people on an email database. I'd rather just skip to the customer database if we could, and then do stuff with the prospect database later on. But that's kind of one of the things. Do they have a customer database, right? I can ask them that, hey, do you have customers, right? How many customers have you sold to in the past? Blah, 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 right? That you've been in business, right? So that's kind of the key thing that I look for there. I look for, and we're going to get really deep into a lot of this, guys, but I'm just going to give you the overview and maybe give you a head start. We're looking for people that already have a good reputation. That's going to help you sell like crazy. Because it's an asset they already have that they may not be using to their full extent, but we can come in there. But why would we want to work with somebody that has kind of a new reputation or maybe even a shady reputation when we could be working with somebody that has a great reputation? Whole lot easier on our end to sell somebody that has a great reputation already. What stops us, I think, sometimes is we say, oh, they have a great reputation. Oh, they're running a 7-figure business. They must have it all figured out.
No.
No. They have databases just sitting there. They have, or maybe they're sending, an email a month or an email a week to keep things the hopper room. But they really don't know what to do beyond that point other than sell them low ticket stuff, because what they think is that we can't sell them $500 things or $1,000 things or $5,000 things, right? I've made a post in the group today. My biggest challenge is getting people to believe that they can actually make those sales. Now, luckily, we're not asking them to give us a big retainer up front, right? We're saying, hey, let me go bring you the pie. And I understand if you don't think I can make you the pie, but give me a shot. Let me in the kitchen for a little while, and I'll show you I can make the pie. If I can't, no skin off of your nose, right? And that usually, well, okay. And then you'll see like the things like I posted today. It's like, I never thought you would sell the fourth. I hear that all the time. It's like, I never thought you could sell my $15,000 consulting package, right? But part of what I'm banking on is this good reputation, people that have already been through their customers, they've already been through the whole, all these kind of things, but just us knowing that. And knowing what to look for, right? Knowing where the value is. Half of this battle in wealth creation is just seeing the value out there, right? And then knowing the process that you have and say, here's what I'm looking for, and here's what I have, here's what they're not doing, right? Here's what they're not. Basically, we look at, you take any successful company, even my business, right? And I'm not a beacon of like perfection, but there's always something they're not doing, always. So I look at like even the most successful company, I look at what are they not doing? What is it they're not doing? And then I can turnkey that. If I can turnkey that, right? I just have it really specific. What are they not doing with their email? What are they not doing with their customer database? That's a great question, Bobby. And these, any type of questions you guys want to ask, because this helps us kind of get a feeling for each other, which is really, really important to me, for you to get a feeling for you, as well as you get a feeling for me going through this. So really cool.
Thank you.
Let's do this for a second. We'll let Scott go last. I'm picking on you, man. But if you could tell me just a little bit about your background, and I'm going to take some notes. If it's actually recording, but I'm going to take a little bit of notes. Dan, can we go ahead and start with you? You're on my list. Just tell me a little bit about yourself, what you've done, what your kind of like interests are and passions are. It doesn't have to specifically make sense right now, but it will help me kind of get a feeling for you.
Yeah, so I've started like pretty much everyone in internet marketing with affiliate stuff, something like 6 years ago. Then I moved over to helping local businesses with websites and stuff. And lately I've done a lot of like the legwork for a lot of guys and basically marketing support and stuff like that. Professionally, personally, I like weightlifting. I like nutrition stuff.
Perfect. Okay. When you say legwork, can you fill me in on that a little bit?
Yeah, like a lot of research, a lot of time-consuming tasks, like content syndication, content repurposing. I've done a lot of first draft for copy. I've written a couple of years ago, I've written some daily emails for a pretty big affiliate for BioTrust. That was the first time I was acquainted with that company.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so you kind of know a little bit of everything. You're a good connector, like weight loss. And is it more muscles that you're into, weight loss? Is it just like personal, like health hacking or all that kind of stuff?
Well, my fitness goals are basically big, strong, and healthy. I really like strength trainings and programs and stuff like that. Because
there's a really great market, and you don't have to. There's a really great market out there full of personal trainers and people that train personal trainers that have courses.
Yeah.
And they all need help selling their courses to personal trainers. I've got a client right now who actually sells courses to dietitians, and he's got a little tiny list that he just pulled $42,000 out of. I think he's got like 1,400 people on the total list. But so that might be an area, like you might look at like who is working with these people, right? Because you're going to kind of know like what's BS and what's not, right? But all these people need help like selling to those end people. So that might be an area that's good for you and to think about. And I'm not saying you guys have to lock in on that, but it just makes it like I don't want to mine is relationships and finances, right? I really would rather talk about business relationships than personal relationships, even though I made a ton of money in the relationship market. But I don't want to I can't do like law of attraction stuff. Those kind of, or just things that like I like health stuff, but I just don't geek out on it like a lot of people do. Like the guys that get their blood tested and all that kind of stuff, And I could totally sell stuff like that, right? And there's a market out there for it. But it's just not. When you only need 3 or 4 or 5 clients, like you just want to like work with doing the stuff that you want, right? So those are
exactly,
kind of but yeah, anywhere in the health, wealth, or love areas is going to be great. It's going to be great. Just so you guys know that, and Scott knows this about me. I don't have a microwave brain. I have a crock pot brain, and what that means is that it's a slow cooker. So you put a roast beef in there, and it will get done. But sometimes I got to let it brew for a while. That's part of the reason why I want to get to know you now, so things can be brewing up in my head there. So thank you, Dan. That's awesome.
You got to upgrade to the Instapot version.
Yeah, I didn't even know what that was. My wife put that on a Christmas list just the other day because I'm like, give me your Santa's list. She said Instant Pot. I'm like, what corner do I get that from, right? It's like we don't do any drugs over here, but it's like I didn't know what it was. She's like, it's like a crock pot in reverse. I'm like, oh, it's like a pressure cooker. I'm like, yeah, okay, I guess we'll just call them Instant Pot. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's funny that you bring that up. So, Bobby, tell me a little bit about yourself, sir.
Well, I've been following you for years. I don't know if you've ever seen my name before, but before I get into that, I wanted to ask you, because you kind of got me thinking along the lines of potential clients. Have you ever worked with attorneys?
I have not. I know of some people and some people that work with attorneys very successfully, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because where I may go with this might explain that question. But like I said, I've been following you for several years, at least 5, and I've had a very restrictive limitation placed upon me by the IRS about 10 years ago, as far as being able to work, basically. And that was recently resolved in August. So now I'm a free man, and I'm ready to come alive. I feel like I've been held back all these years, and I really want something to dig into. And when I saw you doing this, I'm like, that sounds like what I've been waiting for. I mean, it's ironic. The opportunity came along when it did, but my interests are I'd be willing to look at anything right now.
Okay.
I don't necessarily have ties into some of the things that you talked about, but
Uh-huh.
I'm so new. I should have a green shirt on instead of a red one. That I'm that green. But
Red's my favorite.
yeah. But I just got really excited when I saw your presentation the other day. I mean, it seemed like something that I could really get behind and get into. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, awesome. Can you? I'm going to ask you a little bit different question than maybe Dan. Just 'cause I feel that's So, what is it you kick ass at? Like, what is it you're like? What is it you're good at? Like, what do you find yourself spending time doing too? So you got what you're good at and what you spend time doing.
Besides causing trouble, well, because of my restrictions over these last 10 years or so, it's basically been more personal development type things. And I know you said you don't really like law of attraction and things like that. I'm not necessarily tied to that, but
if that's floats your boat, that's cool. We're all different things, so
some similar things to that, but not exactly that. I mean, it doesn't have to be something exactly on point with that, but there is a need for stuff like that. So
yeah,
I guess up front that would be one that I'd be interested in. But before this 10-year period transpired, I did have some interest in stocks and futures and options and things like that. I know how those markets work.
Oh, awesome.
I am familiar with those.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'd excelled at it, but obviously not to be where I'm at today. But but I do understand that market, so that might be something that I could get interested in as far as maybe looking into something
so I can already tell you're very well spoken. So what I'm kind of looking at, what is have you managed anybody? Are you a dad or maybe just not think so hard about the industry, but just kind of tell me a little bit about yourself. Like what you can even what TV shows do you like? That tells me a lot. It's like,
I am not married. I'm partnered. I get to say I'm a cat dad, but not a child dad.
Okay.
Pets would be an area that I don't know if that works with this, but that's something I could get passionate about.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else did you ask there?
What do you like? What do you like to read? Like, do you read? Like, when you do read, what do you like to read?
Basically more spiritual type books.
Okay.
Like what I was mentioning before. TV shows, I like sci-fi. Movies, kind of along the same lines. What else?
There's a lot of stuff in the healing space and I don't know all the words for it, but there's her name's not going to come to me now. Whenever I try to think about it, it's one of John Tarr's friends. Scott, you probably know her. She works with something called Akashic Records. She makes a killing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a lot of those people that have lots and lots of email databases, and they do have higher end coaching programs and basically clearing blocks and clearing auras and chakras and anything EFT. I think EFT. I don't know. I can't speak to its efficacy, but I think it's one of the best offers ever. You got financial problems, tap it away, right? You've got health problems, tap it away, right? But all of those kind of things, the mind valleys out there, those kind of things, there's lots of other smaller mind valleys that might be right up your alley.
I've also dabbled into hypnosis, some past life regression type stuff. That's kind of going along with what you're saying now.
That kind of stuff. Yes. There's hypnosis markets. There's people that want to become hypnotists. There's and do that kind of work. So all of that stuff is awesome. Sometimes it's better to sell to the person that's selling to those people. So there may be somebody that's selling stuff to hypnotists, right? So you want to help that guy. help the guy that's selling stuff to hypnotists. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. So tell me a little bit now. I know like Dan is like, because I can just tell from his background. So he knows like, autoresponders and copy and paste, all that kind of stuff. How much internet marketing, like you start out affiliate marketing? Do you know what an autoresponder is? All that kind of stuff.
I know about that stuff. I just don't have a lot of experience actually doing it, but I'm familiar with it because I follow you.
You've been spared.
Yeah, I mean, just following you through these years, I've learned a lot about those things, so I am familiar with them.
Okay, great. So, do you have any like what have you done for work? Have you had any management experience, or like what kind of things have you done for work?
What, as far as management experience? Okay, so 2002, I had a friend come to me that was involved in real estate, and he created trusts for people, for companies, and he needed someone to help him at an arm's length manage money for people, because people that wanted trusts set up for them or their businesses couldn't actually manage the money themselves. Well, it's considered their money. So he was looking for someone just to set up a simple bookkeeping company. So he approached me about that, and I set that up. I didn't have like a bookkeeping degree or anything, but what he was looking for didn't require that. It was just basic, simple bookkeeping, money coming in, receivables, and then there were some bills and periodic bills that had to be paid out of that for expenses for the businesses or trusts that were being managed. So I set all that up. I did that, and I thought it was fairly successful. It was a one-man operation, just me. At one point, I mean, I don't know where you're coming from. It might not sound like a lot, but to me, it sounded like a lot at the time, especially, over 10 years ago. I had like over $1 million worth of other people's money in the bank that, I was responsible for. So there was a lot of trust and responsibility there. But it turns out it was so successful, it got the attention of the IRS, and some of the clients that I was servicing weren't doing everything that they were supposed to be doing with their money. And so the attention focused on me and got me shut down, and eventually got the people that they were looking to go after shut down as well. But it cost me a big block of time of my life. But
I feel that coming from you. Yeah. And you're kind of coming out of that now, and the Phoenix is going to rise now. Awesome. But so I took a lot out of that. I really appreciate you sharing all that with me, because I really took a lot out of that. And here's some of the finer strokes then you just correct me where I'm wrong or tell me where I'm right. But it sounds like you have an incredible capacity for organization, and setting things up and getting things started and organizing it. Probably have some good ability with some sales side if you're getting people's money or creating the systems to get the money.
There is like a certain amount of trust there. There was another opportunity almost 20 years ago now where people were just starting to get into day trading. And I went to this company, and obviously I didn't have the money to day trade myself, but was able to convince this guy at the time to give me $100,000 of his to day trade with. I think back on that and I'm like, I cannot believe that guy trusted me like that just to give me $100,000 of his to day trade for him. It's like, holy cow.
Well, resourceful people turn over resources, right? So if you can do that, you're going to get them to do the emails stuff, no problem. So that's really, really helpful. So I don't, what we don't want to do is we don't want to make you in there like handling the autoresponder and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to help you get people to help you do that as well. So awesome. That's really, really helpful for me, Bobby. I'll let that stew a little bit. If you come up with anything else, just let me know on that. Scotty, I'm kind of familiar with you, my friend, but why don't you refresh my memory, and Dan and Bobby can get to know you a little bit here.
Sure. This is it's my second day on the internet. I found you yesterday.
You've been spared. Poor Bobby had to put with me for 5 years.
Yeah, I've been online for a long time. think I put my first site up in 1996. So a couple of years ago, and familiar with, most everything IM related. Got my start probably early 2000 in the Warrior Forum, and just kind of started making offers for myself, helped some other people, started writing copy for myself, for some other people, and then it kind of transitioned to I want to write copy for other people. They approached me to do that, but I was getting kind of tired of the low amount of money that you would make. You'd spend weeks and weeks putting this big offer together, and you'd make, $20 a sale. So at the end of the day, you'd make like $2,000 or $3,000 for all the work, after all paying all the affiliates. So I decided to kind of leave that, and got approached to do some copy for, guys like Justin Brooke and other people. And that's kind of where I kind of fell into writing copy for people, and really just kind of honed it a little bit. And people have told me I'm decent at it, so that's really kind of them. And I don't have a problem asking for a decent amount of money for it. But my problem is, it's feast or famine.
Mm-hmm.
It's either there's a lot of referrals, or there really aren't very many at all.
Yeah.
And the first time that I came to you, I came with a client's business and not my business. And so one of the things that Nate Kennedy said, you remember Nate that came, he said, it concerns me that you don't have your own offer. And I was like, gosh, that really kind of stuck with me, and it bothered me a little bit. And so that's kind of the journey that I've been on since I've left you, is, crafting my own offer. And I've joined several masterminds to do, to kind of hone that in. And I think this fits. I've been wanting to do this piece of it ever since I left you, left you guys, a few years, last, 2016, summer 2016. And I really enjoy writing the emails. I really enjoy writing client stories. I just like that part of it, and I like the relationships too. I like to get to know people, and, I'm okay. I'm decent, one-on-one with people, and I build relationships fairly easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm a dad, other than that, I'm a dad. I got two boys, 11 and 11, who's going on, 20, and he's lucky he's still alive. And 7, he's going to be 8 here on the 21st. So, like, my boys are like, and my wife I've been married to for 16 years are like my loves.
Yeah.
So, like, passion wise, I love fitness. I need to get more fit. I've always loved working out. I've kind of gotten out of doing that for a bit. And I love tennis. I've always it's like one of my favorite sports ever. I love a lot. I've been working a lot with digital agencies and people who have Facebook, Instagram courses that they want to sell. I have a couple of clients that we're working with now that want to do that. And so, but I'm open pretty much, to whatever. That's kind of where I've been dug in.
Yeah, I think you're kind of like me in some sense. I think you gravitate to more like finance and money kind of stuff, maybe not stocks and options and stuff, but kind of stuff like that, which is really cool. Well, awesome, Scott. Yeah. Again, I might be just a hammer and see everything as a nail, but right. This is, there's so much out there. It really goes beyond just email, guys. Like, when you get these clients, you start working with them, you start bringing them pie, they're open to let you do anything for them, right? Yeah. So now I'm setting up JVs with them, getting a hunk of the JVs that I set up with them, because once you have a few of these clients, now you have a distribution network,
right?
And you can literally put people on the map, right? So if your client can drive 5,000 visitors, you can put people on the map with that. You can put there's way beyond like even just what we're gonna tap into here. Because once you have somebody's trust and you're earning the money, they're just like whatever you want to do. I mean, I'm not saying that to be overly dramatic, right? But once you turn on that income faucet for them, you're like, holy crap, what else can you do? This is working awesome. So
they know you're a paycheck.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, paycheck versus rather than an expense. It's dependable and defendable, right? So let me give you guys just a little bit, and I'm going to give you some specific advice just based on different things where you're at. But let me guys kind of give you an overview, because I've only taught this to 4 people formally. So, but let me give you guys, so some of it's a little bit bumbly, but I want to get really clear for you. So basically there's going to be 3 components to this. You have Big Ticket Email Mojo, which all of you guys should already have access to. You're going to have, in January, we're going to start off what I call the T3 system, which just means tap, tap, tap. And then we have the getting and the managing of clients. So like all those things, what the hell, Travis? Like where does all that stuff come in? So let's go back to the golf course. So let's look at marketing and sales. I talked a little bit about this on the webinar, on the Facebook Live. But the drive to the green or getting into the hole is Big Ticket Email Mojo. There with Big Ticket Email Mojo, I'm just having you close with what's called a G3 order form. And all G3 means is gimme, gimme, gimme. It's a special type of order form. It's a putter, right? It's not meant to drive the ball 100 yards, right? So we have to use the marketing to bring the ball close to the hole, where we just use the order form to tap it in. The way we want to look at this is various tools, and depending on the clients that we have, we want to figure out what tool do I need at what specific time. But so you guys know that Big Ticket Email Mojo is the first course I want you guys to go through. Go ahead and do the exercise. Just pick something and do the exercises in there. Not necessarily I'm going to have you write all of the emails, but you have to have a feel for what the emails are like. So you have a feel for like what you're looking for. And also inside of the Big Ticket Email Mojo, it's less about writing and more about offer. How is the offer lining up, right? So if I very often say, I'm just a screwdriver, right? I'm a Phillips screwdriver. And I just have to find Phillips screws to turn, right? So all I have to do is figure out, if I'm talking to a client, if I'm talking to Dan and he's sitting in the dark, he's, I can't turn this screw. I'm like, well, tell me what the screw looks like. Well, I can't see it. So let's find a flashlight, right? So then he finds a flashlight. Okay, I'm shining it. Does it look like a plus sign, or does it look like a minus sign? Well, it looks like a plus sign. And then if I can show him my screwdriver and say, do you think this will fit into it? He's like, oh my God, that will totally fit, right? That's exactly what I need. So in Big Ticket Email Mojo, I'm going to give you the frameworks for taking more complicated stuff than screwdrivers and figuring out like how to put those offers together. Because a lot of times what's the challenge is for people is their offers are just a tiny bit off, right? Or they may be great, and I want you to start working out with offers that are already working so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. But you need to know like the different various forms of what makes an offer good and what makes an offer bad. And you're going to get all of that in the Big Ticket Email Mojo course, as well as the chat stuff. We're using live chat to kind of get people's for 2 reasons. One, to dial in the offer, right? Once they're there, like find out what is it they're really buying, what is it that that's stopping them from buying, and then we take that and feed it back into our emails and our marketing, right? And then we can also use it to close sales. And the beauty of that is we don't have to pay a big commission to a sales guy. We can just pay somebody $20, $25 an hour to manage those while they're closing $500, $1,000 sales for us. But we have the kind of like the things to feed them and everything to go in there. So there's different strategies on that. But that's the first. So Dan and Bobby, that would be my first task for you, is to go through there and really pay attention to like the different, we call it nomenclature, which is a really long, fancy word for the different things we call things, right? So we're going to have nurture and picks and G3s and T3s and all that kind of stuff. So we want to have the same dialogue and language that we speak together. So pay special attention to that. So that's going to be you guys' first thing right now. In the background for you, and Dan and Bobby, I want you to maybe just sit down and like write down like an asset sheet, like what are you good at, right? And don't leave anything out. Like if you're fairly well spoken, or if you're good at organization, all those things can be an asset. And then just, what do you do? Like, what would you do if you had all the money in the world? Like, what would you do after you get tired of sitting on the beach sipping Mai Tais, right? And whatever, right? What would you do after that point, right? There's some things to think about. For me, and this may be too TMI, but I if I was the last person on Earth, and I use this a lot to help me figure out stuff. If I was the last person on Earth, I would just figure out puzzles, right? I'd figure out, how do I get this water closer to me? Like, how do I get, I just like figuring out puzzles and solving problems. I'm weird like that, right? But that's kind of what I like to do, right? But so kind of think of those kind of things as kind of a secondary thing, but all 8 modules should be opened up for you right now. Also go through and look at the different emails and the different assets that we have in there. So you can kind of get a feel for how simple it actually is. Some of the emails that we send, it's just diabolically. We have fun with it too, right? And never underestimate the value of fun. And I don't care if you're selling, hula hoops or living trusts to people in wills. Never underestimate the value of fun and making things fun and entertaining. So those are going to be the things that I would have you guys focus on. Scott, if you haven't been through the course in a while, I would have you probably go back through that a little bit. But I would like you to start thinking about, like, who do you know that probably has some customer databases that and you don't know if they're going to be doing anything with them or not, but just like, who may have some customer databases, who maybe have like a customer database, and maybe they're selling a front end, but they have a bigger back end, but maybe they're not selling as much as they want because they don't want to hire a sales guy or something like that. So I would put a little hot list together, 10, 15, 20 people that, it could be people you already know, or I love, like, some of my favorite customers are people that run webinars, right? And have customer lists, because I'll say, well, how much have you done on this webinar? We did like $250,000 on this webinar worth of product sales, right? So how much of this product have you sold after the webinar? Well, haven't really sold it. I'm like, yeah, because what they're telling me is they've already got the offer mapped out. I can just go into their webinar, pretty much turn it sideways, right? Take out the pieces of it, and apply what I do, and we're gonna do great. We're gonna probably do better over time, then we'll probably make more sales doing it that way than they did on the webinar, right? So again, we're really kind of trying to shoot fish in a barrel, but kind of the same thing with the customer database, and every customer database is a little bit different. Like I worked on one that did some e-com stuff, and they were selling like shakes, right? The powdered shakes, right? But they never thought to offer more than one canister, except at the time of the point of sale, right? They like bought the first one, and then they would have an upsell that said buy 3 or buy 4 or buy 5, but they never thought about doing that afterwards, right? So they had a pretty successful sale where we bundled up like 5 canisters. We didn't ship all 5 canisters at the same time, but they bundled it up. They put some information products in with it that they got for free because people wanted to ride on. So they just come up with a better package, a $600 package rather than a $47 product, right? But it was fundamentally the same offer. It was just more of what they've already bought. But so what I would have you do, Scott, is do that. And then I'm going to give you some links to the T3 training that we will be doing in January, but it's some stuff I already have in the can. But it's not what I want to release out to you guys, but it'll be good enough for Scott. It'll give you a head start, right? And then I have some templates that you can use because the T3 system is really the three primary things are just 3 emails. We send out a T1 to the list. We have a T2, which is almost like a mini strategy session. They just answer it right there. And then if they pass, then we give them basically the T3, the third one, which is like a conversational G3. And then it works freaking amazing. And it's so simple. We just tweak those. We have some strategy on how we follow up, but we just crush it on.
How did you figure that out? The T3?
Dude, well, a lot of different ways. I really started doing this, and Bobby, were you a member of Wealthy Affiliate, Bobby? You said 5 years, so you might not go back.
Yes, I was.
So they had a forum back then, and I noticed and they had a special paid section, or the whole special section where you could. It was almost like a Warrior Special offer, right? But you could just go in there and post your thing. Well, if you posted it like what most people do, like, oh, I have the best thing, and they took the whole sales letter and then you put a couple of links, you might be lucky to make 1 or 2 sales. It wasn't a very, very big forum. So I'm like, yeah, I don't like the way this works. Like, it's not working very well, right? So I made the whole process mysterious. I said, I remember what product I did it. I think I talked about it in the training, but I said, this is when AdWords were just still coming around. I said, wouldn't it be cool if you could know how long ads have been running? And at the time, this was brand new stuff. How long ads have been running? Like if an ad had been running for 6 months, you would know that was probably a pretty successful ad, right? That's what they did way back in the newspapers, right? And I said, well, I happen to know where you can get your hands on something like that, but I'm not going to release it to everybody. If you'd like to know, send me a private message, right? And I don't remember how many I got, but right? I got them to raise their hand, right? And then I send them a follow-on one. There's like, hey, and I described it a little bit, like here's why it is, here's what it is, and you got to promise me that you're not going to go sharing this with everybody else, right? If you want the link, I didn't even give them the link, right? If you want the link, let me know, right? If not, that's totally cool. But yeah, I want the link, right? I don't remember the exact numbers, but instead of making like 1 or 2 sales, I think I made like 30-ish sales. I remember it was $1,000 a month continuity. I was getting paid $30 a month continuity for everybody that I signed up on this particular piece of software. So that was my first foray into it. But we've gotten even better at it now because basically what it is we've 80-20'd the strategy session and put it in writing form. So they raise their hand, right? That's almost like filling out an app or getting on the webinar, but they raise their hand. We have 3 or 4 very strategic questions inside of there. And the last one typically is like, what is it they're really buying and why are they buying it? And then we have the last one, which is basically the little bit customized order form, right? But very conversational, but in a conversational format. And then we say, don't send us any money now. If you want in, just let me know, right? And then the real game begins, right? Then they'll say, I'm in. And then we have very strategic, but we go back to that second one, what they really want. We're never selling. Nobody wants, and I'll say this over, nobody wants the damn program. Nobody wants the widget. Nobody wants that. You always want to dial it back to what the benefits that they want, right? So if they tell you that the reason why they want your weight loss program is because they're sick, they want to throw their skin, they want to throw their second pile of fat genes away, that's what you're selling, right? So, but that's kind of what so basically we've 80-20'd the whole thing. We've sold everything from $500 stuff on up to $42,000 is the top that we've done on that. Now that was to a customer list, that 42 grand. But yeah, that's the thing that like people will actually turn over their customer list to you to let you do that. So, but that's what that's question. Go ahead.
On the T3, is that the first date that you do with people? You run
It's a good question. I'm finding it's an easier first date, and I'm going to encourage all you guys to, if you can. Now, what that means, and remember, these are all just different tools. So we don't want to come at a nail with a socket wrench, right? Because it won't work. So a T3 is not meant to drive balls that are way far from the hole, right? But what I would like to do is look for customers, either have a customer database or a really great reputation that has a list maybe they're not selling much stuff to, and then run a T3 because it's so simple. It's 3 primary emails that I've already got templated out for you. You can just fill them in, and then I will want you guys to like do the follow-up so you have a feeling for it. Then it's really easy to put somebody in charge of that for 20, 25 bucks an hour. And here's the thing. We are getting between 8% and 10% take rates on after people raise their hand. What that means is like, so if we send out the T1 to the whole list, then we just say, reply back, right? The T1's important because you got to get the right people raising their hand with the right pain, right? And the right urgency, right? But once they raise their hand, we're converting 10% of them, 8 to 10%, depending on the price of the program, which is just phenomenal. I don't know of very many 8 to 10% conversion platforms out there that's that efficient, right? Here's the cool part. You can do the work of 4 salespeople. You can literally have 100 people reply back to you, and one person can get through all those replies and do the work. Like 4 salespeople would take 4 salespeople a long time to get through 100 applications. And the scheduling and all that kind of stuff, right? So they might close slightly higher than 10 or 15% or 8 or 10%, but they can't do it as fast.
Time and resource invested can be a lot higher too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's all kinds of advantages to it that I can't get into. And here's another thing we're doing, and I'm not trying to take you guys on a wild goose chase, but closing, instead of sending people to a webinar, from a webinar to a strategy session, and I did this on this call, right? I did this call, just reply back to an email, right? And just instead of like doing a big strategy session and doing all that kind of stuff, just reply back to an email. And what some people are doing too, and we're going to probably get into this, is on a webinar sending them to an order page, but having a chat person there, right, to close the sales. So it's all kind of pretty cool, but I'm going to focus you guys on the easier. Let's focus on putting some easy balls in, right? Using the T3 system, it's easier, and doing that as the first date. And then once you made them some money, then you come in and work with their balls that are farther from the hole, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah, does that make sense to everybody? It may not. Yeah, I know Scott's a little bit immersed in what we're doing, but you can't leave out the big ticket email mojo. Of course, that's going to be a real grounding on like all this terminology and and understanding. So, but yeah, it's again. Sometimes I can't believe how easy it is. It's just sick. I say that, but I've all this stuff figured out. We've bloodied ourselves and scraped ourselves up, and you guys are all getting the benefit of not having to do that with how we do the follow-ups and stuff. But
speaking of terminology, what does the acronym VSL stand for?
Video sales letter. So those are typically the ugly, what they call the ugly VSL, which is you go to a page and then it starts off with the text and typing and with the talk on there as well. So,
do you ever work with companies that have their own sales force but might look at a different way of doing things too?
Yeah. So on your first date, you don't really want to try to change what they're doing. And once you've made them money, they're all yours, right? But what I like about the T3 too, Scott, and you guys too, is like trying to, especially the big companies, trying to map out a time where you have 7 days or 14 days to mail their list can be a little bit challenging sometimes. But finding the time to send out 1 or 2 T1s, and then the rest of it is just all follow up, you can sneak in really stealth in there. Does that make sense? Because it's real easy to go into say, oh yeah, well, we're not mailing on Wednesday, right? So we can mail on Wednesday or mail on Thursday, right? And then we do all the follow-ups on our side, because we only have to mail the list 1 time or 2 times, or and I usually say if we made 20 grand off the first one, we want to mail it again for sure, right? But so we can send more than 1 T1. But it's a stealth way to get into somebody's list that are like already have a sales team, right? Because they don't. That's another one. I've got a client, Tony Teagarden. You guys will meet Tony. But one of the things he does, he drives apps for people. So people that do have a sales team, he drives applications for them. And so he gets paid for when their salespeople close them, right? Because some people just want to turn loose of their salespeople, right? So I don't want to get into a bunch of hybrid different deals here, but I think part of it is it's like he's just more comfortable doing that. If it was me, if I was taking it over, I would like, let me run a T3 campaign and show them they can sell this complementary to what they're doing, right? And you could have both, right? You could do both, like, because there's going to be times where like we overloaded sales guys before. It's like we start going in there and the way we do it, it's like, oh my God, they can't keep up now, right? Because it just never occurs to people that, like if they're buying leads, they go on the email list, they may email them for a week or a month, and then they stop. And they think they've gotten everything out of it they can, right? But most of the juice in that list will go on for years and years. You've been following me for 5 years. I think this is the first time you've ever purchased from me, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of that juice in that list will go on for years and years, right? But they don't see it, which is great. That's the way the world works. They're busy healing people, doing EFT or teaching what they do, right? Let us come in there with the processes we have, people will have, and that'll be very attractive to them. Wow, if I could just drive some sales without the sales guys, or if I could get rid of a sales guy, now no one's gonna like, oh, cool, I'm gonna fire all my sales guys. Here's you, like you're gonna have to come in and do your thing, right? But there's also a lot of like coaches and consultants that want to get off the phone, right? Scott's heard me talk about this before. 5 years ago, like Heaven Island, again, these are being the course, we call what people want is on Heaven Island, right? Heaven Island was having a calendar and having it all blacked out with phone calls, right? It's like, yeah, fill my sales calendar up. Now,
then you got to do it. Then you sit on the calls.
Yeah. Now 5 years later, that's Hell Island. No, like we want to get off the phone, right? So that's kind of the way the market evolves, right? So we just kind of be aware of that. So the very same picture was once what they aspire to. Now it's what they're running from, right? But
it's funny too, Travis. Have you heard of Chris Evans and Taylor Welch? I've been following those guys, Traffic and Funnels.
Yeah.
I invested in their client kit program. This is probably a week ago, yesterday, and good program. And I'm really glad I did because it's going to help me to solidify some things. But their whole push is strategy session, and so many people that are in the course are like, I have all these strategy sessions, and now I can't fulfill, and I'm really struggling, and I'm like, and then I heard what you were saying about, just getting them and don't have the phoneless sales system, and it just kind of made sense. And I've known Chris for a bit before he even started this. We were talking about doing some stuff together. So maybe there's some opportunity for me to help those guys and then some of their people as well.
Absolutely. Hey, give me a shot, like give me a couple of days, right? And mail some T1s to them, right? And then they can have it back, right? You just follow up with them, because what will end up happening is you'll have 45 or 100 people that raise their hand. Then the next is following up, right? But now you're done with their list for a little while. You see what you can do. What's great about it is like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely, the Rainmaker is a great tool, and you need to use the Rainmaker if, use a hammer for a nail, right? But it's really great. Just go in and tweak 3 emails, send it out there. And if it bombs, okay. And just so you guys know, I don't think you guys won't have very many bombs if you follow the course. I've had lots and lots of clients. I've only really, really bombed one time. But there's times where I don't do as good as I want to do. But those are usually even times where we're doing 30, 40,000 for the client, right? But I just think, wow, we should have done 100K, right? But the client's happy as hell, right? But yeah, you can slide in really, really easily. But mark my words, strategy sessions, phone calls, unless it's a very, very complex funnel, they're going to be starting filling up with chats, kind of those things. So it's a great, great opportunity for us. And again, webinars are getting super expensive right now, right? So they're turning off the traffic to these webinars, but they might have lists of like 20,000, 30,000, 50,000 people that they've sat through a webinar, maybe even a couple webinars, and listened to this stuff, but they just never really try to sell them again beyond that point, right? So what that means, when they've sat through the webinar, that means the ball's closer to the hole, right? So that's the other thing that we can do, is help them get off of webinars. Or what do you do when your webinar stops working, right? And you have to come up with a new webinar. Even some of the best guys in the business right now are having challenges with webinars, right? So when I come in, we do, $250,000 for them. They're like, holy crap, like that changes the whole fundamentals of my business, because now I can afford to spend more on the webinar, right? And getting more people in. And that helps me, because now we've got more prospects coming in. When we got more prospects coming in, that means the agency makes more money, right? It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. The bigger their customer list is, the more we can sell them on the customer list. And it just gets, I was afraid to overhype it too much, but like my minimum that I'm shooting for, bare minimum for the clients I take on, I want to earn $500,000 minimum for the client per year. And I'm much happier at the $1 million. I've got a couple clients we'll do $1 million plus in 2018. We've already got close to doing the $1 million. So on the agency side, that's like $300,000 per client, right? And again, that wasn't done overnight, right? But when you start making them a little bit of money and you get more familiar with their offers and what they're doing, and they just, pretty much just like, you got my list, like whatever you can do with it, right? So that's the thing, right? And again, part of this is just to show you guys the opportunity that exists outside of the sales arena that you guys have already paid. You don't have to feel like I'm trying to paint a really, really rosy picture. I trick people into thinking I'm smart. I'm just I'm just relentless, right? And I just keep screwing with stuff till I figure something out, and then I share it. But I don't do, when you guys log into the course, if you haven't already, I don't do anything fancy. I don't have any fancy sales pages. Like, even I've got a tech girl, but if I do anything, it usually looks like a second grader did it, web design wise. I try to not even use order forms if I can. I just like to send a PayPal link if I can, right? Which diabolically, that's actually like in the T3s, when they finally take the payment, we had some clients trying to put a fancy order form up. We're like, no, no, because everything you put on that point, when the ball's this close to the hole, if you hit it too hard, you're going to go past the hole, right? So we just put the dollar amount on there, and you let them put their credit card in. That's all we want on there. Don't put any razzle dazzle on it, right? And it works exceptionally well. So, but open. So if you guys got any questions about it, you guys feel like for until next Wednesday, you guys got a path that you can run on and know what you need to do. You can also reach out to me. Dan, are you on Facebook?
Yeah, we're actually connected.
Okay, are you Dan Callan on Facebook?
I'm actually Kalen Allen. My middle name is actually Allen, and everybody calls me that. But it's kind of the way we pronounce it. It's kind of hard for U.S. people.
Okay, let me see if I can find you.
I'll give you a buzz right now.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, send me a PM.
Cool.
That's a good way to reach me. I don't always answer super fast. I try to like batch things up if I can. But like if you're in the middle of a campaign with a client, you need something, just let me know. But yeah, private message me. I'm probably going to end up doing a group for this too. I like Slack, but some people don't like to have one more thing to keep track of. So
yeah,
I probably just put a group together, and then I'll keep all the files together for you guys. But let's just open it up for any questions you guys have. I'm just wrapping up the day, so don't feel like you're taking any of my time.
You said next Wednesday. You're doing this again next Wednesday. Is that what that is?
We're gonna do these every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Central. More than likely until after the get together. So around the get together time, we'll take a look at it then and see where you guys are at. But yeah, now I know Dan's not going to be coming out they don't have visas out there for where he's at, but I'll give you some special stuff, Dan, since you can't make it out here. But yeah, we're going to get together every Wednesday at 3 p.m. I'm also going to have probably some other guys that have run agencies come in here and help out a little bit, that give you guys some different pointers and stuff. But yeah, every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Central. We'll just do it on Zoom unless it gets too big. But I don't plan on putting more than a dozen people in or so, and just kind of seeing this may be a little bit of my scarcity mode, but we have such an advantage. But there's literally millions of databases out there, and I don't think we could ever get to them all. I've got people approaching me from solar companies like, hey, can you help us sell our solar? That's like $30,000 solar units, right? So the cool part about that is like, if you can crack that nut for a solar company, then you can take that and license it out to all the other thousands of solar companies, right? So there's just all kinds of reasons why people want to get off of the phone and do it without having a phone call, right? And so excited. But anyways, yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Is the physical event dates, are those strong enough now to go ahead and buy plane tickets?
Absolutely, yes. So it's going to be February 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, which are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I'll give you written details on this too, but if you want to go ahead and do this now, but you want to fly out February 1st because we get started early in the morning. I'm a morning person, so I'll be spinning like a top in the morning and wearing down typically in the afternoon. But the official end time is Sunday at noon. Most people fly out Sunday. Okay. I may have this actually in Little Rock at one of my favorite hotels in Little Rock rather than have everybody come out to the house. That way it'll save you about an hour's drive. And part of the reason I'm doing it is not so much how many people are going to be there. I think I could fit 12 people in my living room. But sometimes the weather is bad that time of year, and I would rather me have to traverse the bad weather than you guys traverse the bad weather. So if you just get to Little Rock, the hotel is 15 minutes away.
That's what I was thinking too. I was concerned, like if it snows, and that's one of the things I just won't do. If it's going to snow, I'm not going to come. If I got to drive an hour to your place, I'm like, yeah.
And that's what I'm thinking. And it's unusual for us to get snow here, but we get maybe one snow a year, but sometimes it will freeze, right? So I figured it would be better for me to, and I've got a 4-wheel drive, so it'd be better for me just to make that trip. And I would be crapping my pants knowing 12 people are coming trying to drive on a road, right? So
That's smart.
So
Well, that makes me very happy to hear that.
well, good. I was worried. Now you've already been to the house. I was worried some people might like, hey, I really wanted that white couch, but but the Capitol Hotel is gorgeous. It's a 130-year-old hotel, but they've got it all remodeled. So they kept all the really cool stuff and remodeled everything, but they treat you like you've walked into it is a 5-star hotel with the exception of they don't have a pool. So it's the only reason they get 4 stars is they don't have a pool. But other than that, man, they take super, super good care of you. The rooms are, they're antique looking, but they're very cool. But yeah, they got a nice big room for us. So, and the best restaurant in all of Arkansas is there. It's called 111. The best restaurant in all Arkansas. So we'll all have a good time there. I'll save you guys some drive time. So
awesome. Thank you, sir. I got to split.
All right, man.
I got some with the boys, but nice to meet all you guys, and I look forward to seeing you guys next week.
Yes,
All right.
I'll drop you those links in the morning, and then you can get started on those.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Man. Take care. Dan, Bobby, do you have any?
All right, guys.
Not at this point. I'm going to go continue with the training and see what comes up for me from there.
Perfect. That sounds great. Dan, how about you, sir?
My only concern at the moment is sometimes when I speak, I stumble and I mumble is because I don't really get that often of a chance to actually speak English out loud, if that makes sense. I read and write, let's say professionally for a few years, but when it comes to speaking, I sometimes mumble. So yeah, that's a little bit of a concern, getting my practice in.
For like phone calls or
talking to clients, interviewing, finding out what their offers are, how they're behaving.
Yeah, I don't know, Bobby. To me, you're very, very understandable to me.
Yeah. I didn't have any problems at all.
Yeah, I
guess it's in my head.
Yeah, you're very I have people from New York I understand less than I understand you.
Well, I was wondering, with Dan being from Europe, is he looking more to work with U.S. clients or European clients?
You know, I would really encourage you to do you speak what language do they speak in Romania? I'm showing
Romanian basically. Yeah. So the only foreign language I actually know is English. I got a couple of friends that speak a lot of languages, so maybe I can do stuff with them. But my only concern is that in Romania and this part of Europe and Europe in general, they don't really build lists like people in the US do.
But they do in the UK and they do.
Exactly. Yeah. English-speaking countries. Yeah. And I'm thinking about, looking for some stuff in the Scandinavians. Like they really have big ticket stuff simply because they spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
Their economy is built that way. They earn a lot, they spend a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, there's all kinds of different ways to slice and dice this. But that's really perceptive, Bobby. I've got a colleague named Francis Wolf. He actually translated one of my products into French. That's all he does. He takes products from one place and he translates them over to other places. And it kind of gives you a competitive advantage too. It's like if you're the people working with, if you work with the UK or the certain area, the Scandinavian, muscle and fitness places, it's like, it's just going to be easier to do those things. The example I have on that, I had a gentleman who was a real cowboy. He was from North Dakota, but he was a real cowboy named Bradley Buller. And he had this, he sounded like a cowboy and all these things. And I was helping him find a service business to go into. It turned out that there's hundreds, if not thousands, of dude ranches. And a dude ranch is basically where people come and they learn about cows and what it's like to live on a ranch, right? And they'll pay $500,000, $2,000, $5,000 to come on these dude ranches. Well, guess what the dude ranches know about? They know about cows and life, and they don't know nothing about marketing, right? But when some dude from New York calls them, some big city slicker, he's a big city slicker, right? But when Bradley Buller calls him a cowboy and says, hey, I'm basically a cowboy that knows some of this marketing stuff. I can help you get more, they call them guests, I think, get more guests at your dude ranch, would it make sense to have a conversation about it? Like, oh, hell yeah, right? But, you get all those guys from New York City it was just like, so sometimes we can use what we already have as an advantage. So that's another thing for you to think about, is just like, think about like even your dialect or where your geography is. How could that be an advantage? It's going to be a disadvantage. Like if they're not building big lists in Romania, but that's okay. But somewhere it might be even a bigger advantage for you to be working with the European side of it, UK side of it, or English-speaking countries, right? But yeah, your English to me is fine. So
you can go down under, mate.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I recently had a conversation with a girl I work from Texas, and she said she talked to some Australian guys for, I don't know, some project, and they literally couldn't understand each other. Like they can't communicate at all.
I've had that challenge sometimes.
Yeah, she had a really thick Texan accent, and they had a really thick Australian accent, and couldn't understand each other for.
I have a client from the UK, believe it or not, and he's from a little town called Conwy. But I have to have Skype on or Zoom on and see his face, because otherwise I cannot understand. I cannot understand them. I mean, like, dude, are we speaking the same language? It's like, but yeah, I'm a little bit more familiar with them now. But yeah, at first it was really tough. But you're really simple. You're really easy. So yeah, I think gently. That's all in your head. You do just fine. So
I have to connect you with some of my family from South Carolina. You'll know you don't have a problem. They do.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, awesome, guys. Again, congratulations. I think we're going to just do some crazy, crazy stuff. Like nobody in the world's doing this stuff. It's what gets me so excited. I just like pushing the envelopes on new stuff, but making it simple at the same time. So congrats. If you need anything, just reach out to me.
Another thing that really pushed me in this direction, I've heard people say, hey, you ought to get in Bitcoin. It's like, yeah, it's at its all-time high. You ought to get in real estate. It's at its all-time high. And I'm like, what are you going to do when this stuff corrects and crashes a little bit? And it's like, this seems like it's perpetual. It's
absolutely. Yeah, and deal making will always be here. There will always be resourceful people that know they're only mining 10 or 15% of their resources, and they're just waiting for somebody that's good at making an offer at a no-risk offer. We'll talk more about that later on.
Well, especially like if a recession did hit the economy, I mean, this might make them even more interested in it, because
absolutely,
exactly.
Yeah.
You're not charging them anything up front, as far as I understand it. I mean, you're working out a deal there for revenue share. But
we do, we do get a refundable deposit, but
the risk is a lot less there.
Absolutely, yeah. It makes it so easy. And really, when we get on the phone or when we're talking to them, we're trying to determine if we want to do business with them. And they're. And I just come out and say, look, there's one of me. I've got a waiting list until February. I know you guys will have. I'll tell you how to position that. But what I want to do is see, like, I'll just tell them, like, I want to go on a first date with you, right? But I'm not going to guarantee you after the second date, right? But yeah, tell me what your list size, what's your offer, what are you doing now, like why. How is your offer different than the other offers, right? So they're really putting me in there, and then so I don't want to get too deep into that. But yeah. Anytime you can take the risk out for people, and especially for bigger companies, they're more concerned about time risk. Like they don't want to buy a training program. Not, you know, I don't know if there's anything wrong with a training program, but they don't want to buy a training program. Really, it's just more hassle for them to go through, or for their people to go through. And they don't want to risk their reputation, right? That's the last risk that we usually have to deal with, is like, what kind of emails are you going to be sending out? Are you going to make me look good, or are you going to make me look bad? Usually when they're asking you that one, though, you know you're going to get the deal. But we completely eliminate the money risk for them. So it's like, I've had clients tell me, I can't think of anywhere to say no. You know, so I'm like, well, awesome. So that means overdoing it then, right? Yeah. Awesome.
My PayPal link.
Yeah. But yeah, so it really is. It's simple to get clients, but not so simple to get the right clients, because a lot of your hassles and headaches will come if you get the wrong client. They get too excited to take on that. Oh, I have a database I haven't mailed in a year. No, like, and they're like, oh, it's huge, right? Like, oh, 200,000. Oh, we see the dollar sign. No, it's like, I would much rather have like a 10,000 person list that knows who they are and good reputation. Will make a whole lot more money with that. Preferably, I'd rather have 1,000 person customer list, right? That's bought $2,000 products, right? And they have a mastermind that they haven't sold for 10K. I can make a killing on that one, right? So, but we'll get into all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, it's hard to go.
Well, thank you for your time today, Travis. Really appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Thank you guys. And again, we're going to get to know each other a lot better, and we'll be able to celebrate some victories. I'm sure we'll cry a little bit on each other's shoulders at sometimes, you know. But that's kind of what's going to make it fun. So.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
Nice meeting you, Dan.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Nice meeting you.
Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Been talking with a few of you, and some of the folks in the group about prospecting and leads, and not only that, but like getting people, once they've said yes, keeping them moving through the relationship, so we actually get to that first date. So I'm just going to do this in a pop quiz format. Maybe that would take some pressure off, because you can just shout out an answer, and we may not know who it is if it's wrong. I don't know. If you're British, you might want to come up with an English accent or something, or you just don't mind being getting the answer right or wrong. That's awesome too. But I wanted to focus us on what is, as Beamers, what is the problem that we solve for almost every partner or every client. If you want to say, what is the problem that we solve? And we can say it in one word. It's a blank problem, if that will help. But what is the problem that we solve? Anybody want to throw out their
present pain
answer? I like it.
Present pain.
Perfect. Present pain. And what is the present pain that most business owners, not all, but almost all business owners have?
Timer. I mean, it's in timer. It's hard. It varies, I think.
It kind of varies, but this is why we're doing the pop quiz, right? Most of the time, they're trying to solve one problem. Or make that problem
customer
better.
volume.
Yeah, customer volume. But what's another word for that? What's another word for that?
Average?
More sales. Yeah, there we go. I since that was the right answer, I'll call you out. Yes, sales. Sales problems, right? Like, sometimes it's profit, but they usually don't lay in bed at night thinking about how do I solve my profit problem, right? And they usually don't lay in bed either saying, like, how do I reduce my expenses? Now, some people might, right? But if profit is sales minus expenses, most of the time we are trying to solve a sales problem or a sales challenge. Hang on one second. I've muted a couple of you guys out. We're trying to solve a sales problem, right? So if we're in a cocktail party, let's say, or if we're at a conference, right, and we're having just some chit-chat, right, what might be a way that we can start, and let's say the conference is full of business people, right? Let's say it's traffic and conversions or one of those things, right? What's something that we could start a conversation around that would be really natural and really easy after the personal, like, hey, I like your earrings, or hey, where are you from? Like, where would we take it from there?
How's business?
Yes! Oh my God! How's business? How's business doing? Now, the first answer that you're going to get is always the, oh, it's good. It's pretty good, right? But that's great. Like, so sales are, how's sales, right? You move the conversation to sales. And you could ask them, like, what are they doing for sales, right? How do you make your sale? Oh, we run webinars, right? And they go to our salespeople. Oh, that's awesome. Are you being hit by any of these ad increases? Oh my gosh, right? Or you can just simply say, what challenges are you finding that you have in the sales area? Well, you know, like we just put on, I'm just thinking of it was one of my conversations. I think there's some of the comments in the chat or something, but, you know, we just hired a couple of salespeople and their closing is really bad. Like I can close 70%, but they're closing less than 10%. Oh, wow. How are you going to solve that? I don't know. Like maybe get them some more training, and maybe I just hired the wrong people. Yeah, how long did it take you to hire these two, right? You're just talking with them. It took me a long time. I don't know if I can go through all that again. These are the same things that we can either do in chat, or if we're on a little Zoom coffee chat, right? We don't have to go that long. We can shorten them up, right? People will typically give shorter answers in a PM, right? But what's beautiful about what we do is we have a hammer that builds 1,001 things. We're the prettiest girls at the prom right now. And somebody says, like, yeah, like it's getting harder and harder to keep my salespeople busy because the lead cost is so high. And after I've had them talking about their problems for a while, again, problems for a while, again, problems for a while, again, problems for a while, problems for a while, problems for a while, and how they haven't been able to solve it, they're much more open to when I say, you know what it sounds like is you need a sales team or a salesperson, right, that can close a lot more deals in there that you don't have to train, right? And wouldn't it be cool if they could like drive their own sales leads? Like they own their own sales leads, right? Oh my God, that would be the answer to everything. Well, I don't know if I can help, but I invest in virtual teams like that for the right people, right? Or if we're talking about, it doesn't matter what their sales problem is almost, like we can almost help any sales problem. This is what I really, really want you guys to get, right? If they're like, well, my biggest problem is I don't have enough leads. Right? The leads are getting so expensive, I just don't have enough. I used to have enough, but I don't have enough anymore. So I might say, well, are you really looking for leads, or do you just want more sales? Yeah, if I could, I said, if you can make more sales with fewer leads, would you be open to that? Absolutely. That would be the answer to my prayers, right? Oh, well, that's interesting. Because we've been able to drive 50K, 100K in sales without one new lead. I don't know if I can do that for you, but would that be something that you might want to have a conversation around? Absolutely. Right? This is like, is this making sense? Like, give me a yes, a verbal yes if it's making sense to you guys.
Yes.
Awesome. One person. That's great. Oh, good.
Good. Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Just takes a little while to get off the mute button, right?
Yeah, the mute
So
takes a while.
what's the magic trick? The magic trick is just like if you grew up in cold weather when your dad or your mom or whoever taught you how to drive on the ice, like your natural inclination is to turn away from the slide, right? If you start sliding in ice, you want to turn into the slide, but our natural inclination is to turn away from the slide. If we catch on fire, what are we supposed to do? Like we learned this in elementary school. If we catch on fire, what are we supposed to do?
Roll on the ground.
That's right. Stop, drop, and roll, right? Stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll. Stop. And they pound that into our head. Why? Because we have a tendency when we catch on fire to run like hell, which gives the fire more oxygen, right? If you're out in California and an earthquake, like there's all kinds of drills to get under the desk, right? Find some place to get under the desk. So the magic here, and somebody said like, wow, you make this look so easy, you make it look elegant, and I have had a lot of practice, but the biggest thing that makes a difference is I am constantly turning the conversation into the problem, right? Not only just at the beginning of the conversation, but even after it gets going. Like, somebody was saying, hey, he's gone kind of quiet. Well, here's the thing. Nobody wants the product. They don't They don't want to run the damn campaign. But if you steer into the problem and you say, hey, when are we going to get started on making those 15K sales or those 20K sales? If you want to get started this year, right, I might say this, if you want to get started this year, it's super important that I get it on my calendar right now. Am I moving too fast for you, or should we get that on the calendar right now? If you want to make the 20K sales next year, or even the following year after that, we have all the time in the world. Right? But sometimes the way that I say this is like, I just come out, and again, this is your leadership, right? And we all bite off more than we can chew. I've got projects that are stuck in the hopper as well, right? We all bite off more than we can chew. So especially your movers and shakers will appreciate when you say something like, hey, if we don't set a date for this, I realize that we never get it done, right? If you would like to make the sales, don't say if you would like me to run your campaigns, because they don't want that. You'd like to start bringing in these sales in December, we need to get it on the calendar now, right? Or whatever your time frame is, right? Hey, if you got more availability, you could say, I could actually get you on in the middle of August. If you're ready to put it on the calendar now, love to start making those 20K sales for you. And at every step of the way, we remind them, we turn into the problem that they're having, not into the product or the service. I'm not trying to boast, but I had a call yesterday that was over Facebook Live. He was in Israel, and we had a horrible connection. I could barely hear half the stuff that he was saying, but I just kept him talking about his problem. That's all I did, right? I just kept him talking about his problem, and I said, so what it sounds like you need, right, because his problem was like the same thing a lot of people have. Like he's been running webinars. He's got a 7-figure business. He's been running webinars to salespeople, right? But he's not getting as many leads as he used to. It's not as profitable as it used to be, right? So I'm like, what it sounds like is you need like leads, free if you can get them, right? And somebody that close them for you, right? Without having to manage. That was the other problem, right? It's like if you don't have enough leads, like your salespeople go nuts, right? If you have too many leads, then you load them down, right? But I could barely hear what this guy was saying. I couldn't even tell. Like I think he has like 800 people on a like $2,000 a month program or something, right? I can't even. I said, look, dude, like if you want to do this, like I'm going to have to email you some questions, right? He's like, oh, yes, I totally want to do it, right? But I couldn't even, like, he didn't even hear hardly anything that I said other than, like, let me summarize what you just said, blah, 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 blah. It sounds like what you need is blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh, my God, that would be perfect. That would be so genius. So now I got to send him a bunch of questions, right, and then follow up. Hopefully we can get a better connection than we had the other day. Does that make sense? Like I could barely talk, right? It's the listening. It's the getting them to talk about their problems, right? Getting them to talk about their problem. Like, yeah, I got this going on, this going on. Like, what have you done to try to solve it? Well, we tried this, we tried that. Getting them to see that they don't have the solution, right? And then just saying, hey, I have an idea, or would you be open to a suggestion? Or, hey, that's exactly what I do. I help people out with that, right? Like, holy crap. So I just wanted to put that out there as a, kind of pop quiz. All we do, guys, is solve sales problems. Is it hard or easy to get business people to talk about business and sales? Hard or easy?
Easy.
Easy. Ah, it's really easy. Right? Super easy. And when they start telling us about the problems, if we can summarize it, right? Sounds like what might help is blah, 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 blah. I'm not sure I could help with that, but maybe I can. Would it make sense to jump on a call for 10 minutes and find out? However you want to say it. I like to say virtual coffee, right? Let's do some virtual coffee together. So the thing I want you to take away from this, turn into the problem. Turn into the problem. Keep turning. Whenever you're in doubt, turn into the problem. Right? It always comes back to Pat's on Hell Island, right? What's the problem on Hell Island? What has Pat tried to do? What are the different options Pat has tried to get off of Hell Island? Get her to talk about those things, right? And then, hey, it sounds like what you need is this, which is positioned perfectly based off what they've told you, right? What's the other thing that, well, they don't want to pay a $10,000 a month retainer, right? They don't want to pay that. So when you come in, say like, yeah, we don't even do that.
What you want something? You don't want hamburger?
Hang on 1 second. Awesome. Okay, so I muted a couple of you guys. I know it's kind of hard. You don't know how sensitive your microphone's in the background, but let me assure you they're very, very sensitive. Let's go ahead and open it up. I know you guys got some questions. I realize that it's a little harder to talk with this. Can anybody still hear me?
I can hear you.
Good. All right. So,
Well, Travis, can I jump in there then?
You sure can.
Cool, thank you. So I did my offer call the other day, and I just basically followed the worksheet. So it says like, who are you writing to? What's the present pay? What's the gain? I just went through it basically and asked the questions. And I started out by asking her about what her products are and what the prices are, and just some more detail about the products before we got into that other stuff. And the interesting thing is she's made a lot of sales. She's got the target market, first of all, was a bit confusing because in her webinar she basically says it's for any agency owners, and she names like 6 different kinds of agency owners. But her blog, which she's got 20,000 subscribers, email addresses from, is specifically for communications and PR. It's the #1 communications and PR blog in the world, and her own agency is a PR agency. So, I mean, I didn't want to start really advising her about what her target market should be, but it would seem to me to make sense that she targets PR agencies. There's enough of them to make enough sales to get very, very rich. Yet she's made it very broad. And so, for example, she was targeting, she said, digital marketers who run Facebook ads. And that was what I've been doing for the last 3 years.
Yep.
But her webinar just did not speak to me at all. She was using PR terminology that I've never heard of. And so I did kind of advise her that politely. And she said, wow, that's really interesting. I'm going to have to give that some thought. However, she still managed to sell 50, this is just this year, she sold 58 of her 5K program and 54 of her 15K program.
Yeah. So here's what you do. Like, you get out of theory, right? I completely agree with you from a theory standpoint, but you ask her, like, so tell me about one of the people that paid 15K, or tell me about the people that paid 5K. Who's actually in there? Are they PR firm executives, or are they digital marketers? Tell me about those people. So that's what I usually focus on, is who's actually purchased. But you're probably right, and almost always that there's going to be an 80-20 situation going on or a 90-10, and it's very common that people will be too general in their communication, right? And part of it is because they're afraid, like, they don't understand that you can keep selling the same thing. You just want to target the communication down to it. So what you might email her or PM her, just say, can you go through like the 58 people, like you have them in a database, and just can you tell me like what kind of agencies do they own?
Okay.
And if she's worked with them at all on any kind of level, she'll probably know. If she doesn't know those, ask about the ones that she sold the 15K thing to, right?
And then what should I do with the answers to that question? So let's say, I mean, she could say, yeah, they're all general, or she might say, well, look, 90% of them are PR agencies.
Yep. So then you got your answer. You want to focus your campaign on PR agencies.
Right, okay. Now, the next thing was...
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was finding it tricky to hone in on which product we were going to sell and how to decide, and whether it needs to be exactly one of these products or something where we add a bonus and make it a special edition, or how do you decide that?
Mm-hmm. Well, I like to sell the thing that's already proven. So if she sold
they're both proven.
58 of the, well, one's more proven than the other. One has more price than the other one, right? But if she sold 58 of the 5K thing, that would probably
go with. Yeah, she actually said. Yeah, she said that she thinks that in her audience there's more buyers for the 5K program.
Yeah, so that may be true or not, but here's the cool thing that leads really good into a second date, because let's say you come in and you sell 10 people into a 5K thing, like you can run a second helping campaign as a second date to those 10 people, and probably up-level them to their 15K thing, or you can make it a 20K thing. But I would make it easy on, like, it doesn't really, just because the price is more doesn't make it harder necessarily, but I would go with the one that has more proof, right? So I'd probably just go with the 5K thing, right? It's something, it's easier to believe on a first date, like, oh, you're going to sell these 5K things. It's easier for them to wrap their head around than you're going to sell a 50K thing without getting on the phone, right?
And when do you decide whether to increase, how do you decide whether to increase the price or not?
Yeah, so I almost always try to increase it, but if she hasn't had any specificity before, right, then you add the specificity in, right, with PR agency. So you make it the special edition for PR people or whatever that thing is, right? And they'll probably have a little bit different wants and needs, or maybe she's got a bonus or something that she's not talking about, right, that you highlight inside of the offer. But a lot of times, like, they are not poking the present pain. They're way out into the future, right? So you figure out, and I don't know PR executives too much, but you figure out what is the thing that's keeping them awake at night, right? And you make it about solving that one problem, just like we were talking about with sales, right? Because sales is pretty broad, but if we can give them, they're not really buying you in more sales, or they're buying less headaches, less hassle, less management, right? Not taking a risk when we come in, right? So what is it, here's the what is it they're absolutely fed up with that we can give them a new and exciting way out, right, that nobody else is doing. So that's what I try to figure out in the offer if I can. Sometimes we can't always get to the only person, right? But if we can say, hey, I'm the only person for blank who want to do blank without blank, like we're like 75% of the way home. That's why it's like getting Let me say that again. So we can, hang on a second, I'm sucking on a, I'm sucking on a cough drop. I'm not being rude, but I've got a little bit of a cough. We say, this is the only solution for blank, who wants to blank, which is usually solving whatever problem it is, right? Without blank, all the shit they don't want with it, right? We're halfway home. But most of the people, our partners, aren't that clear, right? But we get that clear, makes the value proposition better, right? So if we're getting 5K, we can probably make it 2 payments at 5K. Like if she sold it at 5K, that almost always go up by a multiple that they've sold before, right? So you can just make it 2 payments at 5K. That way your 40% comes out of the 10K and she's still $1,000 ahead, right? You can make the payments a little bit different too if you want to. You can make it 4 payments of 3K, right? But we've got a T3 where we can test this stuff out simply by just alternating the T3 with the different price points. But I almost always say increase the price. What's the value proposition? Remember, the value proposition is not, I'm not yelling at you, I'm yelling at everything in general, but it is not how many meetings they're going to get, or how much one-on-one time, or how many DVDs, or how many hours of video. What is the value proposition? Give me blank and I'll give you what? Give me 10K and I'll give you what?
Well, she said that most of her buyers have been laid off. They're people that have worked for big agencies. They've been laid off and they go and start their own agency. And the 5K product is the jump start. It's about how to really get all the nuts and bolts of starting your own agency and getting your first clients.
Perfect. So give me 10K.
The 15K product is how to scale once you're at a certain point. You've hit a plateau.
Perfect. Dude, that's beautiful. So give me 10K. I'll show you how to start your agency, get your first few clients or whatever it is, right, without taking out a $100,000 business loan, right, or going into HOC or second mortgaging your house. Does it sound like a good proposition, you know? What is the client, if they took on a PR firm or client, what is that client worth to them? Do they get paid on a retainer?
I believe
$2K
so.
a month, $5K a month?
I need to clarify that.
Yeah, so that's where you kind of get into the justification. It's like, give me 10K, right, and I'll show you how to start your agency. And I don't know if she does this, I'm just talking to start your agency, where if she helps them get the first client, that's awesome. But you could say, I'll say start the agency where the typical client is a $5,000 a month retainer. Now they're thinking, now I need 2 clients. If I've got one client, right, and it's $5K a month, that investment's really worth it. May even be too low, right? It's like, for 10K, you're going to help me get my first $5K a month client. That sounds almost too good to be true, right? And I'm going to show you how to do it without taking out a second mortgage and without a business loan, going into debt. We'll bootstrap it, or whatever her magic is, whatever that without is, right?
Okay, thank you for that. And what are the next steps then after the offer call? Should I send out the letter of understanding and then start looking for my copywriters?
Yep. Yeah. Send out your once you got it, just put it in a letter of understanding. You got a couple examples there. Have her sign it. You want to set up a date, like what's your live date? Give yourself some time, you know.
How long do you recommend?
Well, it just depends on, like, everybody moves at different speeds, right? But I would probably say at least 3 weeks, maybe 4 if you need to get a copywriter up to speed on it, right?
Okay.
But I would go, there's a checklist for everything, like the whole onboarding process that Casey's put together that he uses to go through the whole thing. But yeah, just want to get clear on the offer, right? So here's what you might have to have another little mini offer call. Here's what I'd like to do. We'll sell this offer. We'll make it 2 payments of $5K or whatever you want to do it with, right? You know, and now what I want to do is like set the date, right? Just get the date set.
Cool.
Really, to start the campaign is this for everybody. Like we've been starting it off with surveys, just a little North Star survey. And they'll say, let us test the list, get some symptoms that we can use in the marketing, make sure we're on track. So you can start the campaign with a simple survey, right? They're super easy to do. Gets you, make sure they're not having any emailing problems, getting stopped out or spam problems or any of those kind of things, right? And then you can follow on that survey. I think Casey just updated it with your first email talking about the survey, right? And then, hey, keep your eyes open for me. It kind of sets the list and sets the list owner up for what's going to come next, right? And then you want to have your T3 and your T2 done, right? And then you drop your first T1. And you just steer as you go along.
Hey Travis, could you repeat that little process one more time about the survey?
Yeah, it's in the onboarding document. But so you run a survey, right? You basically say, hey, I want to start talking about some new cool stuff. Want to make sure that you want to hear about it, right? Would you take a few minutes to take a minute and answer these 3 questions, right? They click on it, they go fill out the survey, gives you some data, right? After the survey, you come up, and usually the subject line is thank you. Hey, just wanted to thank you for taking that little survey. We got, all these kind of questions in. Are you curious what some of the challenges are people are having? And you talk about the challenges a little bit, and you say, that's exactly what we solve over here. I'm curious if you'd be okay, or would it be okay with you if I stop back by a little bit more often and talk to you, right? Even want to experiment a little bit, so I might be talking to you a little differently than I've talked to you in the past. Is what I'm doing. I'm setting up if the tone is a little bit different, right, or the writing is a little bit different than what they're used to. And then I'll give them a little special email address. Just let us know your thoughts, right? And you can look at the template that's in there. That just kind of sets them up. And then when you come in, you drop in a nappy T1 or a T1 that gives a little bit of insight but makes an offer, right? And that's it. Make sure you have your T2 written up and your T3 written up. Got your payment links and all that kind of good stuff.
under what circumstances would you take them to a Facebook Hopper group and then do a social T3?
Well, yeah, we haven't done a lot of that yet for clients, right? So I don't have any answers on that. If they have a big Facebook group that they're not monetizing, like I certainly might give that a whirl, right? We do have we've kind of bombed out on his email list because he didn't really use his email list a lot. But the reason why I wanted to do some stuff with him is he's got a really great IG and Facebook group following. So I wanted to try to get some data, but they wouldn't even fill out a survey. That's how not many people wanted to fill out the survey, right? So I'm like, dude, I just want to drop this because you've got a pretty good sized social following. So if you're open to it, we can try to roll it with that. He's like, yeah, I'm open to it. But I would stick with the email first, right, for the direct mail. And then if they have a social following, make that kind of a second date. Or third date. It's kind of similar. You just set up your Facebook page with the messenger, and you would tee off in the posts. There's pluses and minuses to that, but the challenge with the Facebook groups is that they're either going to have to make you an admin or introduce you to the group, or you got to log in with them, which I don't like. But you can set up a page that looks just like them. They'll come in and post to the page. I haven't noticed it has been getting less engagement, but people say, oh, if you posted a page, if you even link a page up to your group, you're going to screw your engagement. I have not found that to be the case, but that's the rumor right now. But I never go off what people say. I look for data, right? And so far, like, we make lots of money doing it. So there's that rumor out there. But I'd be more open to doing it once we have the offer. Like once we have a T3 lined up, that's the thing. Once your offer is working, then you want to try to take it out and expand it. You're working in an email, make it work in direct mail. Then if they have a Facebook group or some kind of following, go make it work there. Because once your offer is working, then it's so much easier, right? So I would just recommend nice and slow. Email's a little bit slower of a medium, right? Gives you time to think in between responses, right? If they're PMing you, sometimes you got to be quicker on your feet, right? So sometimes getting it hashed out in a slow environment and getting your offer set up is a lot better than kind of going into the faster paced environment. There's pluses and minuses. The other thing, the faster paced environment is you fail faster and you figure out your offer faster, right? So there's pluses and minuses.
Once you've had your first day and you're successful with it, then you've got that relationship built with the client. You can start looking at marketing their other programs.
Yeah, it changes everything. Yeah, they will be like excited most of the time, even if it's going moderately well for you or not even that well. Like, we've had campaigns that have done like 50K, and I mean, I don't want to sound like an elitist, but that's just not enough for me. Right? Like, it's like a 50K campaign. Like, it's just not worth the hassle for me. But that might be a great campaign for them. Maybe it'd be a great campaign for some of you guys, right? Like 50K on your, like my first campaign was 28K, right? So that's kind of the way you progress. And I was really happy with the 28K, right? It was like 10K in the door. So like I'm just saying, like sometimes when it's moderately successful for you, the hardest thing you have to do is let them down. Say, hey, I don't think this is going to work out for us, right? And that does happen quite a bit. Like especially once you got your sea legs on, because you're going to realize, like, dude, like, why am I working so hard for a 50K campaign when it can be a 100 or 150K campaign when you make triple the money? Or they got an ongoing. So we've got this is a first date, but we've got a 50K program we're on a first date with right now at a 40%. So it's a 5K a month. So it'll come in at 2K a month for the firm, right? So if that one works out, then we just fill her up on that one. Much easier to get a client to the $200, $300 a month sales level at 50K at a time. And it's really not that much more difficult. That's what I'm just saying. It's like you'll as you grow, like you'll be even more selective.
Okay. Thanks, Travis.
Fantastic questions. Yeah, and I just wanted to focus on that for a little while because I know a lot of people are in that stage. So.
So all the stuff in the Mojo group, you know, about naps and building the bond and the relationship and all that, getting the ball closer and closer to the hole, still applies. This is kind of like a super personal, super intimate putt, right? So if you imagine the golf ball, maybe it's almost in putting range, but maybe you have to tap it in a couple times, right? So that's kind of why I'm calling it the T3 for tap, tap, tap. But all that stuff applies. Like if you just like bought cold leads, you know, and they're cold leads, probably you need to warm them up a little bit to make it work, right? But this really, really relies on being super personal and super intimate with people. And it also requires elbow grease because we do a lot of the replying inside of the Gmail or whatever your customer service account is. Now that's something you can give off.
I mean, in the chat?
No chat.
No chat?
No chat. We can do chat.
That's okay. I'm just, okay.
Yeah. So all we're doing is we're replying back to emails. So I'll kind of give you the overview. So T1 is a hand raiser. So the T1, we want them to raise their hand, and they raise their hand by replying back to the email. Then we have a T2 email, which is basically a qualifier. And so we reply back with a T2. So for my particular case, the first thing I had to know is, can they make the dates?
Mm-hmm.
So the T2 is basically, can you make the dates? And then whatever qualifiers we need in order for them to be a good client or a good fit. So in my case, you have 500 openers. You have a $500 offer, right? Or tell me a little bit about your email list, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so there's the qualifier. In your case, it could be you need to have 5 hours a week. You can come to the training and go out and do the exercises and meet men and do all those kind of things. And you have to be open, right? You can't be, you can't bring your past with you. You're gonna have to be open to whatever it is. So that might be like your qualifier email.
For the T1.
And that would be T2.
T2, okay.
So T1's the hand raiser.
Okay.
I'm going to show you all these examples. I'm going to give you examples too. T2 is just the qualifier. So again, we're very personal because most people just don't say yes. They don't say, yeah. They say, oh yeah, I've been following you for a long time. Oh yeah, this sounds like exactly what I need. Or, oh yeah, I've been struggling with this and this. It sounds really, really helpful. So we want to personalize just a little bit and then lead into the qualifier. And then we say, hey, and we don't say if you qualify because that's not very personal, right? But we say, if that sounds like a fit or if you can make those dates or whatever, reply back and I'll give you the rest of the information. And then that goes to T3, which in essence, it's a G3 order form, but in an email format. And we just reply back to the hand raisers and the qualified people. And then they tell us if they're in, right? It is that freaking simple. Now, there's a few things where we can follow up with the hand raisers. We can follow up with the qualified people that didn't respond back. I'm going to show you those examples. But in essence, we basically, what I recommend is writing the T3 email first. Then work on the T1. If you don't fill out the program off of one email, send out another T1 style email, right? The T2 email is probably the simplest because it's just like, hi, here's the 2 things you need to make this a good fit, reply back for more information. Then we send them the T3, which is basically a G3 in email format. We don't ask them for any money there. Matter of fact, we said, we don't send me any money. Just let me know if you're in. And then we follow up and get their payment. And I would say probably 70% of the people that say I'm in, you just get the payment. Then I got the email in there to send them as well. And they just take care of the payment. Boom, they're in. It's so... and of course, obviously, you have such a big list. Like you're not going to want to sit there all day responding back. So you just have the templates and say if they say this, give them this. If they say this, give them that. Right. So your people would do it. But what makes it work is because the intimacy level is so high.
Yes.
That it just works a dream. So let me share my screen. And I'm still getting used to old Zoom here. So hopefully we can make this work. Let me bring up my file box here. Let's go back here. Just share it. It might look weird for a second because I'm sharing you. So,
okay.
That's not it.
No, that was it. You had it.
There we go. So you should see it in my files right now. Basically, it's a file folder called T3 Mojo. So you can do all kinds of different things for T1s, but most of the time they're going to be like NAP style emails, right? But just the call to action is different. But here's the first one that I did. And this one got me a few people to raise their hand. Got me a lot of people to raise their hand, not as many to actually come into the program. But this will look really familiar to you, like you did one when you started your 6 weeks to a secured man promo. It's kind of the feeler, right? But this subject line worked really, really well. I got about a 50% higher open rate than I normally do with this. And it sets the tone that they need to respond back. And I'm going to give you all these files, Bob. So, but it's just, howdy. I'm putting together a few folks together at my home for 3 days and showing them how to take an email list and turn it into $500 to $5,000 sales. Again, really, really short, really, really clear, right? We don't use any phone calls, webinars, or videos either. It's just kind of like the without part of the headline formula, without blank, right? Just simple emails in an order form. Now, I could have left this part out, but I wanted to open it up just a little bit to people that may not have a list. But I could have just left this part out. And I just say, would you like to join us? Or would you like to come, right? And that's it, Bob. I had like over 50 replies.
That's just amazing, something that short.
Yeah. So I had over like 50 replies, and I can't remember. I put a couple people in just off of this one email. But
so I don't even see a call to action like email back. I mean, would you have to join us?
No, you don't want that. Because that's not what we naturally say. Like, here's the thing. We really want this to be like, if you bumped into somebody at Walmart,
right, that
would be a good fit, you might say, hey, Bob, good to see you, right? Hey, boy, I'm putting together a few folks at my home for 3 days and showing them how to take an email list and turn it into $500 to $5,000 sales. We don't use phone calls, webinars, or videos. They're just simple emails in an order form. Would you like to come over and join us? right? And then they're going to respond back with yes. And it might say, yes, how much is going to cost? Yes, is there a cost? So there might be all kinds of responses, right? But we just want them to raise their hand and say, yes, I'd be interested. So by saying, hey, reply back to this email or click here and fill out this form, it's going to take away from some of the intimacy factor, right? So that's kind of why we do that. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do the other T1, and then because that'll help make sense. So here's another T1 example. This one did really, really well. If it'll come up here. So I made this as a Facebook post as well, but I did it as an email. So what kind of car could you buy with one Rainmaker promo to your email list? This is just standard like NAP style email, like I would always probably send out, right? I'm not going to go every word with you, but if you got a small email list, let's have a bit of fun. Travis popping by real quick. If you like me, you may not have Ferrari or Lambo taste, right? I'm just dialing it. I'm a real dude. My wife drives a Nissan Juke, and I roll down the highway in my Armada, happy as clams, right? But how fun would it be to explore? Then I talk about like what kind of email list, what kind of car could your email list buy, right? And then at the end, if you've got an email list that's getting 500 opens or more, come out to my house for our next email mojo workshop. It's May 5th to 7th. I'd love to hang out. I'd love to have you, and I can give you everything you need to make it happen for you. A few folks have already claimed their spots on our big white sofa, but it just won't be the same without you, right? So, real personal. I don't have a fancy sales page. I hope you won't mind. That's a good point. Like they're gonna be like, oh, where's the sales page? I'm just gonna tell them up front. Just reply back to this email and let me know if you can come or if you've got questions, right? This PS, I kind of opened it up a little with the PS, but it wasn't that important, right? So these are like T1. We just want to get them to raise their hand, say, yeah, I'm interested. I played with this one by go ahead and putting the dates in, which suppressed a lot of the response because like, oh, I've got to like check. And this responses came in for days on this one because what happens is I got to, let me check my calendar, right? Again, so I don't think it's going to be, if it's an online program, say, hey, we're going to all get together every Thursday for the next 4 weeks. It's going to be online. Would you like to join us? I don't think you're going to get that same slowdown, right?
Do you find that actually helps? If this is oh, I'm sorry, this is T1. I said, never mind.
Yeah, this is T1.
So this is at this point, that's not in there unless you think it's really necessary for T1.
Yeah. And because I got so many responses before, I thought, what would happen again? Like this is new-ish stuff. This stuff I've been using like to do webinars and small intimate webinars and stuff, but I'm just really putting it into a system now for you guys and how we can use it.
Okay.
But yeah, so I wanted to like throttle some of the responses and just let them know and find out if they're available for this day. So that was kind of like I didn't know which way to go, but you can always send out another email. Like if I would have not filled up all the spots from this one, I probably would have sent out another email with a different angle, right?
Okay.
So let's go look at T2. T2 is probably the easiest one. Get my mouse to cooperate here. T2. So I have a couple different alternate ones. This is in the file T2. Again, we want to be really personal. Most people just don't say yes, right? They say, oh, like, yeah, I live in Florida, right? I can just drive up there or whatever they say, right? But we'll, so, hey, so great to hear you. Yeah, that might be a little bit of a drive, but, we'd love to have you over, right, from Florida, right? We just want to keep it personal, right? Dates are May 5th through the 7th, and we'll be at my home in Arkansas. If those dates work for you and you don't mind flying out here to learn how to turn your email list into $500 to $5,000 sales, let me know, and I can send you the rest of the deets. Now, if you don't say deets, you don't have to say deets. You can say info or, the plan or whatever makes, whatever Bob Grant would say, right? Now, what happened on this one is I didn't ask them about their list. So it got a little bit cumbersome because like, oh yeah, I can make the dates, but now I got to find out about their list. So I started asking both questions at the same time. Thank you for connecting. And then any personalization. 2 questions to start. 1, can you please tell me about your email list? And 2, can you make it out to Arkansas, May 5th through the 7th? You want to come in on the 4th because we get started early. Let me know, then I'll send you the rest of the 411. This is the one I went with most of all, right? Because they tell me a little bit about their list and let me know if they're qualified. And they said, yep, I can make it out. So this one worked extremely well. I had a couple Yahoos that didn't want to commit to a date. They're information seekers, right?
Right.
So this particular one, he's like, oh yeah. He's come back and said like, yeah, here's my list. And it was actually a pretty nice sized list. He's all, but anything's possible with a date. Well, that's not good enough for me, right? Like I don't let them if they don't qualify, I don't let them pass this point. So I said, nice. I do whatever personalization. With your list size, your rainmakers will likely be 20K to 30K. You can run one once a quarter, but the real fun and income is in what we do weekly. When you can 100% commit to the dates, let me know. No sense in hashing over this if you can't come. Right? So a couple people just never got back to me. One person was just like, oh, just give me the info and then I'll tell you if I can come. I'm just like, no, that's not the way I do, right? You just, I know they're just after the information, right? They're just
right.
Like what's the information? Can make the dates, but don't know about qualifier 2. Sometimes people don't answer both questions, or they might just say, yeah, I can make the dates, but then you got to find out about, whatever the other qualifier is. So this was this particular case. Hey, Lisa, great to see you. Can you tell me about a little bit about your email list, right? And if we work together, what outcome would make you happy? And you can modify that depending on what they're telling you, but I'm just kind of give you some other follow-ups here. But all we're trying to do is, what characteristics would they need to have and what time requirement would they need to have to be, to give them a really good chance of success in our program.
Mm-hmm.
So once they come back and say, yeah, I can make those dates. And again, I think with the online program, you're going to get a lot more people coming back saying, hey, I can set aside 5 hours a week, or, I can meet you at Thursday at 8 o'clock, for our online class or whatever. It'll be a lot easier. But then we go into the old T3. So let's open up the T3. So there's a couple really interesting things that I added to this as I was going around to it. But below these stars is pretty much the modified version of a G3, but I added some of this and it made it work so much better. So again, personalization, right? Because they're going to tell you about their list. They're going to tell you what they qualify for. They might tell you some more of the problems. So, if they say, for me, if they said that, yeah, I've got 3,000 opens on my list and I sell a $2,000 product, I'd be like, hi, wow, I'm so glad we connected. I can really help you. And that's exactly what we do, right? Mm-hmm. And I might add a little more, like one guy said, hey, the big thing is like, do you have a place to park? I've got a big RV, right? So I just had to answer some of those little personalization questions, mm-hmm. right? Doesn't mean that like if you don't have 2 personalizations, the whole thing's going to fail. But you do want to keep it like it's a conversation, right? Just don't mm-hmm. ignore their stuff.
Just like in person.
Yeah. And then, I always like, you can always tell like when people copy and paste stuff to you, right? And it's obvious I copied and pasted this. So I just get in front of it and I say, hope you won't mind if I copy and paste all the deets for you. I don't want to leave out anything important. And then I added this line in because it was taking me longer than I liked to get responses back. So I said, and I wanted to set some tone for urgency. Remember, we were talking, I don't know if you were mm-hmm. last week or not. We want to have some urgency, but we want it to be cool urgency. We don't want to be like, oh, God, 10 spots left. You got to get in now, right? Mm-hmm. Please let me know if you can make it or not as soon as possible because, and then whatever this because is, that is a good reason why. So for mine, I've got to make room reservations, right? I've got to make some room reservations because I take care of the hotel rooms when people mm-hmm. go down. And that worked really well. It got me responses back a lot faster, either yes or no, right? It's like, oh, hey, I really like that. Sorry, I can't, this doesn't look for me, or like it's for me, or or they might say, I can't come up with a $6,000, what can we do? Something like that. And then the rest of this is mostly a G3 order form, just modified a bit. We want to get like the main idea of it right away. So I reiterate, on May 5th to 7th in my home on my big white sofa, I'm putting together 6 good folks and showing them exactly how to take their email list or someone else's email list and generate 5 to 6 figure paydays with 6th grade, simple to write emails and without needing BSL webinars or phone calls. Then I give them we use our 60-minute G3 order form. I call this the Rainmaker, and it's just one of the things you walk away with you can profit from for years to come. And then over the weekend, now I get into like if there was modules, these are kind of like the modules, right? You and I will go over everything you need to run this for yourself or others. You'll also walk away knowing, and here's the biggest tip for writing these bullet points or the modules of what you're going to be teaching, is don't sell them sit-ups, sell them the 6-pack abs.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell them like, okay, so the first thing we're going to do is like, we're going to get you all laid out and we're going to put your arms behind your head. And then we're going to make you touch your knees to your elbows to your knees, right? And we're going to do that until you can't do it anymore. You're sweaty and exhausted. But keep on doing that. Oh boy, you'll be great about the results, right? We don't want to do that. So these are all abs, no sit-ups, right? As much as possible. How to turn your email list into passive income. I've mastered continuity, earned millions, and helped many others crush it with continuity. Nobody teaches this. If you want to sell by phone, secrets to getting more applications than you can handle for high-ticket products and services. Then I just kind of keep going through this, right? The different bullet points that we're going to cover inside of the group. We don't want to cover every little thing, but just enough to really produce that value, right? And then here's the frameworks. This is something I just know they like. My students get clients immediately too. Frameworks, examples, and templates galore and more, right? So if you know they like scripts or text messages, they can send out. I've got a whole armory of things to make it easier for you. Now I go into the questions. So I don't say here's the FAQs, right? So real personal. They know it's copied and pasted, and I tell them that. But I'd imagine you've got a bunch of O questions. At the risk of writing the Magna Carta, I'm going to answer some questions I'm sure you have below, right? And then I kind of just answer in a really non-bullshitty way the question, do I need my own product? It helps. We find great results for Email Mojo campaigns in the 500 to 5,000 range. I'll be sharing what I call medium ticket mojo, and I'll work with you to come up with a $500 to $2,000 product in 2 hours, just in case you don't have your own offer or need to bump up your price. Of course, we can sell someone else's product. Also, with some Email Mojo and a little elbow grease, you can sell just about anything: services, products, digital, workshops, etc. So we just kind of want to answer those questions. Here's the bonuses. Are there any bonuses? You bet. And then I tell them, what bonus. If you have 500 bonuses or 5 bonuses, I don't know, I blow out every single bonus, maybe just the big ones, right? Then I go where and when. Again, I repeat it again. You cannot repeat stuff enough. It will be at my home. And even through all this, Bob, I'd have people say, oh, this is online. Oh, so this is at your house? Right. So it's like, oh, okay, well, let me think about that. It will be at my home in Arkansas, the Mojo Shack. Little Rock Airport is kind of a pain in the butt to fly into. But once you're here, everybody loves it because the Mojo Shack is on top of a hill overlooking a beautiful lake. And this is where you might say, where and when. So, hey, we'll have to show up at, 6 o'clock, on Thursday evenings. I realize you may be a little bit tired from work and everything. I know you're busy. But everybody loves it because they get what they need, So dial it back a little bit. Don't take it too negative, but here I'm dialing it back to make up for the hassle. I'll pay for your hotel suite. We also pull out our Southern hospitality and feed you like family while you're here. Again, try to make it personal, right? We even got a country club here, and I'll take you there for dinner one night. We always have a blast. Again, the dates are May 5th through 7th. I recommend coming on the 4th because we get started early. Then how much it be? And then here's where I use my IVQ. If you're going to take them back to the pain, right? To swing that. If you've got or your client has 500 opens, it will cost you a fortune to miss. Do the math above. With that said, your investment for Email Mojo is $6,000. Most of my students make that back in 6 emails, give or take, as long as they've got 500 openers and a $500 product. Or a $1,000 product they're promoting as an affiliate at a 50% commission. If it would help fit into your budget better, we can break it up into 3 payments at $2,200 if you like. Now, I didn't do this on all of them. I did do it for a few of them, so I left this part out, right? But I followed up a few of them with the 2200. I think I only got 2 payment plans. The rest of them just paid in full. How do I get a spot, right? Here's the, how do I, well, here's the call to action, right? You don't need to send, this is really important. You don't need to send me any money now. If you've read the questions above and meet the requirements, just reply back, I'm in. Then I'll get you set up. First come, first served. After all, I can only put so many butts on my big white sofa. And then this PS, again, was for the payment program. So I didn't put this in all of them.
Okay.
About 25-ish% of everybody that I sent this to just come back and said, I'm in. No follow-ups or anything like that. And then we just handled this. So if they say yes, like I had one person was so excited. He's like, yes, I'm in. Here's my PayPal email. Tell me your PayPal email address and I'll PayPal you right now, right? This person happened to be from Malaysia too, so I'm pretty honored that he's flying out from Malaysia.
Wow.
Yeah, I got one from Malaysia and one from Sweden coming out.
Wow.
He sent me the, yeah. So thank you. I'm thrilled to have you. And you don't say customer, but I'm thrilled to have you, Bob.
Right.
I'll send you, and I just do like in a step format. I'll send you the voice ASAP, then I'll send you all the deets you need. We'll get you access to the online version of Big Ticket Email Mojo. That was my bonus. And then we'll schedule a call before you come out so I can be ahead of the curve and learn more about your offer. So here's where I do my qualifying, right? Because if I'm going to invite them into my living room, I want to talk to them before they come out. And probably the same thing with your program. It's probably much better to take their money and then have a 5-minute call to make sure they're not jerk-offs. So this sets this up as like, oh, wow, I'll get to talk. But what I'm really doing is making sure these guys aren't butt heads before I have them come out, right?
So you take their money first, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And he already sent me his email ID. So that's why I was saying, I'll send you the invoice, right? And then I'll send you all the deets you need. So that was that one. Here's the more yeses.
Oh, there's no order form.
Do it.
There's no order form.
No order form, right? Yeah. So here's the way I did a lot of them. They said, thank you. I'm thrilled to have you, Rocky. You can take care of this payment using this fancy link. This is just my PayPal link, right? I'll get you access to the online version of Big Ticket Email Mojo. You and I will schedule a call before you come out so we can be ahead of the curve and learn more about your business and offer. I'll drop you all the details, airport, hotel, find out your food likes and allergies, and et cetera, in a couple days. Looking forward to having you out here and helping you crank out big ticket sales from your email list. That's it. If you prefer another payment method, I may aim to help, so just let me know. This one's pretty much the same thing. I don't know why I put 2 of them in here. I just changed it up a little bit. Oh, this one was just a little bit more, hey, here's my fancy link. Oh man, this guy that's coming out, this guy is from the UK. So UK, Sweden, and Malaysia. Thank you. Here's what you need to do next. This one probably wasn't as nice as I think I changed it down here. Please take care of the payment. So I don't know. It's like a little bit. Please take care of the payment. Take care of the investment. PayPal me $600. As soon as that's in, I'll have a net. And I think this is the one I ended up using the most. But I put please. As soon as that's in, I'll have a net. That's my helper. Enroll you into the Big Ticket Email Mojo course online. In a few days, I'll give you all the deets you need to come out. But for right now, you want to fly into Little Rock, Arkansas on Thursday, May 4th, because we get started early on the 5th. I take care of your hotel suite. We'll also set up a call before you come out and get you more of a head start. Now, here's what you're going to get too. People are going to say, oh, I can't make those dates. I can't make those times. But they really want to come in. Like this guy's like, oh, man, I want to come out to your house, but I can't make it in May, right? He's like, can you just give me the online version, right? I don't want to give them just the online version because I need some help in Q&A, right? I make most of my money doing this stuff and teach because I love it. So I just do them when I feel like it. I usually do 3 or 4 a year. I've got an idea. If you want to roll in now, I've got the online version you can get started with right away. Then you can come out to my home. anytime in the next year. I'll likely have the next workshop in July. It's a bit sticky out here then, but we've got AC in a pool. If that sounds good, let me know and we'll make it happen. And he's like, I'm coming out in July. You know, what dates? I'm like, you pick them, right? Because I had all of July open. So he picked the dates, and that was my first student in July. So I did some follow-up. I call these follow-up taps. So people that you send the T3 to that you don't hear anything back, this worked amazingly well. You probably won't need so much follow-up. Again, with the dates, they really got to check with their wife. They got to see how much the flights are. So there's a lot of things they have to do. But this worked extremely well. Subject was, and you only send the whole list. You only send it out to people that qualified, right? So you say, sorry, apologies. Was there a question you had I didn't cover about coming out to Arkansas for our Email Mojo workshop, right? You put the onus on you. Worked really, really well. Most people said, no, man, you answered every question that I had, right? That was most people. It was just this one thing, right? And someone like, hey, can you jump on the phone a minute? There's a couple questions. Usually it's like, will this work for my niche, right? It's almost always that, right? So then you could like bring them to a phone call if you want. Just answer their question in the email. But I put in, I don't remember off the top of my head, but at least 3 or 4 people just off of these follow-ups. And I probably could have followed up again, right? But I just filled up. I probably could have followed up again. Now, you'll have a couple people that tell you, I'm in, they'll say, I'm in, and then they're just kind of like, you send them the payment info, and then they kind of go quiet, right? So this is kind of takes care of that. I probably should say, said, I'm in, but didn't pay. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to say, are you still coming out? Because they're going to go to the other way. So we want to be more negative. We want to be more negative than they are. But in this first touch, I don't want to be too negative, right? So this sounds simple, but this took me a lot of years to figure out. So I hope you get good use out of it. Hey, Rocky, it's all coming together for our little workshop. Did you decide to put this on the back burner? And if they're just kind of like, if they're trying to get things together, but they really want to come out, they say, no, I didn't put it on the back burner, right? So I saved a couple sales with this, right?
That just sounds more like a nudge than a push initially.
Yeah, but it's more negative, right? It allows them to say, no, I didn't put it on the back burner, right? But if you said, hey, are you still coming out? Then they would have to say, it's just different, right? We're taking a more negative, which is a more pulling rather than a pushing, right? Hey, did you decide to put this on the back burner? Oh, no, it's still on the front burner. And this one saved a couple more for me. That's it. People didn't respond back to this, and people get busy. I had a couple people say, oh, man, I was out of town speaking, and so I sent them this one.
I see the subject.
Do what?
I see the subject.
Yes, that was not sure.
Yes,
not sure what to do with you, right? And like you got it's such a curious. You got to open that, right? Bob, I haven't heard anything from you. Should I just close the file on you? That's like being really, really. But that works amazing. I've used that. Should I just close the? Matter of fact, Lynn Schwartz said he's paid for his whole Mojo membership just using this one line on follow-ups. But
does that work with women just as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Usually, like when you send it, it's like when somebody tells you, "Hey, let's do a deal," or "Hey, we're going to do this," and you don't hear from them. It's like, "Hey, should I just close the file?" And people don't like things to be over, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, no, don't do that. And literally, they will come back and like almost like, no. And you won't hear from them. Like you'll send all these other, but when you send that one, they're like, no, don't close the file on me. It works really, really well. So that's about it, Bob. The hardest part of it, I think, is writing the T3, I think if you've already got a G3, you can just take it and modify it a little bit. This is also flexible for a lot of other stuff. I used to do little small webinars this way. And I had a client that was doing this too, but instead of like trying to do big, huge webinars where everybody's there and it's this big one-to-many thing, I would just send out these like a T1 to say, hey Bob, Thursday night I'm going to be getting together with a few email list owners. We're going to be brainstorming some subject lines. Would you like to join us? And then you might say, yeah, that'd be great. And I would come back and follow up. Hey, it's going to be Thursday night at 8 p.m. If that time's good for you, let me know and I can drop you a link. And you're like, oh, that time's good for me. Drop me a link. Then T3 would come along and I'd be like, hey, here's the link. And would you do me a favor? If you can't make it, let me know, right? So I would do like little 10, 15 person webinars and like sell 3, 4, or 5 of them on the webinar. You can also do T1 or T3 follow-up campaign after your webinar. Think about everybody that is on your webinar, and you follow up with them, say, hey, Sue, thank you for being on the webinar. I was wondering if you'd like to continue this conversation we had on the webinar, right? Oh, yeah, or, hey, I've got 4 spots, would you like one of them, right? So you can do a T3 after your webinar. And depending on how big your webinar, if you've got thousands of people on there, you don't want to like email each single one. But if you had like Lynn Schwartz just run one where you had 50 people on, so that one you could easily just go to your Gmail account and drop them individual emails, right? Or you can load them up and drop them. Either way, but you can use this T3 in a lot of different aspects. Is where I really kind of learned to do it to begin with. But I just hadn't tried to do big ticket with it.
No, I tell you, Leslie's your rep too.
Yep.
I tell you what's exciting has always been what was the one spot with doing the Rainmaker was, 2 weeks of emails means it's like 2 weeks of not doing affiliate stuff, or at least having to do it double, and that was kind of competing against each other. This totally solves that.
Yes.
I mean, there's no interruption in the other stuff, which is just genius. Because I understood why it took the 2 weeks before after running the last one, but
yeah, and this in the Rainmaker, we're really using kind of the clock as the putter, right? We're using the clock. We're moving all the golf balls close to the hole as we can, but we're using that clock as the putter. Here, we're using personalization and intimacy as the putter. But yeah, you're exactly right. You can like run this. You can run this like if you got your regular emails going out in the morning, then in the evening you could drop one of these. Like hey, are you still up? RSVP, right? You could drop these, just get all the hand raisers, and then you can do all the other stuff with the hand raisers, right? Now here's the cool part too. This allows you to test an offer out without like fully committing to the list, right? Because if you get, no matter what happens, like if you get very few hand raisers and you can just say, hey, thank you for connecting with us. We're at capacity for this, right? No harm, no foul. Or if you get a bunch of hand raisers and nobody's qualifying, that tells you, that's not a good fit. Or if you get a bunch of hand raisers and people are qualifying, but nobody's hitting the, you're responding back to the T3, that tells you something too, but you're not having to run so you can test an offer out real quickly. And again, like I'm really, really of the belief that if you can't make an offer work with bare minimal ugliness, that it's not going to work by putting more and more fancy stuff on it, right? So if it works here, then you can really like roll it out again on a Rainmaker. But I would think as easy as this is, I mean, the Rainmakers totally have their purpose, especially if you have a big list, but for you, I think you could probably
this
sell.
Is perfect.
I think you could spell 20 spots at 2K pretty easily, right? Just write that T3, come up with a 1. Yeah, you just need one T1 to start it out. And then I'd probably do the T3, the T2, and then launch out a T1 and then get you with your tech team and say, here's what you do, right? When these responses come in, you send them this one. When these responses come in, you send them this one. You'll probably have to add some to your own file based on you. But then once you've got through them running at once, then all you got to do is just like run the T1s, right? Just hit the T1s and let the girls handle the rest of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You watch the money roll into the account. And if you want, there'll be some people that want to talk to you on the phone. Hey, you can just jump on the phone for a question or two. You can decide if you want to do that or not, or you can roll them over to a chat. But like, I think I talked to 2 people on the phone, but it was really like, it wasn't like, they were just like, hey, I just had a question. Will it work for my niche? Or, you know, it wasn't like a strategy call.
Right.
So there may be a few people like that. There's a few people I just answered some questions by email. But I would say 25% came in straight off of that T3. I did do some follow-up, which brought in some more. And then I just kind of had to follow up with some people that had said I'm in but didn't have the links. But I think it would be even better with a non-live event because there's so much to coming out to a live event. So I'd be super excited for you to try this and let me know your results. I'd love it if you could do it before you come out to Vegas because I'm thinking about teaching this in Vegas too while we're there.
Tell me when Vegas is again.
April. You want to come out April 20th because it's the 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
I'm going to start. So I'm going to start writing the T3. I'll start writing them now. I'm trying to think schedule wise. I'll let you know my next one. I'll start this week. Start writing it. Send you some stuff to have you look over. Mainly the T3. The T3 to because I've got the G3 form. It's just and looking.
And I'll send you all these files and I'll make it easy for you too.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like some of it you can do on the fly, right? As long as you got like a T3 to send out, you know, so you want the qualifier because you want to follow up as soon as you can. So that, I would like a spot, send them out the qualifier and then the T3, right? But it's more the hard. I would say the hardest thing, or not the hardest, not even hard. It's just like following up, like. You know, copy, paste, send, copy, paste, send, copy, paste, send. Like what you got?
Well, I mean, you know, the thing that's, I've got one of my VAs that would do this. They're moving to Hawaii, so they're in that transition. That's my biggest. I got to get with her to find out her accessibility the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But actually, I may just do it. I'll let you know about that one just to go through it. But
and you'll learn. You'll put your whole structure together too. But yeah, that's kind of the biggest pain in the butt about it is just. I would probably have them come into your Gmail if you got a Gmail or whatever. I don't know what your reply address, where that goes to, but you kind of want something that you can follow the conversation with.
Mm-hmm.
Like when people responded back, I put them into a folder called T2, right? Mm-hmm. So T1s, then everybody I sent a T2, I put it into the T2 folder, right? Mm-hmm. So that way I can go back. And it's a little bit daunting. It's like, okay, there's probably a better way to do it than I did. So I sent all these people T2s. These people responded back, but it's a little bit hard. Did this person respond back, right? So there may be a better way.
No, because we got Gmail, and it's real good with tracking the flow of it. So that's actually, I think, a good one. And that'll be easy for them to label it as to what stage they're in.
Yeah. But I would be surprised, like with your list size and your reputation, if you hit the right offer, which you got the 6 week to secure. Maybe you just say, hey, I'm putting I wouldn't probably even in the T1. The first T1 blast, I would put it up. Say, I'm putting a group of women together who are looking for a secure man. I want to make that happen. Would you like to? Would you like to join us? Right? And that you're probably going to get 300 responses. And then you'd send them out the qualifier, right? And then qualifiers and then the T3. I'd be surprised if you couldn't put 20 people in at 2K.
You know, heck, I'm not trying to lowball, but if I get 7 with this little effort, that's a failure, but that's still so far ahead of the curve for the amount of effort that goes into this versus a rain.
Yeah, I mean, whatever makes you happy. I'm just throwing a number out there.
Oh, no, that's what I mean, but that's even the fun part is that even failing, being so far ahead, I love stuff like that. Yeah. Then it's better and better because, last time it has gotten better just because the price went up.
Yeah.
And even though I didn't do the Rainmaker long enough, it still was 14.
Yeah, and you can even follow up, like, if you send out the T3, then you could send that follow-up like, hey, was there a question I left out? You could even follow up again, which I didn't do. Yeah, hey, Bob, I hadn't heard back from you. The only thing I can think is maybe it's the money, right? If I give you a payment program, would that help, right? Don't give them the payment program. Just, oh yeah, that would totally help, right? There's a lot of follow-ups you could probably do that I just didn't have to do, right?
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think you're very on point. That kind of the magic to this is it happens in the background, and you can slide it in. You can slide it in, and it doesn't take 2 weeks of mailing and.
That is so magical. It's so magical.
So I'm going to start running this too for my clients rather than the Rainmakers, because usually that's what I do for the first date. But I'm probably going to take my team and start running these for clients as well. I'll just write the T3 for them and then handle.
Well, this gets into what we talked about when we were there, as far as if ever I want more clients, I can just do this instead.
Yeah,
it's like push button.
Yeah,
and then
and then once you have it down, all you really ever need to do is change the T1, right? It's like having a funnel in place. Of course, it's a human-operated funnel, right? But it's like having a funnel in place where all you got to do is just write the email and have them respond back, right? And then your team, your VA, takes care of the rest of it.
Yes. Travis, this is amazing.
Well, thank you, sir.
It's really amazing. I can't wait to try it. I'll get busy. I've got something to record today, but I want to get busy today. I've got time today to go ahead and start on the T3.
Awesome.
And I'll start my schedule, get with her. But
cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to hear.
I'll get with Tina to make sure with her. That's my only hesitancy with getting it done before. But worst case, we may run it the week of. The week of Vegas, but we'll get cranking on it.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and I don't want to put pressure on you. I just thought it would be cool if you run one before you come out, because I'm really thinking about taking one of the sessions and just going over this T3. But it worked for me. It's working on other stuff, so I just wanted to get at least one more. And I will do it as like, hey, this is kind of new stuff we're doing, But so I wanted to get some of the other than just me.
Okay.
With that in there.
No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you reaching out with this.
Yeah, absolutely, Bob.
Yeah. No, I'm in. I'll get cranking.
Cool. All right. Well, are you going to be at the meeting today, or you got something else going on?
Oh no.
Oh, cool.
I'll be there.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, I'll let you go. I've recorded this. I'll send you. I'm going to send you right before we get off. I'm going to send you the files, and then once this recording gets done, if you want, I can send you over the link to the recording too.
Okay. Thanks a lot, man. Great job.
Appreciate it, sir. Thanks for being my guinea pig.
Oh, you bet. Love it.
All right. Talk to you later.
I'll see you today.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Landon, first one in the house. What's up, my man?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, I've got old Art wondering what the link is for today.
I just commented.
Oh, thank you. I'll just drop it in there just for him. Perfect. All right, man. I got to get your lighting set up, man. Your lighting looks really good.
Rockstar lighting. It's 2 soft boxes. The cowboy lighting, it's like $100 for 3 lights, and I use 2 out of the 3.
Oh shit! I'll have to ask you when I can write that down.
Sure, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, man. There's old John Davey. You look really good. That light's awesome for you. I'm gonna get some hue lights up here where I can adjust these suckers, but I'm trying to adjust a little bit today. Ooh, we got somebody hooded. Who's that? Oh, that's Art. What's up, man? Good to see you. You got Kevin. Cool. Awesome. Oh, he's a buff dude. Yeah, I saw your profile. I realized that you're a pretty buff dude. Cool, guys. I've got 3 o'clock on the old sundial here. And so all the good-looking people are here right now, so that's all that matters. Oh, here's Josh. He just snuck in on the good-looking red carpet here, so that's good. I only have a little bit of homework today, housekeeping. and then I'm going to go ahead and roll right into this. I've had a couple people reach out and say they've got to go at about 5 o'clock. So I'm just going to put a hard stop on this call today at 5 o'clock. I don't have a ton to go over with you except stance, right? And positioning. And it's some of my favorite stuff to talk about. I get a little bit rambunctious when I talk about it, but can easily add or eat 5 figures in one campaign. It also can put wrong people in your group, which can be a major pain in the butt, and also eat your follow-on sales if you get the wrong people in your group. So excited to talk to you about that today. Who else we got coming in there? There's Marco. Good to see you. Awesome. Super proud of all you guys getting your T1. Some of you guys are working on the T1. Some of you guys have already sent them out. I've got a list of you already ready to get your Silver Eagle. My nerdiness, I love to do that kind of shit. I just really do. And so excited to send those out. Those will be going out next week. I'll do them all in a batch. I'll take them all to the post office and send them all at the same time for some little bit of time leverage there. But let's go ahead and get the show on the road today. We are going to be mostly discussing stance, right? What I mean by stance is like if you're play baseball, how you get up to the plate, where you stand, your elbows up. A lot of things in life have a lot to do with your stance and where you're coming from. This has been one of the most powerful things for me, not only for enrolling clients or making sales, but also my own sense of making this fun, right? Making this whole dang thing fun. So one of the things that I notice is that we make it unfun for ourselves. And the way we do that is we make it about buying our product. I say this really weird because I went to stand out. Are you going to buy my product? I got to go out there and get those people and get them to buy my product. There's a buy my product, right? And it comes from a really, really weird place. And of course, we don't want to be as assertive after a time. We might get ourselves all pumped up and like go sell some of our product, right? But sheesh, like after a while, you feel like you're harassing people and you're haranguing people, right? With that said, it's a natural place. Don't beat up on yourself. It's a natural place when we're doing this stuff for our attention to go. And it's also a natural place for our client or our prospect's attention to go, right? So I very often say, I am just a director of attention, not only theirs, but mine. But I have to be able to get good at directing my attention. And where do you think we want to put it? If we're not putting our attention on the product, where do you think we want to focus that attention at?
Their outcome.
Their outcome, or the problem that they have right now, right? And that just opens up the world, because now I just got to go find somebody that has the problem that I can solve, right? That's all we're doing, right? You have this problem. Is it painful? Do you want to do something about it now? Do you think I can help you? Here's the details. You want to do it, right? Okay, awesome, right? But if we're like, hey, I got this really great product, right? We're going to get all kinds of pushback, right? And even when we start out with the problem, they'll have a tendency for their focus to go back to the product, right? Which is natural. We always want to be swinging the pendulum back to the problem, right? So it's a major part of the stance. And again, it's for them, it's for us, right? I never really get worn out like doing my tapping or sales calls. I'm just like looking for people that have problems. And I'm always excited when, hey, there's somebody there that I know I can help, right? And it maybe the timing's not right for them or whatever, but I don't, and I get cussed when I get excited sometimes, but I don't effing convince people. I don't arm wrestle them, right? It's about getting the truth on the table. What's the truth about their problem? How much pain are they in? Are they ready to do something about it now? Or do they want to continue on that way? Very little to do with me, right? And do they see me as having the solution for them? If they have other alternatives, we'll talk a little bit about that. That's awesome, right? Go investigate those alternatives. Now, for us, we want to know how we're different. Not the best, but how are we different? So I'm going to use a metaphor to really, really stick with you guys on this to drive this even further. And it's vulgar. It's a vulgar metaphor. It's junior high, but I want it to stick in your mind. So the way that I picture myself is like I am a doctor, and all I do is see guys that have their left testicle swollen up like a damn grapefruit, man. I don't do right testicles. I don't do knees. It's just left freaking testicles, man. That's what I do. I'm a left testicle doctor, right? And I've got a line of men, hopefully men, out my door, right? Sometimes in this politically correct thing, I never know I got a line of people out my door, right? And that's all I do, right? Is I just fix swollen up big left testicles, right? So when somebody comes in, right, I'm like, what seems to be the problem today? And usually it's like, man, doc, it's a little bit embarrassing, but like my testicle is like swollen up, man. It's like, man, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has it been doing that? Like, is it particularly sensitive when you're walking or when you're running? Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, what size is it, right? Man, it's about the size of a baseball now. Okay, right? And now I'll be like, maybe we should drop trowel and let me take a look at it, right? So it'd be a little bit weird if they just come in and say, drop trowel, right? Let's take a look at this thing, right? And they drop their trousers and I'm like, oh, yep, yeah. On a pain level, like, where are you at? Is it like a 1 or is it a 10? Oh, it's about a 7, okay. Well, look, if we don't get this taken care of in the next 48 hours or so, it's probably gonna start hitting 9 and hitting 10. So is this something you want to go ahead and take care of now? You want to start taking care of this now, or do you want to wait until later when it gets a little more painful, right? I'm being a little bit facetious there, right? No, I really want to do something about it now. Great. Then we go on to the next steps, right? Now, if somebody comes into our office and they say, hey, doc, good to see you. And I say, good to see you. What seems to be the problem today? They're like, well, you know, my elbow hurts a little bit. I'm like, I might be like, dude, I'm totally happy. Probably doctor, I'm not going to call him dude. Mr. Patient, I'm really happy to see you, but all I do is solve left testicle problems. Actually, there's a guy down the hallway or in the next hospital next door that will help you with the elbow problems. Now, at this point, one of two things might happen. One is like, oh, okay, thank you. Or you're like, hey, I'm kind of embarrassed, but it's really my left testicle, man. Like, it's just embarrassing, right? And you will notice this, that if you've done any amount of strategy sessions, you know when somebody's not telling you what's really hurting, right? It's like too embarrassing. Like, I'll even say in like calls, I'm like, dude, like, I'm just like a doctor. If you tell me where it's hurting in the wrong spot and I'm prescribing you something, like, that's why you're not believing in it. So, you know, I understand we're just getting to know each other. And if you're not comfortable telling me that kind of stuff, totally cool. But I don't know how to help you until we can get down to what's really bugging you, what's really in pain, right? At that point, they might say, oh, yes, well, it's embarrassing, my left nut, right? If they come in, they're like, hey, doc, good to see you. Good to see you. You know, I was just coming in. They don't have anything particularly wrong, but I just wanted to talk about the drugs that you have. Can you tell me about some of the drugs? Like, and how long you've been in business and where you went to school at? Yeah. Right? I'm gonna be like, those are all perfectly wonderful questions. So happy to see you. But I don't know if you noticed, but on the way in, there's a line of guys out there. So if you want to come back and talk at some point, if I don't have a line of people out the door, I'm happy to do that. But right now, I'm just helping people that have left testicles swollen up like a grapefruit and want to get that taken care of right now, right? What would you like to do? And at this point, they're going to say, yeah, me too. My ball's swollen up, right? Or they're going to be like, and that's very common. Like, people will engage you a little bit and they'll say, can you give me some references or something like that? Like, dude, I'm just enrolling people that want to solve this problem, and they know I can help them, right? Nothing wrong with asking for my references, but right now I'm not giving them out, right? Do you want to wait till next time, or what would you like to do, right? No, I want to take care of it now, right? Or they'll be like, yeah, let me just swing back around, right? If they get snippy with it, they're like, oh, if you won't show me your references, I've been spared. Right? This whole process is really, even though we're not talking to people, like you can really weed out like a lot of people, right? But are you guys understanding kind of like this mindset that we go into? We don't have to send proposals, and we don't have to give them 5 testimonials and 50 people they can talk to. We don't even have to convince them that our shit is the best shit, right? Like, this is not the time to convince them, right? Now, so let's talk about competition a little bit, right? So they come in and they got a nut that's swollen up like a grapefruit. We know that we can help them with that. And maybe they say, well, there's another doctor down the way. I'm wondering if I should go get a second opinion from him. I thought that's totally fine. Now, if you know some data, like, who are you going to go see? I'm going to go see Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith is a really great guy, but correct me if I'm wrong, but he's a knee doctor. Yeah, he is, but I want to give him a look at my left testicle. Okay. But sometimes they'll see that, right? Now, maybe there is another left testicle doctor, right? So now I have to know, how am I different than the other left testicle doctors, right? And probably not on money, right? So if he says, hey, I'm going to go see Dr. Left Testy, instead of you, I'll be like, cool. Like, he's a good dude. Like, the only really difference that we have is that he has a procedure where he just gives you a local anesthetic, and it's a little less expensive, but you'll probably feel some of the pain. I knock people completely out, right? It's a little bit more expensive, but you're not completely out. Most men would rather be just knocked out if you're going to be working around that area, especially when it's that painful. Either option would be a good option. I love Dr. Left Testy. Like, what would you like to do? And he might have a question or something, right? But if you'd rather just be knocked out, you'll probably choose to see me. If he's like Mr. Tough Guy and wants to save some, time or money or whatever, you might go see Dr. Left Testy, right? So, but we have to know how we're different than the other people out there. That's on us, not on them. Now, if you try to turn this into a pissing contest, that you went to school longer than Dr. Left Testy and you're smarter, and Dr. Left Testy's getting hammered at the bar every night, like, that's probably not going to convince that guy, right? But being different is what's going to help you. Does that make sense? Let me just get a check in here. All right. Love it. Perfect. So I always try to come back to that. And sometimes, like, we do, our attention slowly focuses over to the product, right? And we want to start like promoting our product or supporting our product or some way, right? I've never seen it work very often, right? Usually your people, they're going to come in, they may have 1 or 2 or 3 questions, right? If they are questions where they're so far off, they're like way back by the drive, just tell them, hey, I'm not ready to help you yet, or I don't think I'm the guy for you yet. Don't put it on them. Like, hey, if you're really serious about curing your left testicle, like, you get in here today, right? That's not for you, right? Now, there are times that you can, like, if he's at a 7, right, then you can future pace the pain a little bit and let him know what's coming up, what's the future vision, right? And that can be very, very powerful, but you have to do it from your arm around him on the same side of the table, not across the table, not in a manipulative way. You know, like if a guy comes in and says, you know, he has some heart pains, right? And he's putting off a heart surgery, right? Like, you don't really want him walking out of the office and endangering his family if he's going to go drive a car, right? So you might say, Mr. Smith, you know, when you decide to do this, is completely up to you. I do have a concern though, like who drives the family car? He's like, well, I drive it half the time. My wife drives it half the time. Perfect. Would you just let your wife drive the family car? Because if you have a massive heart attack, like you will not be able to control the car, and I don't want anybody in the car with you when that happens, right? And don't operate any heavy machinery or anything like that, right? And that gives them some future pain sense, right? One of the best copywriting books and one of the best sales books I think that was ever written is not a copywriting book. It's a negotiation book called Start With No by Jim Camp. Now, old Jim Camp has passed away, but he was a really great dude. But they were, I can't remember, it was like the transportation department or something, but they were having a hard time like doing commercials and stuff to get people to wear their seat belts right now. Still, I don't know how effective they are. Click it and you click it or ticket or whatever. But he wrote or helped them write one of the really, really effective ones, because they were trying to keep saying like, you should wear your seat belts, you know, because it's good for you and you'd save lives and all that kind of stuff. But he put imagery in there. He said, if you're going down the highway at 55 miles an hour and you come to a sudden stop, where will your head end up in the windshield, right? And it's like creating that future vision and that future pain. Very often, especially when people are close to the hole, it's really just a matter of, it's not a matter of time. They know they want to do it. They just don't want to make a decision yet, which we're going to talk about, right? But one of the things you can do, like I get a lot of guys, like they might be running, you know, 8-figure businesses, but they're not paying themselves a salary, right? Or they're behind on their taxes, right? And, you know, so I can ask things lovingly and gently, like, Mr. Smith, like, how much longer are you going to go without paying yourself? Like, if you don't do this now, I want you to get help somewhere, but how long are you going to go without paying yourself? Or, you know, how much longer do you think the IRS is going to let you skate by before they put a lien on your bank account, right? And you can't pay anybody. So you got to be loving and not manipulative, right? And usually the way I'll phrase it is like, hey, you know, it's cool. I appreciate you telling me you're out for right now. If you don't get my help, please get help somewhere, right? Because how much longer? You know, and sometimes they'll come back around, right? But that's not the goal. The goal is to get the truth on the table and to serve people. Sometimes to serve people, we have to be kind, and kind is different than nice. So sometimes we have to say the hard things, right? We want to say them in a tactful way. But if we're saying them to get their money or fill a spot, like, it's not going to work, right? So it's a little bit different stance there. So some people say, well, what if I sell something that's evergreen, right? How do I do that? Well, the truth is, on evergreen stuff, usually we have some kind of limits. If not, we can say, hey, like, let's say we're doing coaching that's evergreen, right? I very often will say, hey, I've got time or openings to work with 3 people in January, right? Or 2 people, or we've got 10 of these special edition skincare packages, right? So some of this stuff I wrote down, so maybe a little bit more coherent for you guys. But we want to put real limits, and you can always do more, but think of everything like a special edition, right? If you're just selling the same old thing all the time, but you can make it special editions depending on the time, what's going on in the economy, what's going on in their lives, what's going on in the situation, right? But you can say, you can use time. I've set aside time to build 2 lead gen funnels this month, right? We've set aside 50 special roll back the years anti-wrinkle packages. Would you like to join us in smoothing out the fine lines, removing dark circles, and rolling back the clock, right? So even though you sell it all the time, you can package it differently, or you could do special editions. Like there's no limits except for our imagination on how we can set things up that are special, right? So usually when I send stuff out, like on a T3, like if it's going to email, like I want to get a few hand raisers, right? Or if it's socially, I would like to get some, early birds or yeses, right? So that they can kind of see the people with the left swollen testy sitting out in the lobby, right? It does make it a little bit more powerful if they can see it, right? Sometimes if I have several chat windows open, I will send them a screenshot of the different chat windows. Like, hey, it's a totally valid question, like where I went to school at or what my testimonies are. Right now, I'm just rolling in people. I've got, 5 people here. Would you rather just wait and we can roll back around to this question, right? But right now, I'm just putting in folks that know they want in right now. What would you like to do? So normally my normal thing is I hear what you're saying and you don't make them wrong, right? Here's my position. What would you like to do? That's almost like every, that's the template that I use for those kind of things, right? Stance is so important. Write it down. If you have to have a little card, you might not want to put a guy with a left swollen nut there. It might look a little bit weird if you have kids or, spouses coming in your office, right? But very often, what I use as a signal is if I start to feel constricted and contract, I know that I've swung over to a product focus, right? And I'm starting to be convincing. So that's my warning sign that I need to get back to helping people and what's their problem and are they ready now? So let's talk about something that's been really, really useful. When I started doing T3s just for my audience, at the very end of the T3, it says, don't send me any money now. Just let me know if you're in, right? And that's worked out very, very well for my people and also people that have a pretty tight relationship. As I started doing it for clients, though, and some students started doing it for themselves, there started to be some issues after they said they were in on actually collecting the payment. So I wanted to talk about, I've figured out how to solve most of that. So I want to talk about that stance for a little bit. I call this building a door so you can open it for them and do a favor for them, right? So I call this a pre-enrollment period, and you can have a pre-enrollment period, you can have a actual registration period, or if you have a physical product, you can have a reserve period, right? But let's say that your offering is $5,000, right? What I would recommend is in the T3 or whatever the initial that tap is, that you make it $6,000 or something over what you want, or have a bonus that you don't talk about in the T3, because here's how it works. So let's say Landon reaches out and he says, hey dude, I'm in. I'm like, awesome, man. I'm totally thrilled to have you in here. Look, right now we're in the pre-enrollment phase. If you'd like to go ahead and pre-enroll, I can save you $1,000. Would you like me to send you the pre-enrollment link? Or I've got a special bonus one. I've got Passive Cash Flow Mojo, which is a $6,000 offer. And if you want to go ahead and pre-enroll, I'm going to include that for you at no extra charge. Would you like to go ahead and pre-enroll? And now they're like, oh, that's really cool, man. Like you've just done a favor for them, right? Now, after with it, we do the same thing. We have the 100% tap, which by the way, we use the 100% tap in every situation now. I used to tell my tappers only to use it like if you weren't sure, like if they weren't 100% sure. But what I realized looking at so many different sales things is the only people that would have problems with the 100% tap, if they got bent out of shape over it, were jerks, and they never came in anyways. The people that are cool with it, it's not a problem, right? I learned doing face-to-face selling when somebody would say, yeah, I want to go ahead and put this POS system in. My boss used to kick me under the table. He's an old 80s style seller. I'd be like, great. Look, are you sure this is what you want to do? Right? This is, but what always would invariably happen is, we totally got to do this. And they would talk themselves into it. Right. Yeah. And they would give justifications for why they need to do it. Right. And then, the deal's solid. Right. One of my fellow sales guys, he's one of my best friends. His name's Randy. He's like, how do you ask for the check? I'm like, what do you mean? How do I ask for the check? Like, I say, I need a check made out the turnkey business systems for 30 grand, right? Or whatever. And he's like, really? It's that easy? I'm like, well, tell me what, he's like, he's using it as a close, right? Hey, would you rather pay by cash, or a check, or are you going to put it on the deposit on a credit card? No, I already know they want to do the deal. So it's never an issue for me asking for the money, right? So we always use the 100% tap. So it would go, Elizabeth, I can save you $1,000 if you want to go ahead and pre-enroll. Would you like me to send you the pre-enrollment link? We get you taken care of and get you started on your kickoff call or whatever it is, right? She'll come back. Yep, that sounds wonderful. Perfect. Elizabeth, I don't send out enrollment links unless you're 100% certain this is what you want to do. Are you 100? And she'd be like, yep, I'm 100. Perfect. And then I'm going to send her the payment link, right? And it's what comes after that payment link. That gets our IMINs like 80, 90, 100%. Like, especially if they're doing the 100. If they say I'm 100, like you're going to get that almost. I can't think of too many times, except when they're like, oh, I got to move some money around, right? And they can't get that money moved around, right? So it almost always comes in if you get that 100% tap. This also does something else really, really cool to you. We're going to talk about follow-ups here in a minute, but it gives you a time deadline you can work with. And I will say this until I'm blue in the face. Some people won't agree, but I use time deadlines because what I have understood about human nature is people, and I'm going to be vulgar and loud about this, people absolutely effing hate, loathe making a decision. And the bigger the amount is, the more they will put off that decision. And nothing works better than a time deadline. And I joke about this when people come over to the house. I say, bonuses don't work as well. I said, I could give them my wife for a weekend as a bonus, and she still wouldn't beat the time deadline, right? So you tell a little bit passionate about that, right? So it gives you a time deadline. So if you're in pre-enrollment period, right, and then you have a time deadline, you can start. Now we're starting official enrollment. Anybody that you send out the T3s to but haven't responded back, now you can say, John, we're going to be starting official enrollment Monday morning. If you'd like to go ahead and enroll now, and we're going to swing the pendulum back to whatever they want to do. So you can start bringing in that passive cash flow, or so you can, start getting rid of those crow's feet or whatever. I can save you $1,000 or $500. Just let me know what you'd like to do, right? So now we have a time deadline we can work with, right? Which makes it really, really cool as well, right? Sometimes we'll fill up our spots where we don't have to use those, right? But it's helpful to have that so they know you're in pre-enrollment. That sets things up pretty nicely for you.
Hey, Trev.
Hey, yeah.
What about do you ever offer financing if someone's really wants to be on board, but they just flat out don't have the cash liquid at that moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I do. And I don't know that it would be a blanket thing for everybody, right? But the way I usually handle it is they'll say, hey, you know, I really want to do this, but I just can't figure out how to make the capital work. So usually what I'll say is, let's push the money aside for a minute, right? Because it's old isolate the objection thing. Let's push the money aside for a minute, right? Do you feel like, you know, this will, you'll say this will solve your problem, but do you think like, you know, the tapping is going to get you off the phone and get you to sell the $2,000 items, whatever, right? Whatever it is that they want to do. Yeah, I totally think you can do that, right? You want to make it safe. It's totally okay if there's something else other than this, right? But let's have a conversation about that now if you're open to it. No, I'm totally good. It's not, money is the only thing. I'm like, well, cool, man. Like, I'm willing to work with you. And like any good negotiation, you want them to say the first number. Now, that's just for me, right? So I'm like, great. I'm open to work with you. Just why don't we just figure out how we can do this, right? You go first, right? Or let them go first, right? And people are very reasonable sometimes. Like, they're like, hey, well, I can do half now. I can do half in a month, right? And sometimes I'll even cut them more slack, right? I'm like, hey, why don't we do this? Well, we do half now, and then I'll give you 60 days to pay the other half, right? Or I'm cool with doing like 3 payments of 2,000 if that would work for you better, right? But usually if you isolate the objection first, right, and you say, hey, you know, is it only the money? That works a lot better because it just helps you get clear on what the truth is, right? Like, oh, I can't really afford this. Well, I can't really afford this may mean that there's something they don't dig about it, and they're just trying to let you off nicely, right? So I usually isolate it, but yeah, I'm happy to do financing on my stuff, and I'm all about recurring cash flow, man. I love setting up annuities, right? I don't like setting up for super long beyond the course, right? But I'm all for setting those kind of things up.
When I heard you put it in those terms, I don't remember which call it was on. It was one of the videos you dropped in the group. You like setting up annuities. Like MRR totally makes sense to me. It always has, but like it clicked.
Oh, good. I love that. If you guys don't know by now, like I say this probably every class at least one time, but I went on my tombstone, made the light come on, right? My favorite thing to do is just to see insight, and when something clicks with somebody, that's the best compliment you can give me. So let's talk about follow-up for a little bit. I don't necessarily need you guys to bite off everything I'm about to put in your mouth right now, but I believe that, like, if you have 15 spots you want to fill, how long should a campaign be? Like, I guess, how long should a campaign be? Until you fill your 15 spots. That's how long your campaign should be. Now, there's some like if it's just if it's going off the rails, right? And the offer's out of alignment. Obviously, we're not going to be obtuse about it, right? But like, let's fill our spots, right? And not from, I got to sell my product, but because there's people out there with problems that we can solve, right? Like, you know, I don't know why I'm on the doctor kick today, but, you know, if I'm a cancer doctor in a little tiny town, right? But I'm too, like, shy to go out and tell people that I'm a cancer doctor, and people are dying of cancer, right? Like, that's not good, right? So I believe if you're selling something that really solves somebody's problems, or you're selling for a client where you're selling their problems, then you need to be assertive, and you need to like kill objections or send out fence tippers, you know, until you get those spots filled up. It's like, I don't view it as like, oh, I'm selling my product, let's get all their money, so I'm gonna sell my product. No, it's just a matter of there's people out there that I can help, right? I probably shouldn't say this, but I almost feel sorry sometimes when I know I can help somebody and I know that there's nobody else that's going to be able to help them. They just decide to stick it on the back burner for another however long, right? Man, it's like, that's a lot of money to leave on the table, man. Because like some of these Rainmaker, especially when I did big ticket email mojo, I'm like, damn, like this dude's got like 5,000 opens and a $2,000 product and everybody loves him. I'm just like, holy crap, dude. Like you're just sitting on a gold mine, man. Like, you know? So it's just like, I almost feel sorry sometimes when they're like, well, I'm just gonna go figure out this Facebook ads thing some more, you know, because that's what I'm comfortable doing, right? It's like, let me figure out this Facebook ad some more, you know. We'll try that for another 3 months, right? Now, it's not about making them wrong. I just kind of feel bad for them sometimes, you know? So again, we already talked about people are busy. People hate making decisions. So in the T3 scenario, so we send out our T1s, we get our T2s, and then we'll have our T3s, right? And what I have my tappers do is we follow up from the ripest fruit back. So that means if somebody said I'm in and they're not paid, those are going to be the first people we follow up with, right? Then if they've gotten the T3, but they haven't gotten I'm in, then we start following up with the T3s, right? And then back to the T2s, like if need be. Sometimes like people are just busy, like we'll send out a T2 and they don't respond to it, and then we just come back and say, hey, I know you've got a lot of plates in the air. Did you just want to put this on the back burner? Like, oh no, I just forgot about it. I mean, I've been out of town, right? They're like, they'll answer it and boom, 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 they're in, right? Like when you're doing $15,000, $30,000, $42,000 sales, like that can really help you sometimes, right? It's a matter of following up in a way that's not jerkish, right? Or being an asshole, right? But I keep following up with them until a couple things happen. When they tell me no, and I encourage them to tell me no. Like, dude, like if it's not the right time, if you want to put this on the back, if you want to put making big ticket sales and without the phone calls on the back burner for till 2020 or whatever, that's totally cool, right? Just let me know, right? So I follow up with them until they tell me no, they tell me yes, or I fill my spots. Like I assume that if they're not responding back, either they got busy or they're just delaying on making a decision, right? Now, you always have the other alternative of sending another T1, right? You can always send another T1. And sometimes the T1s are really meant more for the people that are on the fence than the actual people that you're sending them to. So somebody might have an objection, or somebody might come in that said, I did one in the Facebook group the last time. Somebody, Andy Golay, was like, he made a post and all the sales that he'd made, right? And he was going through some shit when he decided to come into the tapper training, right? And he decided, hey, it would be easier to get through the shit with the money than without the money, right? And I wasn't even really writing it so much to the people in the group as I was the people that were sitting on the fence, right? Because I knew that's kind of what they're thinking. It's like, oh man, I got so much going on right now, like, you know, and people reached out, right? And we ended up concluding those transactions. And we got a couple people to reach out from the group too, right? So we can always send more T1s, right? But that's kind of the order that I follow up in. So,
so you always make sure that when you send another T1, it still goes out to the people that are further in the process?
Abso-freaking-lutely, yes. And even if they buy, I leave them on there, right? I leave them on there because I might be dropping other stuff that just gets them more excited and makes and solidifies their decision, right? So kind of the secret to this follow-up is not making it about the damn product. You're not following up saying, hey, dude, you're going to buy my product? Dude, have you decided if you're going to buy my product yet? And I'm making this over ridiculous and repeating this because I really, really want this to hit home for you guys. So we have to know what their currency is. When I mean their currency, what is it they're really buying? Nobody ever is really buying your product. Nobody's ever really even buying the money. What is it they want to do with the money, right? Now, money can be a good one, even though it's a means to an end. But if you can figure out why they want the money, that's way more powerful. I call that their currency question. We really got good at this doing live chat as people were on the site, right? So if you haven't listened to Chat Mojo, Module 8 and Big Ticket Email Mojo, really dig into that, right? It shows you how to get down and get to their currency. But we have the currency question in the T2, right? What's happening in your life or your business, right? That's the trigger point. And then kind of like, what's the outcome you want? But usually whatever the trigger point is something they're trying to get away from, right? Like, oh, my husband just got laid off, right? So I need to generate some income so I can help support the household, right? That's what they're really buying, not any of the other stuff, right? So once you know what they're really buying, and maybe you need to ask them, like if you didn't get it out in the currency question, a lot of times I'll say, hey, remind me again, like, why are we even thinking about this? Well, no, right? Bring them back to the problem. If we know what the problem is, an alternative question may be, remind me, what's important to you about bringing these sales in without the telephone, right? And it could be something like, hey, Elizabeth, like, my little girl's sitting outside the door, laying outside the door while I'm on these strategy sessions, right? But it helps it dial back to them. What is it they're really doing, right? So my favorite first tap after a T3, if I haven't heard back from them, is just question with a question mark. Question, right? That'll kind of get the ball rolling again if they have a question. It's a very light, easy follow-up. By the way, you guys have a list of all the follow-up taps inside of your workshop file. So there's one that says follow-up tap, so you'll have that. But I just want to give you a couple examples on how you use these currency questions, right? Hey, Bill, we lost touch. I know you're busy. Have you decided just to stay on the phone? Right? It's not about buying the product. Hey, Tom, we just opened up for enrollment. We're filling up now. Have you decided you're good with the size of your classes now? Or are you still open to filling up your classes? Hey, Cindy, I know how hectic life gets. We're shipping out the roll back the years anti-wrinkle packages now. Did you still want to start smoothing out your lip lines before your high school reunion? Tom, I know you're packing for your trip to Mexico. That's what they'll tell you, like, oh my gosh, I'm packing the, they'll tell you what's going on, right? Tom, I know you're packing for your trip to Mexico. Have you decided to put getting leads for your salespeople on the back burner? I believe that was a real one that we used at one point, was trying to get leads for salespeople, right? And then here's one of my favorite lines. By the way, I've got Lynn Schwartz in my Mojo Mastermind. He said this one line paid for his membership in the Mojo Mastermind, which is pretty cool. But I didn't come up with it. I don't know who came up with it, but it's very, very effective. And that is, should I just close the file on you? People hate for things to be over, and that they hate to make the decision, right? But they're like, oh, he's making the decision, right? So if they're like teetering on it, right, that just brings them closer, right? That works amazingly well. A lot of times they'll be like, oh, hey, so sorry. After they've ignored like your other taps, that one will bring, oh no, because now you're saying, hey, this is final. This is coming up. I'm gonna just close the file on you. A little softer one that works really, really well is, hey, Tom, are we over? Question mark. That works really well.
Hey, Travis.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
Can we take a quick step back? Because before the follow-up, you were talking about how you wrap up the T3. And we've talked about with my offer doing a 5K refundable deposit. And I had Casey helping me out with the copy. What I didn't include in there, and I don't know if I should include it, is the part about the rev share. So do I talk about that in the T3, or do I talk about that at some other point?
Well, I've closed a couple deals just tapping, but most of the time I get them most of the way there, and then I get on a phone call or Zoom to wrap up those details. Not because they can't be closed, but because we're going to be talking about 6 figures in payments coming towards me. Right. But with that said, like I don't think you want to say 30 to 50%, because as soon as you say that, like now, if you go anything above 30%, like they're going to feel like they got gypped. Right. So what I would say, we do it on a rev share basis. And usually I can get you enough position your product enough where my services don't cost you anything. And that's a true statement. I can't do it all the time, but most of the time I can position it where my services don't cost you anything, even though I'm getting a rev share. So either you'll just, if you want to do it by T3, I would get some details from them and then just pick a number, like it's a 40% rev share. Like you got a $1,000 product, I think we can bump it up to a $2,000 product, right? My 40% would be 800. That means you get 1,200. So you're actually coming out 200 ahead, and all my services for you, my positioning, my live chat person, tapper, all that kind of stuff is all no expense to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I've got like 7 people that responded to my T1. I've got to get back to them.
Awesome.
But I've been a little bit like, okay, now what? Like I've been doing the T2. I wrote the T2 and wrote the T3, and I'm trying to picture, how the process goes.
Yeah, that's still. It sounds like you're doing great, man. Like, here's a big thing too. Like in this whole stance thing, and actually, I'm done with everything I wanted to share. So we're on questions, which is fine. So, but one of the things is like, just kind of like we want to be committed, but not really serious. Like, just relax, And like the T1s are going to go like they're going to go, and the T2s are going to go like they're going to go. The big thing is just to stay in the game and observe what's happening, right? So we can maneuver, right? So it sounds like you're doing great. You got 7 people out there, and sometimes you can say, hey, like whenever I do something new or a first client, I just let them know, like, hey, I haven't done it this way. I haven't done rev share. Usually I just charge a $5,000 a month retainer. So it's a little bit new how I'm doing this, right? So let me know if you have any questions, right? Or I wasn't clear about something, right? It takes the onus off of you, right? But I think you're doing fine right now. I think if you give them the T3, they might have some questions outside of that, right? Which is totally cool. And you can decide if you want to jump on with them or not. But yeah, I think you're doing good. I just think, I think you just want to pick a number, like based off of what they told you, so you can change it, right? Like your T3, you can change it up, customize it for that particular person, right? For me, it's like if they have fewer opens, and I think I'm have to work harder, then they're going to be closer to the 50%.
Yeah.
If they've got a lot of people and they've got a great reputation, and their offer is going to be easy for me to position. When I say easy to position, that means it's different. I can see what's uniquely different about it, right? Then they'll be closer to the 30%.
Because I want to send out the T2s tonight, and that's where I'm going to ask them to confirm how many people do you have on the list, on the buyers.
Yeah.
And
I usually on a social, is this social or by email?
This is all social.
I usually will do a social chat. I'll say, so I'll break it up. I'll be like, Dennis, so happy to give you all the details. I want to save you some spinning the wheels. Would you mind if I ask you a couple of questions first? And they'd be like, sure, go ahead, right? But you're pre-framing it, right? Then I would just say, I would probably, like in my social T3, I might say, hey, do you mind if I just copy and paste the question? Hope you won't mind I just copy and paste the questions in there, right? Now, sometimes I'll just do it more social. Like, cool. So the first thing is I'm pretty useless unless you have an email list with at least a couple thousand opens or whatever, right? And usually they'll give you a number like, hey, yeah, I got about 4,000 opens, or I think I'm above that, right? Let me check real quick. Perfect. And I'll say, so far so good, right? Or whatever. I'm always very nurturing along the way. The other thing is like, I mostly want to work with like $2,000 plus offers, right? Now, if you don't have a $2,000 offer and you're close, I can help you get more, I can help you position that and get more money for it, right? But are we somewhere in the ballpark there? Usually they're like, oh yeah, I've got a 5,000, I got a 10,000, I got a 20,000 thing. Or they'll be like, no, I've got like 47,97, 500 or something like that, you know? And then you can kind of decide what you want to do with them.
Hey, Trev.
Hey.
Hey. So this weekend I'm going to be sending out the T1 for for my guitar business. It's going to be based off the one that you already commented on in the Facebook group. My partner, because of his touring schedule, isn't going to be able to actually teach the class for probably 3 to 4 weeks. Do you recommend spacing out the mailings further, pre-enrolling people early? I don't want them to lose interest since it's going to be kind of, a few weeks off.
Yeah. Here's my general experience, Josh, is the people that have more money than time, I need more timing to space it out. So I've sold things 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and gotten the full payments or deposits way before that. And there's not a problem with it. Now, what helps the spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down with that is if there's something that you can give them in the meantime, some kind of pre-training, or you're going to jump on a kickoff call with them or something like that. There's something in between time. But usually for my movers and shakers, like 6 weeks, 8 weeks out, like that's better anyway, because they're usually jammed up, right? They have less time than money. The money's not the problem. They're trying to buy more time, right? So usually it's not an issue.
All right, cool.
By the way, if you came late, I just wanted to remind everybody that a couple people have need to go around 5 o'clock, and I'm just going to put a hard stop on this at 5 o'clock, which is about an hour and some odd away. But we'll be getting back together again at 3 p.m. Central on Monday, and then I just go elbows in with you guys, whatever you get. If we need to do some office hours or whatever we do, but usually we'll end up having a few Q&As. And I do want to do one specifically for you guys that are doing this as an agency. A special one. People can come to that if they want to, but I want to do a special one for you guys doing it as an agency. We can talk about some stuff. Cool. Great questions, guys.
I've got a question on the T1. So we've got a large group of people. We did a T1 in our paid members group, and the reaction's been really good.
Good.
We put it out to our big old group of about 15,000. We're looking at probably getting a few hundred responses at least. How hard do you actually qualify them on the T1 if that's the scenario? Do you just say, hey, here's the things that you need if you want to be a part of this? Only comment if you fit these criteria?
Yeah, so you're kind of getting the feel for it, and sometimes I don't know coming out, right? So so you can kind of like put some of your T2 in the T1, right? Like, hey, and don't make it about them, make it about you. Like, I can only really help these kind of folks. Like, it's perfectly cool to start or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So, but sometimes you don't know, right? And sometimes you can put more details in, but you're going to suppress your response. And sometimes you want to do that, like, give them a really big list, right? There's times when I've told them the dates or the price or whatever right there in the thing, and I call those shortcuts, right? When they come knowing the price, that's a really, really short putt, but it will drastically reduce the response. But it does have an advantage of something, is it gets everybody else to see the price, and it allows them to chew on it for a while, right? And so you can still T1 after that, right? And those people will come back a little bit more qualified. So it is like my grandpa said, you learn a lot in life about learning how to flip a hot cake, right, or a pancake, because we used to do pancake breakfast every Sunday morning with the kids. But if you flip the pancake too hard, right, it ends up out of the pan. If you don't do it hard enough, like it kind of flops over. So there is a little bit of just like, hey, what kind of availability do I have, or do my tappers have, and how are we going to tighten this down or let it flow through a little bit more, right? So you get the same issue sometimes with your T2s. Like most of the time with your T2s, like I try to shoot for about a 50% right off the bat, like qualification, unless I know I'm being really, really tough there, right? But most of the time people that don't respond back from the T2s is because they feel like they don't qualify and they're just too embarrassed to say something. So like if you only get like 10% of the people on the T2s, that might be okay, but probably it's an issue with your T1 that you need to tighten it up before they come in. Sometimes you just want to, you like, wow, maybe I really don't have to have this qualification to have this success, right? So we had a client that teaches people how to do $1 million a year Amazon businesses, but he only wanted people that weren't newbies, right? He didn't want to teach them how to like set up the account and all that kind of stuff, right? So we said, what's the thing that we could tell, right? He's like, well, if they're making sales every day, like how many sales? Let's say 20, right? So we put 20 in there. I can't remember the numbers, but we weren't getting a lot of qualifiers, right? So I went back to the client and said, hey, if they were only doing 10 sales, do you think they would still qualify for this program? He's like, yeah, I think so. So we lowered it down to 10 and got more people through there. So sometimes you kind of get it going, tweak it as you go. But what I love about it is that once you have it tweaked, once you have your T3 rocking, now you have a marketing asset that you just can do over and over and over again with very little work. Like once your T3 is working and you got the process down, you just run that shit over, and it's great because like not everybody's going to see a webinar, right? So one people that are interested are raising their hands, right? And they're only seeing all the details, that particular time, so that's a really good question. It's just a matter of, do I give them more details? Do I give some more qualifications, right? Putting the price in will drastically lower, or even intimating what the price would be around will drastically lower the response. Now, you do try to swing the pendulum back, right? I'll say something like, the investment is $2,500 to help get you on this diet for being more fertile, right? But at the cost of IVFs at 25 grand or 30 grand a pop, every little bit helps, right? So I always try to swing that pendulum back, to kind of put that in there. Or you can, like I used to do it, it was actually in webinars I would do, we had a $2,000 relationship product, and I didn't want to give them the price right there, but I kind of wanted them to know like what the price was around about. But we had different levels too. So I realized that people come from different socioeconomic ranges. So the way I position it is like the investment is about the amount for a family weekend of 4, right? But it just depends like where your socioeconomic is, where you're gonna put that, right? And I said, I'm not trying to be tricky, but everybody's different. So we have different packages depending on what your needs are, right? So that way they had an idea what the price was, but we could have some flexibility when they came in.
That kind of leads me into one of the other questions we wanted to ask. John and I have been going back and forth on this. We've got everything from literally $300 to 40 grand. And there's several different ways that we can do this. The problem is all of the people in our main group, they're not really segmented yet. Not like on our email list. On our email list, we know who's who, right?
Yeah.
But in the group, the T1 doesn't have to be so definitive. This is one way. The T1 doesn't have to be so definitive, and we can go that route of it's going to kind of look like this, and that paints it in their picture their own way. And then through the back and forth in the T2, we can identify where they fit with a little qualifying and point them in the direction. Maybe it's the $2,000 course. Maybe it's skip everything and go straight to one-on-one. That was one way we were thinking about doing it. The other way being we start at the program we're selling now that we want to, and then we come back in 2 or 3 weeks and we go through the whole process for another specific product. If you were in this conundrum, which would you go?
Well, I like both of those, and I don't think there's probably one that's better than the other. But I think, like, if you're when you send a T2, like they're going to be in 2 categories, you can just have 2 separate T3s depending on which way they go, right? So I like that. Also, like you can you build up pin-up demand. Like it's kind of the thing, like you build up pin-up demand for things that you do. Like, so when I sent out to my list, right, about Big Ticket Email Mojo. Well, everybody that doesn't have a list, like, oh my God, these guys are making like 6 figures with one campaign, right? So I'm building up pin-up demand for all those guys that want to build up an audience, right? So I'm totally cool. I think people get overboard on segmenting, right? It's like if a girl's not open to red pumps right now, right, doesn't mean she won't be open for red pumps in 3 months, right? Also, when you write subject lines or the posts are very, very specific, like people don't get mad. If I say, hey, only open, if I say open if you have 1,000 opens or more, right? People aren't mad if it's not relevant to them. They're not like, oh, that Travis sent me another damn non-relevant email. Like what pisses them off is when you say stuff like bad news and you get everybody to open it and that it's only going to appeal to a small segment, right? You're much better off saying, hey, do you need some red pumps? And the girls that don't want red pumps, they're not mad. They're like, oh my goodness, they got red pumps, right? I use this example very often, but like if I owned a Coca-Cola memorabilia store and somebody was rabid about Coca-Cola products and I got something new in, they're going to be pissed off I didn't tell them whether they want to buy it or not, right? But here's, I think, what I would do if I was you, Len, and this works amazingly, amazingly well, is you can T3 people into another group, right? Now, this would be a different style of group where you're not going to be telling them all about wonderful contents and, giving them results in advance. You're just saying, if you would be open to this, join this group over here, right? Now you've got a separate group that you can play with over here, and it gives you an idea like how many people are interested, right? And you can focus more on your topics over there. It works amazing. Well, I don't know if Art's still here, but that's what Art did with his, he had a 300 person buyers group. He sent them to another group. It was like a 55 people. And I think he did some Instagram stuff too, but.
Yep. We did down to 60 original students. I think we sold 150,000 up front instantly without having to go back around, because I think later doing your second round T2s that were kind of maybes, we probably put in another 75 or 80,000 after we did the open of the email list and everything else. We added another, I think 500 people to the group. And so after the 500 was in and we did the full round, I think we did, we collected 300 in cash and we have another 100,000 in pay as you profit that's expected to come in.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I don't know if you guys probably get tired of hearing my voice this week, but there's I posted in the bonus section a social T3 case study. I lay it all out for you, but that's a very, very good option as well, is just to send them to another group. And so I did one class last year. It was around January for the back end agency, and it was a live event, right? But I just split off, and it was just like 300 people in that event. And then I sold 10 people showed up. I think I sold more than that, but 10 people showed up. And then on a back of that, I did like a virtual deal. We sold another 12, right? Just off of those, right? And I could probably go back and sell another 10 spots or 20 spots from that, even though I don't track it anymore, right? It's just kind of like a dead group now, right? But it was just set up as a sales group.
Slicing and dicing.
That's right. Yeah.
I watched that training, the case study training that you put in, the whole hung like an elevator button one, where you kind of broke out these pieces. the doing content groups and then sales groups totally makes sense. We have 4 that are highly active groups already that are all around the same main thing. We're going to start with trying the T1 that went out that John and I are actually getting blown up right now is just in our inner jungle. There's 215 or 220 people in there.
Yeah.
And the 30 some people that have been through our main course that we're selling now are included in there. So that group really is designed and set up to upsell them. We do content and it's, you know, branding and all of that, but we're kind of doing this group that way, but it might make sense to do like a completely separate group where it's like,
well, I think your innoism's on. Get something out there that's simple, and you might have to like, you know, do more tapping than you thought or whatever. But you can also go pick and choose, right? You can, you know, you just go pick the ones that you want to work with, right? I don't know how many spots you have open, or if you're just trying to sell as many as you can. But yeah, I mean, I think your inner wisdom's spot on. And then if that goes good, like just realize you can probably magnify that by getting some multi-channel, put them in the group, you know, email, what have you, get them to see the social proof in it and going a little bit harder on it, you know, in that group.
Yeah.
Facebook Messenger is the worst CRM ever.
We are. I've got beta. We're doing. I call it beta, right? But some of you guys came in on this, but we started using the Facebook page messenger. Much better CRM, and now you can have your tapper use that, because you can just make them. It's not called tapping abilities, but you can just allow them to use that, right? So like some of you guys, like I had Vinny, one of my tappers, like give out the T2s and stuff like that, right? But much better. And you actually have, you can do done, you can tag stuff, you can, it's a little bit better. But yeah, it gets pretty wicked trying to do the Facebook message.
I used keywords throughout it to kind of segment it so I can go and search for a keyword so I knew where they were in the T1, T2, T3 process.
Yeah.
Follow up later, so I can just hit that and go, everyone that's got that keyword, I should at least check and see if I should follow up with them again.
Yeah.
And the same thing with you is I developed a bot with tagging, and it's attached to Slack, so someone else can control everything, not have any involvement within my actual bot. So yeah, I learned my lesson, but I had to do it once the real way.
By the way, I've arm wrestled Art into, if we can get a time together, it'll probably be next week. But I'm going to interview him about what he did on his social. I thought you guys, and he's gracious enough to say
anything. Yep.
Seriously.
I do have a question though. On your original course, you showed that example of the low-paying month-to-month SaaS, or I think he sold for like 120 at 97 a month or something. Are we go over in that, or is it the exact same philosophy? Is there something else that you did with that?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same philosophy, but the way you get really successful at selling continuity, because it's the same thing, is understanding how to slice and dice.
Yeah.
Red shoes, like if you're selling a shoe service, it's red shoes one day, blue shoes the next day, and you slice out, you get the whole pie. So what I'm going to do is, so we've got the Silver Eagle, kind of the contest going on until Monday at 3 p.m., right? After that, and you guys will be included. If you got the Silver Eagle, you'll get this too. But I've got a course called Passive Cash Flow Mojo, which is a $6,000 course. And I'm just going to comp you guys into that. I don't want you guys to listen to it now because you guys got I don't want to like overload you, right? But we can talk about some continuity stuff. But the big thing about continuity, and any offer really, like somebody asked me, how do you sell the same offer for years? Like Magic I'm Making Up, I sold for years. Girl Gets Ring for years, right? I sell my same stuff for years, and it's understanding it's about problems, not product. I just say I'm a screwdriver, man. I'm just a tool, and I'll just talk about the different things, right, that they do with the tools, right? And some people will, the dominoes will fall in, and then the next people, right? But that's kind of how you do the continuity is kind of a Sports Illustrated manner too. You can put some bonuses in there, so you end up selling the bonus. more than you're selling the continuity.
Yeah, you went in one of your videos. I go back to that every time I try and write something. It was your birdhouse example. Don't sell the tool. Don't sell the hammer. Don't sell. I have a sale.
That's
Sell.
right.
Hey, I'm building a bird nest. That always comes back to me because I have the tendency. I want to start out like you said, like, oh, this is the last day, 50% off or something along those lines, and I stop myself and go back and reread my notes.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And all the objections. See, most people are just like, they don't handle all the objections, right? And I'm not saying that when I say objections, it's like the drama to that is like, if we think about it 80s style, like we have to arm wrestle people, but that's not what I'm trying to say. Is we just have to position, like we were talking about on the timer, right? We just have to outrun our best friend, which is whatever they're doing now or whatever's out there, right? So we don't try to convince people. We just say, here's what you're doing. Here's the time you're spending on that. Here's the things that we're seeing. Here's the time we're spending on that. Like whenever you're ready, or now's a good time because we've got this big sale going on or whatever, if that sounds good, right? But yeah, it's just about slicing and dicing those things out. Is how like we've converted like 30-40% of an entire list on the continuity. Now that was done over time, right? I was an affiliate for a continuity program. Matter of fact, I still get payments to this day. I haven't promoted it in like probably 4 years, but I think I promoted it for about 3 years straight. We did over $1 million in sales and like little $47 a month commissions, right? But just slicing and dicing.
Wow.
Would you still sell that with a T3 or just go from email to like an order form?
Ooh, good question. So that's going to be like up to you and what kind of like where your money thermostat is. Like, for me, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. I don't like to do a lot of T3s. I'm getting worse. I don't know worse, but like, I don't even really like to do T3s, like if they're under 10K now, right? So I'm usually like a 10K and above, but that's for some people, like 5K is like a fantastic number, right? Or even 2K, right? So it's kind of up to you, but and how big your list is and such. So you can also run hybrids, which we can talk if you guys are interested. I've hybrided, and Yassine's really good at hybriding like the Rainmaker and the T3. So like we'll have like we'll get them all fired up, and then we'll have them reply back like on the 4th day, right? And that's the actual T1 cart opening, right? And then we'll just drop some more T1s to get them filled. But if you got the tapper staff and stuff, like the conversion rates, if you're writing solid T1s and they're qualifying correctly, like we're getting like 8%, 10% conversion rates on the T3s, right? So that's kind of what you got to look at is like, if it's a $500 product, are we getting that, on our sales page or a webinar or whatever? It might make some more sense to send them to a webinar, if it's a $500 thing, but if you got like a $5,000 thing or a $10,000 or a 25 or a 30, like you're probably not going to sell those so easy on the webinar. You're going to take them to a phone call or whatever. So.
Yeah.
By the way, the funny thing, like the funny thing behind that story, on that continuity, is that he did that from a cold list, and what his name's Peter. You guys know Andre Chaperone, right? He used to do a couple of products with Andre Chaperone. His name's Peter Spapin. Super bright guy. He's really fun to talk. We don't talk probably but once a year or so, but it's always memorable when we do. But I was walking down the road, and I do a lot of calls when I'm walking, and his thing, he just likes to do, he gets off on doing cold traffic. So one of the levers that we have is specificity, right, and relevance. He's I can't do his accent. I'm horrible at imitations. But he's like, Travis. He's like, I work with interior designers, and I know exactly what they want, and I know what they really, 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 really want. It's not Facebook or all this stuff. All they care about is this site called Houzz, and I never heard of it at the time, but they want to get more traffic to their houses, and that's all interior decorators and designers care about, right? So he scrapes like cold list of interior designers, takes the T1, right? What they're really, really interested in is, hey, I may be able to help you get more traffic to your house listing. Would you be open to discussing it, right? There's like really, really like great response rates on that, right? Then he T2s them a little bit, and then he sends them the offer, which is like $197 a month done for you service to drive more traffic to their house, right? And he's like, Travis, like if they qualify, I cry if I can't convert like 25% of them, right? Like, I don't remember the exact number. It was like pretty high, right? So like, that's kind of what he was doing with that, but he really likes to load stuff up in the Mailshake and then run the T1s and T2s and T3s that way.
Has anyone tried doing this with cold emails out to like smaller businesses using the T1?
Yeah, absolutely. I used to have a, I feel a little braggadocious, but like, I think all the closers get all the glory, right? It's the openers, man. Like the closers work for the openers, right? So I used to have a program back in 2012. We just called it the 6-week service business. But basically we would show some people how to get into a high ticket service business, but broker it out, right? So the way that we got them deals was by being super specific and hyper relevant. And we just used cold email. We figured out what that market really, really wanted. I'll give you a couple examples really quick. So we had a girl that her talent was in writing. Her passion was in wine. She happened to live up in Canada, right? And there's a bunch of like 400 or 500 independent wineries up in Canada. But independent wineries work different than the big wine companies, in that mostly run through wine tastings, right? So she first started out trying to cold email, hey, I do email newsletters for wineries in Canada, right? And it didn't do very well. But once we figured out their currency, we would send them an email that said something to the effect of, hey, I help independent wineries in Canada, we had some personalization in there too, get more people to their wine tasting. Would you be open to discussing it? We would get like 30-40% of all the cold emails that we sent out are T1s. I didn't call it a T1 at the time to respond back, right? And then we jump on phone calls with them. But yeah, it works. If you're hyper relevant and you know what they want. See, most people don't know what they want, and they start off with their product, right? Would you be interested in my product? No, they want more people to their wine tasting, right? If you know what the currency is and you know how to present that, it's really powerful. So,
I started actually writing it, and as I started writing it for the service, or at least to get a conversation about the service, I found that my mind shifted to doing a big coaching thing for them and doing a PS as the service, as a done for you thing, which really wasn't my goal, but I think that may trigger some things anyways and bring in some people at least want to find out about both.
Yeah, I mean, like sometimes there are times when you lead off with the offer. Sometimes an offer is so freaking hot that you can just lead off with it. So one of the guys in the high ticket service business that we did was helping people do webinars, right? So we picked out a niche for them. It was people that sold sales education. And so we put the list together of people that did sales education. The webinars were so hot that we just led with that. Like, hey, reaching out because I saw your sales program. It's perfect for selling on webinar. Are you using webinars right now, right? No, I'm not, right? Well, hey, I know that you got a million things to do. One of the things we do is put webinars together for people that have sales education companies, whatever, right? And that worked really, really well because like it was just hot, right? We did some stuff with franchisors, and the franchisor's biggest headache is their long lead time. Somebody fills out a little form to do a franchise with them, and it could be years, right? So that's what we talk about, shortening lead times, right? So it's just about knowing what that pain point is, what that currency is, and you can call. Give me a few minutes, and I can figure out like what somebody's pain points are, right? Or pride points, right? I get a conversation opened up. One of my,
I'm sorry.
One of my good business relationships now. Anybody know Mike Long? Anybody know Mike Long? Used to work with Kelly Felix, and he's a really strategic genius. But I wanted to get to know him a little bit, so I kind of stalked him a little bit. And he was in a hot tub once, and they were playing some hip hop music. And I noticed he liked hip hop music, and I do too. I'm weird like that. But I like all kinds of music. But so a song came on, and I started out my email with whatever the lyric, hey, big shit popping, little shit stopping, or something like that, whatever it was, right? And that immediately got his attention, right? But I just kind of knew that was going to be the trigger point for him, right? And that turned into a wonderful relationship going on. So just kind of figuring out what's important to people and understanding how to open conversations and getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, because I was going to model
reopening conversations.
I was going to model the cold email either after your RSVP T1 or the nutmeg, one of those two. I really like that one for some reason. The short one that you use on the social chat, it seems to generate people with interest. It's non-pushy, and they just kind of want to know more.
Yeah, usually so for me, and you might be doing different stuff, but most business owners, what do they want? They want to sell more of their programs, right? So one of the angles I usually take is if I know if they have a mastermind, I'll reach out and say, hey dude, like been seeing your mastermind stuff everywhere. Looks like you may be filled up, right? Oh no, I'm not full up, because they don't know if I'm wanting to join or what, right? So you got to be careful with how you do it, right? But Dean Jackson's really, really good at this too. Like he has a postcard program for restaurants, or he was helping somebody with a postcard program for restaurants. And you're going to get turned down with extreme prejudice if you start talking about, hey, we do postcard marketing, right? Right? You're going to get like a steak knife in the eye or something, right? Like if you're a person, right?
Yeah, anything with local businesses, they don't know any of this stuff. I mean,
but what he figured out is like if you start with something they do want, like, hey, do you guys do birthdays? They're like, yeah, we do birthdays. Like, could you handle more birthdays over there? Could you handle more birthday party? Yeah, we could do. And so now you got them thinking about birthdays and what they want, right? Kind of like to get more people to your wine tasting, which opens up the conversation, right? Same thing when I had the fax advertising, like I knew they wanted more carryout orders, right? So that's where I would start, what they wanted.
Is he the one that came up with the term cheese and the mouse?
Dean Jackson. It was funny because he had cheese and whiskers, right?
Cheese and whiskers, that's the one, yeah.
Cheese and whiskers, and
that is it.
yeah, it was funny because for years I would say worm and hook, right? Because I did a lot of fishing when I was a kid, and you couldn't leave the hook exposed, right? Right. So it's like, was it worm or hook? And then he came out with cheese and whiskers is even more understandable because not everybody's fished, right? So it was really awesome. Any other questions around this topic or anything else you need to brainstorm or?
I have questions.
Awesome.
Let's see. Yeah, so you and I have talked about this mini agency model, and you suggested that I start off with the T3 campaign for my clients.
Yep.
Can you elaborate on what the campaign looks like? Like a little bit of a roadmap of how it works. How many emails am I sending out? Because I'm not just sending one email. There's some type of sequence.
Yeah, it just it depends on what you're doing, like how many spots you're going to be going for, what the price points are. But usually, the real question is, I don't know. And people hate that, right? They're like, but the way that I look at it is, because we want to systematize everything, but relationships don't work like that. Like you go on a date, I tell this joke, but you go on a date, right? And the girl doesn't sleep with you. Like, oh, okay, well, I'll try a different angle next time. So you go on the next date, and like, oh, she still won't sleep with me, right? Like, you know, you go on the next date, like, I'm gonna wear my silk, you know, awesome shirt, right? And then she slept with me. Oh, it must be my silk shirt, right? So then I'm gonna wear my silk shirt. It doesn't work like that, right? What I would recommend is start off something like what are we going after? Like, what would be a meaningful result for them? Are they trying to make 50K or 100K? And then what's the price of their product, right? So if you're going after a 50K campaign and their product's 5K, you only have to sell 10, right? And I'm just making up some numbers, right? But the reason I love the T3 is because they're so much simpler than the Rainmaker to start off on a first date with, especially if you can start off with their buyers list, right? So I would just use the standard T1 to kind of feel them out, right? We're putting this together, what have you, right? And see what the response is. Like, how many hand raisers do you get, right? How many T2s and how many sales do those turn over? Then you can always send out more T1s, right? But usually, like on T3s, we don't like put clocks and time deadlines and do all that kind of stuff, because usually we're just filling a few spots, right? We're not filling hundreds of spots.
See, I misunderstood, because I thought we were just starting with the T3, but you're saying start with the T1, see how many hand raisers you get, then send out the T2 to those hand raisers.
I'm sorry, yeah. So maybe there's some, when I say T3, I mean the whole campaign, T1, T2, T3. What I was talking about is, like, I wouldn't start off with the Rainmakers anymore. Those make better second and third dates. Like, you can if you want to, but there's a lot more involved, right? I'd rather get in there, see how, you know, do they like it? Do they like this person? They always tell you they like them, right? You know, and how well they convert. Because I want to spend as minimal time as I can, and to get them a result, a good first date. But yeah, I meant the whole T3 campaign.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get that. Now
I was just saying, don't start with like a Rainmaker, right? Would be my advice now. I didn't do it that way when I started, but now we're here, right? And preferably if you can start with their buyers list, even better, right? So
in this scenario you just described, 5K offer, their goal is 50K, so we need 10 sales. We start with the T1, get the hand raisers, then send out the T2 to the hand raisers, then follow up with the T3, which is essentially what I'm doing right now in social.
That's it.
And scenario A, we get the 50K within those 3 emails. Scenario B, it didn't happen and we're maybe hit 30K. So we're a little short.
I would count on scenario B, right? Or C, right? Sometimes you have to send out like 3, 4, 5 T1s until you kind of get everything dialed in, right? Because like you might have it where they come in, like nobody's responding back to the T2, right? Or say maybe you've overqualified, right?
So you go again.
Yeah. So then you tweak it, but you can also ask them for help, right? So you give them the T3, right? Maybe nobody responds back. You can say, hey, did you have a question, right? And they're like, oh, I think this is bullshit or whatever. And you can figure out like what's not in your T3 that you need to have, right? And you can have a conversation around that, and you can fix it on the fly, right? Like, oh, what about this? Like, you know, we very often miss things, right? Like, there's no way you're going to go into a corner and mentally masturbate everything that you need. That's part of the problem with this market. We think, I'll just go in the corner here and I'll figure everything out, right? Without getting involved in the market, right? That's another reason why I love the T3, because you actually get involved. You get to hear what they say and what their problems are and what they don't like about your thing or where the questions come up, right? So you can tweak that and make your offer work better, right? So, but yeah, like I would try to hit my goal. If it's 50K, I'd just send out more T1s, or I would take the T1 that worked well and I would send them to unopens, right? And big ticket email modes are like the easiest money you're going to make, because if you make 10K, 20K off of, let's say you make 20K off of a T1, right? Send that shit again, right? Send it to unopens, because you're going to make usually about 40 to 50% of what you made before. And if that's still a relevant number, send it to unopens again, because you'll do another 40, 50%. So when you add those up, like you've almost doubled like that email, right? And then you could even send that whole email again to the whole list. We do this all the time. It's usually our Saturday email. So what we do is we take the best email of the week, best being the most response and sales, and we will rerun it on Saturday as a did you see this? And we just tell them like, hey, we sent this out this last week. It got a great response. We got great feedback, meaning sales, but they don't know that, right? Great feedback. We know you're busy. We thought if we sent it to you on Saturday, you might have a chance to read it, right? And it will do almost the same amount of sales as we first sent it out, right? So we really just keep using like what works as much as possible, right? So that's why like people like, well, I'm not picking on you, Dennis, but people say, well, tell me what email should I send on day 1, day 2, day 3? Because they want to like write them all and send them all out. I'm like, you're asking for a disaster.
Right, because that's what a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And which is like, like a pre-planned campaign.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, we're going to send out these 7 emails or whatever. But what you're saying is it's really much more proactive and reactive. We're going back and forth, having the conversation with the list.
Yeah.
What do they say? How do they react? What objections do they put up? And then we go back in, right?
Yeah. Some people, like a common question I'll get is like, how do you write a 30-day autoresponder? And my question is like, how well do you want it to convert? I want it to convert amazing, right? Then write 300 emails and take the best of those. And then when you get a good one, put it into the autoresponder. People typically don't like that answer, right? But that, like, if you really want the best converting autoresponder, that's kind of what it takes, right? You're not going to sit and write the best autoresponder by let's sit down and pull shit out of my ass and just pump out 30 days worth of emails, right? And I'm being a little bit facetious, so it sticks in everybody's mind, right? But yeah, so I very much like, we have an idea, like we have a theme for the campaign, and we use child, adult, parent. Like we start off with the overt benefit, right? A little bit of adult, and the rest of it's objection killing, right? And there's always timer, right? But we figure out like, what's the positioning? Like, why is this different than everything else that they've seen out there? That's the big thing. And guys, for your offers as well, one of the things I see a lot of focus on the copy. And this is not something that I can really teach you just here in this class. But one of the things that we do on follow-on stuff is work on what I call the mini monopoly, right? How can you be the only person doing what you're doing for a certain segment? But what we want to do in the T3 is like, when we read that, it's like, man, there's nobody else who can help me with this. Not because they're the best, not because they have more degrees or certifications or years doing it, but just because I want to do X and nobody else is doing X, right? I might be getting off on a tangent there. But.
No. That makes sense. I got another question.
The cool part with the T3 too, Dennis, is like coming in with a Rainmaker, where like our Rainmakers go 30 days now sometimes, because like when the dice is spinning and the money's dropping and we want to keep it going, right? But a T3 is so much easier to sneak in, like especially if it's a big company, right? If they're mailing like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you can sneak in on a Tuesday and Thursday, right? Right? Because you just send one email, right? And the rest of it happens outside of the email, right? It's pretty I don't want to use the word ninja or stealth, but it can fill in the holes, right? You can get it tested pretty easily. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, I wanted to ask you also about the onboarding process. So I'm thinking for my mini agency, I've got people to follow up with today, maybe over the weekend, off this T1 I published on Facebook yesterday. Let's say I get 2, and I collect payment. So what happens next? And Casey hinted a little bit, but it sounds like your process is start with the, let me see here, start with the offer call and then the intake call. Is that right? And then I don't know what happens.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So I'm happy to go into detail with you, Dennis. We do it Monday. We have a special class, but you're exactly right. So it goes to offer call, right? And I always do the offer call, and the offer call gets recorded. During the offer call, I'll kind of figure out some of the tech stuff that we need. I don't go deep into the tech stuff. I just say what shopping cart are you using and blah, 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 right? And then that offer call goes into Asana, which is our project management. And Casey takes it and he does what's called executive notes, which is just what we need for them from the tech side. And then it goes to Annette, who schedules the intake call with the client. And the intake call is a list of interview questions that we find out about their life and such, right?
Right.
And then after that, now with a T3, like we've been not doing the intake call. We've just been saying, hey, do you have any videos or places where we can find out more about you, right? For a T3, because we're not writing so many emails, right? So we don't need all that
You're not
stuff.
doing a ton of upfront work.
That's right. But that's typically where it goes. And then it goes to the copywriters. We have an offer form that we fill out, and then that goes to copywriters, right? But you're right. It's usually offer call, tech stuff, intake call, and then the copy gets started. And then if we're doing a G3 order form, the G3 order form.
Okay. So can we talk about that a little bit more maybe on Monday, I guess? Especially
Absolutely.
with the offer call, because I'm not exactly sure what is.
Happy to. Yeah. Have you gone through Big Ticket Email Mojo?
Everything.
Perfect. So basically, I just walk them through Hell and Heaven Island. But I'm happy to. And I usually use Star Wars. So like, let's say, so your client is Luke, right? Luke, yeah, and so I usually say, tell me about Luke, right? Very often that's how I do. Tell me about Luke. Like, what's Luke? What's Luke want? Like, what's stopping him? What's your plan for Luke? And it's not easy sometimes because their plan, they'll talk for an hour. What their plan is, we got to get it down to use the force, right? We got to get it down to something simple. Then we have to see where it's different, right? But yeah, it's just a matter of like, seriously, guys, like that Hell and Heaven Island and the positioning that I gave you guys, like that's in the timer. That's how I figure out all my magic shit.
Okay.
Anybody else got any questions?
Well, we
Facebook question.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
That's good. Mine might be pretty quick.
Oh, Kevin, what's up, man?
Hey, you had mentioned in one of your, I don't know, you'd mentioned this at some point, helping people. You had a client who used other people's Facebook groups to, for their T1. And I don't really have an active Facebook group of my own, but I'm a member of several others that will let you post and promote. So I didn't know if you had any maybe specific ideas on how to handle that.
Yes, sir. I'm not ignoring you. I'm looking for a pen so I can write this down. So I call it Referral Mojo. And I will put that into the group for you. But I'll put that into the group for you. And I think it, like, when you learn how to T3, like you can T3 other people's audiences into your stuff. Like everything is an offer, right? So like the world becomes your oyster, man. Like that's how we just like, we go in, get people's buyers lists and customer lists and Facebook groups and And of course we do it for a rev share, but you can do it. Like if you can solve a problem for somebody's audience, right? Like I've got a client in the Mojo Mastermind, and what he does is he has a done for you for Amazon sellers that are doing over $1 million a year, but he has the customer service and stuff for them, right? But so he can get on podcasts for Amazon people because they've tried to outsource before, but he has a solution to their problem. So he can talk about how to outsource, right? But if you can solve a problem for somebody's audience, they're happy to say, hey, and you might want to cut them in on some of the money, but they're happy to say, oh, okay, yeah. Like, hey, I'm Kevin. Do your therapists are they frustrated with the amount of insurance and red tape they have to go through? Yes. Well, would it make sense for me to talk with your people or do this? Like, that's what I help them with, right? Yeah, absolutely. So it's just a matter, again, a problem. What's the problem? What's the problem they want to help their people with? And then you just come in like, okay, cool, right? But I'll give you that. It works amazingly well.
Excellent. That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I wanted to ask you? And I think I kind of know what you're going to say, but I'll ask anyway. With the T3 campaign, how long does that usually go? Does it go like a couple weeks usually, like a week or two? And like if the client asks me, I might want to know the time frame. Like how long is this gonna take?
Yeah, it depends like on how many spots we're doing. That's what you probably thought, right? But yeah, it's usually like, what's the goal? And I usually set a goal, right? Like I look at their list and what we're doing. I usually say, okay, so we want to do $250,000 from this, right? Which would be, 5 sales or 6 sales, what have you, right? And so I'll just run it until we get it. Now, sometimes we get lucky and we get it dialed in right away. Sometimes it takes 3, 4, or 5 T1s out there, right? But yeah, probably the way I explain my Rainmakers is probably be helpful for you. Usually when a client says, well, how long will the campaign last? I said, well, it lasts between 2 weeks and 4 weeks, right? If you can schedule that in. Ideally, we need at least 2 weeks, right? And I just get in front of it, right? It's like, you're probably wondering why I'm not more specific on my time. Well, 2 reasons. One, if it doesn't pop off right away, we want to get it dialed in so it does pop off, right? And then once it's popping off and making money, like we hate to shut that down, right? So that's why 2 weeks to 4 weeks. If you can schedule for 4 weeks, awesome, right? But it's going to be kind of the same thing with the intimacy. I call it an intimacy campaign to my clients, right? But like it matters less because you can just pop in there on certain days, right? Most of it happens outside of it, right? So you can say, hey, if you can schedule me 5 days, right? Or maybe not all continuous, right? But if I can send these out, for 5 days, but most of the time, if something's working, they just like keep on doing it, especially with the T3 where it's so, because you're not taking up a bunch of that. You can even, if they're sending in the morning, if they're sending every day, you can send something in the evening.
So you can send their emails that they're planning on sending out, and then your T3 at the same time. So you don't have to like lock it off like we're doing T3 this week.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, ideally it would be probably better if you could just have some time blocked off, but that's what I like about it. It's pretty like you can get in there and just get your hand raisers, right? And then you work with the hand raisers outside of it.
Yeah, makes sense.
What else?
You've talked a lot about when you hire a tapper or if you hire a tapper, right? What is the best way for us to get a tapper up to speed on what the process is? Do we just show them what you've taught us? Like, here's what we went through. Here's what it is. Here's our process. There you go. Or are there other pieces to it? Because we've got one starting Monday.
Yep. That's a good question. What I've been doing with my tappers, I just put them through the tapper training, right? is basically what I do, but that's kind of like long on these ones, right? But yeah, usually I just give them the templates. Like I don't let them figure out the mechanics of it, right? So I get it put together. I get our follow-up taps, and then I just kind of show them what to do, right? But with that said, we are putting like formalized training just for the tappers together for that. But yeah, what I've been doing is just having them go through the last person that we just had to go through the first class. Just go through the first class, they get the idea, and then give them the templates and everything. It's really like, once you have the templates and you help them with their stance, right? And they're going to screw it up a few times. They're going to be like trying too hard or something like that, you know, or they're going to ignore what the person said. And that's another, we didn't talk about it much, but you guys are pretty sophisticated. But if somebody says something, don't just ignore that shit, right? Look at what they're trying to get you to hear, right? If somebody says, hey, yeah, I've had this business and this business, and now we're doing X amount of dollars a year. What they're trying to get you to hear on some levels, they're already successful, right? So I'm always looking at, what are they trying to get me to hear, right? So when I respond back, I'm going to be like, dude, man, like you're really going great fire. I'd be happy with work with a gentleman of your caliber, right? Don't ignore that shit, right? Or if they say something even negative, right? Don't ignore what they say, right? But yeah, most of them, like, it's so simple, right? Just give them the templates, right? The hard part is writing the templates, the tapping part, and keeping your stance correct, right? That's the big thing. And I don't think you're going to give them a video and they're just going to keep their stance correct. I still have to remind my tapper, right? I have to remind myself sometimes, right? But it's a matter of just keeping the stance correct and not trying too hard sometimes.
I'd say suffer through it on this one, do it all yourself, and then you can actually walk them through it pretty easily. And with my vast experience of one T3 campaign,
well,
the nice thing is with the bot that's, he's doing this as well, start using the messenger as being the main thing. You can have multiple employees in there and you can go through and you can reread every conversation as you want. So you can see, you can halt, you can intervene in, you can do a daily check if you wanted to, as opposed to the personal Facebook Messenger right now, where you're not really going to be inside there and be able to see the conversation they're having. But it all comes down to systematizing that he already has done for you. At your T1, your T2, kind of nurture after the T2, find out a little bit more. Then you go into that second part, decide, are they really hot? Do you want to offer the link? Do you want to give them the full details, or do you just kind of sliding on to the next phase and going on to the next person that's in the open chat? Because as you see, you got a ton of them going. That line that he uses really is true. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm only enrolling people that are interested right now or know they're interested. We'll get back to you at the end if there's a spot open. And I use that so much during that time. And it either gets them off the pot or they chafe themselves out. And I did go back to a lot of them because a lot of them did have good reasons, and we had conversations, but not right then and there.
Mm-hmm. We are doing this through the biz page, so it's not in our personal chats. And we're sending the warm up sequence today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and then the T1 on Sunday evening to our email list, and that's what our tapper is going to start with. It's interesting how this all kind of aligned. We hired somebody to help us with a higher touch person who would handle the support emails and all of that stuff and direct people into what part of our world they should be in. This was like, oh my God, this is perfect, right?
Here's something I want to point out that's a little bit off tangent, but like what I always tell my people is like, once you get your campaign dialed in, like pat yourself on the back. Because if you made, let's say you made 50 grand on it, you've just added $250,000 revenue to your business now, because you can run that shit 4, 5, 6, 7 times during the year, right? So it's not about like, I don't know if you've considered that, right? Like whatever money you made on that campaign, like multiply that shit by 4, because you can run that again like 4 or 5 times this year, right? Like that's why I get so excited about marketing and the leverage of marketing, because like, how are you going to leverage a telephone sales call, right? I'm not beating up on them, but like once it's done, that shit's over, right? Unless you learn something and you can leverage that, right? But So part of getting and I'll do the same thing, Len. Like I'll take a new tapper and we'll just like trial by fire and then get them dialed in but like once you've got it, like once that shit's converting, now you just take whatever you just did and it's probably going to get better. Sometimes our campaigns get better and better, right? Because some of you guys probably saw when I sold Phone and Sales Machine last time, right? And so like it brewed and brewed, and like you saw the other students having results, and so sometimes like we'll do a Rainmaker campaign and we'll do it again 3 months or 4 months later, and we'll sell more the second time because they're like, oh man, I missed it this last time, I'm not going to miss it this time, right? So whenever you make a cash windfall, if you will, right, then like pat yourself on the back, especially if it's a marketing, because now you can multiply it 4 or 5 times, right? And you probably do things that get you more results, right? You can do a second helping campaign. You can, do a referral campaign. Like people forget about the referrals too. It's like if you help somebody, then they can do referrals, right? Like I'll be reaching out, probably getting referrals from you guys, but you can do referrals. So it's like doing a lot with a little bit, right? And then taking that success and magnifying it out and reusing it. But sometimes you're just like, okay, well, that was good. So what's our next offer?
Maya was trying to get me to get on the phone. He's like, this would be easier if you're on the phone. I'm like, no, it's not easier. I'm handling 9 people at once. and again,
that's the other thing. I get so like a spiritual erection over because like a tapper can do the job of like 3 or 4 salespeople, right? Like they can handle all that lead flow, right? It's tough. Like if you have a salesperson, if you just have one, then he gets loaded down and like you get stuck in a spot. Well, we can't drive more leads because we can't afford 2 salespeople, right? And then like you create your own problem. Like now you have to have this lead machine that's going nonstop. Whether they're producing, it just becomes a hassle, right?
You also need energy to do sales live. And I could be there with my head on the table punching the button. Copy and paste. I'm dead asleep at 3 a.m. Copy and paste.
I'll tap in sales, like watching reruns of Breaking Bad, or it's like
online at the grocery store.
I was at, where was I at? I actually got a video I'm going to give you guys where I tapped in. Jeannie we went to the mall, and she was, I'm done at the mall in like 20 minutes. So she's clothes shopping, right? And so I'm sitting out there in the little chairs, out there in the common area, and I'm tapping in sale. I tapped in a 42 grand sale while she was in there, right? So gotta pay for those clothes somehow, right? But yeah, it's like,
yeah. Well, the thing about it that's exciting to me is I mean, I've had sales teams that are really good. Like I've had, sales teams selling for me that are really awesome.
Yeah.
And I've also managed my own salespeople, and I know what it takes, like intimately know what it takes to manage the mindset of a salesperson. I was doing it myself. And then, the sales team, the person who was running it ended up being a good friend of mine. But I remember when I found him, it was like, holy fuck, like sweet relief. I don't have to do that anymore. All of my coaching energy can actually go to like serving my clients and all the things. I mean, it's just like, oh man, it's that. So when you say it's like you don't have to manage a tapper kind of in the same way, that it's really easy, there's a part of me that is like, is that really true? And at the end of the 3 days, I can see why it's true,
Good. That's awesome. So the light came on. The light came on. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
It really is like,
and also there's a different mindset of answering email or answering messages to enroll people versus I'm here on the phone as a salesperson, which is why Landon, I think what awesome timing.
Yeah. And
like you hired someone who's already excited about steering people in the right direction and doing guiding them on their journey toward transformation, and they're making sales.
Yeah. And I don't want to, it feels like I'm blowing up my own ego here, but a couple other things too. One is like, especially if you're in sensitive industries where you got to be careful what you say on the phone, you can control what's said a lot more, right? You got a record of what's said. You also have time to think. Like, and when you're not a fast thinker on your feet like me, like I call myself a crock pot brain. Like you put the meat in, it's going to get done, but it might take me a while, right? But now you have time to think about your response for what they said, right? Like, what are they really trying to say? You know, and so that there's an advantage to that too.
Yeah, which means they'll get good at it really fast.
Hey, Dale.
Can I ask 2 quick questions?
Absolutely.
Why was now the time that you hired the tapper? And Travis, how long does it typically take you to train a tapper correctly? That's kind of what I was trying to.
As short as I can, by Elizabeth, as short as I can. As we continue to scale into our higher ticket stuff, we were already looking at, and we train salespeople. One of our best clients, that's what she does, is she builds specific sales teams for coaches, right, at high ticket. And so we were already in the process of looking at people like the Closing Engine and people that we've trained through our stuff to become salespeople for us, because as good at it as I am, I don't want to spend all damn day on the phone, because like that, I want to do the watch the light go off. That's my thing, right? So we hired a consultant who's helping us with some of the behind the scenes tech stuff, funnel stuff. And one of the things she does is she brings in somebody she doesn't even know about tapping before yesterday. And that person manages a process that's kind of mind thought wise the same way. They handle the emails to be the high touch person, but it's essentially a higher paid VA that doesn't get 20 or 30%. As a sales guy, a good salesperson's not going to come sell your stuff for less than 20 or 30%. Right? I mean, it's just like, you can hire cheaper, go ahead.
Yeah.
Right? This just happened like it was, the universe just said, here's what you're looking for.
Yeah. My side of the answer is like, if your taps are dialed in and your T2 and your T3 is dialed in, I mean, they can start making sales right away. Now, there's always that level of expertise that can always be improved, right? In reading in between the lines, what people are saying, but pretty much like, which is a little bit like a week's worth of training. Usually I just like watch it, turn them loose, and then you critique. It's another good thing too. You can critique after, you can even critique before they send it, right? So we used to have like save it as a draft, and then Casey would come along, which is my project manager, and look at it before they hit send, right? But you can't do that on the phone, right? Like, hey, let's put them on mute. Then you tell me what you're going to tell them, and then I will unmute them, right? And like, so I would say like, it's not going to take like, you can get them rocking and rolling in a week or so. Now there's levels and layers of improvement for sure.
Right. I was just trying to get to basic level of, because I'm looking at, 3-4 over time, and I'm trying to figure out logistically how long does it take me, because I'm always looking at how long does it take me to ramp up my skill set for my team. That's it. That's what I got. So if it's a week, it's not like 3 months. It's a week. Great. Yeah. Now I got it. Thank you. Brilliant.
Yeah. It really helps McDonaldize your sales process too, right? Because you got, like there's no question, like when they do this, you send them this. When they do that, you send them this. When they do that, you send them this, right? Now there is a little bit like reading in between the lines and making it personal, so they don't feel like, I always tell my tapper, like it can't look like it came from a robot, right? Like you got to like personalize it to a level where like, man, that, there's no way this could have come from a robot, right? Sometimes you use the timing, like if it's near Christmas, right? Like, hey, Merry Christmas, or hey, Travis just got done wrapping up presents, right? So he's busy. I'm giving him a hand today, right? Hope you don't mind, right? So like do those things. They know it's not a robot will definitely help the stuff. But yeah, it's kind of like 80-20, like get most of it. Because it's going to be like, now if you're expecting them to figure out like what taps you should have and like, and come up with their own taps, and then be ready for shit to go all kinds of wrong, right? But if you can figure out what your normal taps are and what their normal questions are, and you put those in the T3, like it doesn't take a whole lot of training.
Yeah, I don't expect them to write the taps. I just want them to do it. Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Not being on a live sales call can refrain you from saying "F you, buddy," and you go and find something that Travis would say that's much nicer and make a sale.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, gents, we're going to go ahead and ladies, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. And we'll be back at Monday at 3 p.m. Central. Again, like we'll do whatever we take, post in the group. If I need to come in and do some office hours or anything like that, we will have a special training if you want to do this as an agency, Q&A for that, because we got a couple guys that want to do this as an agency.
I do.
And Elizabeth is wanting to possibly think about it, but we can go deeper into that. So
yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Cool, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Awesome.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good weekend.
All right, so just going to record a quick little video on how to set up your Gmail inbox. So what you're going to do here is go to Settings, turn on the canned responses, enable, save changes there. Once it reloads, we're going to go back to Settings, and we're going to get rid of these tabs because we're not going to need those for the T3 campaigns. It's right here under Labels, Social and Promotions. Just turn those right off, and then Save Changes. Okay. Now back to Settings once more, and you're going to go down to Enable Undo Send. This way, if you send out any messages to people and you realize you made a typo or just forgot to say something or just didn't say something the way you wanted to, you can press Z, or you can click Undo at the top of the screen and stop it from sending. So you also want to turn on keyboard shortcuts, so you can press Z to stop that from sending. There's also a bunch of other useful keyboard shortcuts you can find if you if you just Google Gmail keyboard shortcuts. So that's all there is to setting up. Well, so save the changes, and then that's all there is to setting up your Gmail account. I'm going to do a couple other videos on loading the canned responses and actually loading the labels in there. Alright guys, so just going to walk you through sending out the T2s, the T3s, and also the follow-up and payment taps too. So I've actually gone ahead and sent out these emails and responded back and forth, and I'm just going to walk you through all the different steps here. So when people respond to your T1, they might just say something simple like info please or give me the details. Ideally, they're going to give you some a little bit more about their business. They're going to tell you a little bit more about their situation or themselves. And what you do if they actually do give you something is you'll say, hey, whatever their name is, and then you might say thanks for connecting, or you might personalize it before you say that, depending on what they say. But you just want to take something that they've said to you and just bounce, just like you would in a conversation, just bounce back what they say in some way. Now, if they just give you something general like this, what we found works is there's something called LinkedIn Sales Navigator. It's actually a Google Chrome extension that you can download, where it pulls in their LinkedIn profile here based on their email address. And so you can actually, if you've got nothing to work with, you can click their LinkedIn profile and even say, hey, thanks for connecting. I've checked out your LinkedIn profile. And then compliment them based on something you found on their LinkedIn profile. And then, you can just send them the rest of the details. And that just lets them know that you're actually thinking about them and their situation, and you're trying to get to know them. And that really moves the ball forward a lot here. That's really a big part of this whole T3 campaign, is just being very personal with people. And so just by spending a little bit of time getting to know them, that really makes them feel special and like you actually care about their situation. So after you send out the T2, what you're going to do here is, actually, let me show you the canned response here. So to send out the T2, I usually just do Command A, the keyboard shortcut, and delete whatever, if there's a little copy before that from their previous email. And then I'll just go to Canned Responses, Insert T2. Drop their name in there, drop their name in there, and then just personalize it, just like we just talked about, and then you can just send it away. And once you send it, you want to check this label here. And so let's say you're going through a bunch of emails here, you've got 10 more T2s to get to. The quickest way to just get to your inbox and get to the next thing that I found is to just press E, which is the keyboard shortcut here in Gmail, and it just archives the email and takes you right back to your inbox. Now, if you're not a keyboard shortcut person, you can just click this arrow right here, and that'll take you back to your inbox. So from there, once you sent this T2, actually, sorry, let me archive this. Once you've sent your T2, it's going to show up right here under the T2 label. So if you sent out, say you spent, an hour sending out T2s and you're like, oh man, I'm not sure how many T2s I sent out. You can just click this number right here and you can see maybe 15, 20 T2s or whatever. But that's just a quick way that you can jump in and see how many T2s that you've sent out for your whole campaign. And so what you're going to do from there is, let's say in a normal program, after 24 hours, we would come in, we would click the T2 label, and we would come in and we'd follow up with these people. But in this case, for this workshop, people have to check out dates. They got to look at their calendar and they might have to move some things around. So we give them 48 hours for workshops before we follow up. So we usually start with follow-ups, by the way. We'll start with the ripest fruit first. So we'll start with the people that have gotten the pay link and that haven't paid it yet, and move up from there. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to walk you down the whole chain. So we sent out the T2 to this person. They haven't responded within 48 hours for this workshop, 24 hours or so for a program. So we just sent them this quick little T2 follow-up number 1 here that says, hey Casey, Bob here. I know we sent you a bunch of questions earlier and it may have been a bit too much with your busy schedule. Just want to make sure I'm clear on how whatever, I would say Travis here, or maybe one of our client names. Just want to make sure I'm clear on how Travis can best help you. Can you please answer this one quick question? I'll send over the details for you ASAP. Then we just ask them what we call the currency question here, which we're just trying to find out why is now the right time for them? What's going on in their business or life that has them reaching out? And from there, it's ideally we want to get any other qualifications that we need from the T2, but if they haven't responded and they're busy, this will at least re-engage the conversation and we can go from there. So if they haven't responded to this in say 24 hours, oh, sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. So after we send out this T2 follow-up number 1, we click this label and then we're going to click follow-ups right here. And so we'll just leave both these labels on here. And so from there, what we're going to do is, let's say 24 hours have gone by, we come in, oh, sorry, let me archive this. I think we're in the label, so it's still showing up. So we come into our inbox, we go to follow-ups, and we click on the email. We just check, see where they're at here. Okay, so they haven't responded to this. So we have another follow-up. It's just kind of a little lighthearted one just to re-engage them back in conversation. People actually find this one pretty funny. So this is, hey Casey, Bob here. Haven't heard back from you. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if alligators ate the last note I sent you or you just got busy. Just let me know if I should send out a search party. And so, you go back down. To do that, you just go back down there, delete your little extra copy, and then do T2 follow-up number 2. Drop that in there. There won't usually be a name in there, so you just add whatever name you're supposed to do and send it out. And then once you send it, you just, you just keep it with the follow-up label here. And so you want, when you're sending out multiple follow-ups like this, when you jump into this follow-up tab, you want to make sure that you read the most previous one you sent out so that you don't resend the same follow-up. So, check here. Okay, we sent this one. We sent this one. Okay, so they haven't responded to the T2. They didn't really tell us much to go on. Okay, so they're at this point, I would think that this person's not super, super interested if they haven't really given us much here and they haven't responded. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to send out this last ditch effort follow-up here, which is just, hey Casey, haven't heard anything from you. Should I close the file on you? And so, people don't like things to end, so we actually often get a lot of responses to this one saying either, oh, sorry, I've just been busy, and then they'll jump in, they'll say something, or they will just say, yes, please close the file on me. And so that's awesome because then we know that they're out at that point. So that's all the T2 follow-ups there, and we would just keep them, so they would just stay in these 2 labels if they're they get the T2 and then we're following up with them. If they don't move past this point, then they're not going to move further down this chain here. If we've sent out those 3 follow-ups to them and they haven't responded, we'll just take them and we'll drop them here. We'll remove the follow-ups tag and we'll just drop them here and out. And now the reason we keep this main label still there is so that we can keep the total number of T2s there, and you can actually just jump in here and see it quick and get a quick overview for how things are going without having to do all this math and add up all these different numbers. All right, so before you send out your T3, you want to actually make sure to test it and make sure that it goes through. It's a really long email, and so sometimes it gets blocked or it gets chopped in half. And so to prevent that from happening, what we found works best is to click this little arrow here and go to plain text mode to make sure that's checked before you send out the T3. It's a really long email, and when you have it in rich text mode, it tends to increase the file size, and so sometimes it'll prevent it from actually sending. So what you're going to do here is check plain text mode, drop it in from the canned responses, and then just send a test to yourself and make sure it works all good. I haven't had a problem when I'm sending it from plain text, but if you do, just try and chop the copy down a little bit. It should send just fine though in plain text mode. Alright, so just going to do a quick video here on tagging the T3s, the T3 follow-ups, and payment taps. So we've got a response to the T2 here. We're going to send out our T3, customize it based on the T2, and after we send out the T3, we're going to tag it with the T3 label. So we keep the T2 one on there just so we can come back here and we can see the total number of T2s. We don't want to keep the follow-up label on it because or else the labels start getting cluttered at that point. Okay, so we tagged it with T3, and now let's say this person hasn't shown up or hasn't responded here in 24 to 48 hours. Just give it a feel based on your last conversation you've had with them. And so we send out this T3 follow-up, and so after we do that, we're going to tag it with T3 follow-up. And so we've got T2, T3, and T3 follow-ups here. And so we'll keep it here in this tag. We'll probably follow up maybe, I would say 2 or 3 times, depending on, maybe 4 times, depending on if they have a really strong currency and they seem like a really good fit. We might follow up about 4 times. The 3rd or 4th time, if we haven't used this should I close the file on you, we'll just send that should I close the file on you. Or if they haven't responded after 3 or 4 and we've already used this one, then we'll just let it phase out from there, and they can come back and they can respond to another T1 if they want to jump back in the funnel at another point. So, okay, so we've tagged it with T3 follow-up, and now let's say they say, I'm in. Let's say you follow up with them, they come back, they say I'm in. So what you'll do at that point, you'll take off this follow-up tag because they've moved out of follow-ups at that point. And we're going to put them in this first category here. I'm in number 1, the enrollment info phase. And so that's where we just simply ask them. So, hey Casey, I'm so excited for you. I'll let Travis know you're coming out to his house. We're enrolling folks in now so Travis can save you one of the seats on his white couch. May I go ahead and send you the enrollment info so we can 100% lock in your spot. So we don't want to make it about paying here. We just want to make it about the enrollment info and locking in their spot, or whatever it is that you're trying to do here. But make it more about sending them the enrollment info than it is about paying here. So he says, yes, let's do this. He seems excited here. And we come back in here and we mark them. When they move to the second phase here, we mark them with I'm in number 2, which is this 100% in phase. That's where we're just asking them, which we're just saying here, hey Casey, awesome. We've got a rule. We don't send enrollment info unless you're 100% sure you're in. Are you saying you're 100% in? Bob. So we're just trying to gauge if they're 100% in here. And the reason we do this is we don't want to just send out a bunch of payment links and have people not pay them. This just ensures that the person is really actually 100% in, or it actually helps ensure it a lot more than if we don't say it. So yes, I'm 100% in. Please send me the link. So that's actually my mistake in saying the link because I never actually said it here, but I think you get the point. So, hey Casey, we're thrilled to have you. You can take care of the investment by using this fancy link, and then we say enroll in the program name. We'll put the link right here. Travis or an assistant will get you the login to the program right away so you can jump in and start getting help with and we'll add whatever it is that they really want to get help with right here, the currency. You'll also get all the deets on where and when to meet Travis and added into his private Facebook group ASAP. I'm so excited for you. It's a rare opportunity to work this closely with Travis to get your, and then we just add their currency again. We won't say it exactly the same as here. They might have actually two things that they want, and so we can say one here and put the other here. Just make sure it sounds real and like personal and conversational, and not like you're just trying to talk about what they want. Like really make it personal and conversational there. So thanks for all your help, Bob. So after you send this third one here, you're going to tag it with I'm in number 3, and that's the pay link. And so you'll have T2, T3, I'm in number 1, I'm in number 2, I'm in number 3 pay link there. And then after that, just because you send out the link doesn't guarantee that they'll pay, but when we say this, it really cuts down on the number of people that get the link and don't pay. So, let's see. So, let's say they pay. So they'll come back and they'll say, thanks for all your help. They might not say anything. You might just check in your affiliate thing and see that they paid. And then you can come back here with this paid template and just say, hey, Casey, congratulations. I'm thrilled you're joining the workshop. Travis will send over all the details along with your login to the program ASAP, and we'll get you added in the private Facebook group right away. We're so excited to help you, and we'll just add their currency there. So after they pay, we're just going to mark them with, oh, I don't think I actually added it yet. Let me see here. Yeah, I haven't added it yet. We'll just mark them with this paid. So paid, we'll nest it under this they say I'm in there, and this will be, just label it as number 4 so it goes right under there. So there you go. So that's all there is to just going through that chain there. If you have any questions, you can just comment right here in the Facebook group. Thanks, guys. Alright, so just going to do a quick little video on loading these canned responses into Gmail. So first thing you're going to do is just copy whatever you're going to add in, paste and match style. Take out that space at the bottom and then click this arrow, go to canned responses. And so you're going to save it as a new canned response, and this is the first follow-up for the T2. So it'll be T2 follow-up number 1. And then OK. And then So then, just to want to make sure it actually worked, so insert it, T2FU number 1, there you go. Now, if you want to actually change this, say I wanted to go Joe here, canned responses, save T2FU number 1, and then yes. And then it just overwrites whatever you had there. Then if you want to actually delete it, canned responses and delete. And then it'll just delete it for you. But so we add the T2, the T3, and all the follow-ups right in there, along with some other random taps that we use from time to time.
Hey, so this is how we use the snooze feature right here in Gmail for follow-ups. So when somebody says, hey, can you follow up with me in a week? What we'll do is we'll reply to them and tell them yes, we'll follow up, and then we'll click the snooze button right here, and then you can click next week, tomorrow. You can also choose an exact date. So if they say, hey, why don't you follow up with me on the 15th, you can just click that, and then hit save, and then it's snoozed. That's how we use the snooze button.
So the bucket one is basically like, sometimes we'll have like a bunch of responses come in, like say like 10 responses come in, and you see like 3 of them right off the bat just are like people that aren't qualified for the T2, or they're just kind of complaining about something, and you just kind of drop them in the bucket so that they're just out of the way, and we can focus on the stuff that they're just basically emails we need to get to later that aren't really a high priority. We just put them in there, and that makes it so that when me or Travis or anyone jumps in, we can just, if anything's in there, we can just see the relevant stuff right up front.
Okay.
So does that make sense?
Yep.
So this is kind of like the replacement here for Streak, is just keeping it simple with a spreadsheet where so here's the directive, old one. Basically what we do is we'll add the subject line here, add the numbers, sent, opens, the percent, and then since this is just we can't actually track the T2s and T3s that came from the specific email. We don't have like the technology to do that.
Right.
So we just keep the total down there.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was saying, like this is a really good conversion, 50%. Like even 30% is pretty good, but like even the paid percent of T3s we pay, that's 15%. So this is a pretty good one overall.
Okay. So is this something that I track, that I do?
Yeah. So once, like at the end of the day, basically you'll just drop the number of T2s, T3s, and or if you do like even like the morning and afternoon sessions, maybe you can just update the T2s, T3s, and then just basically the main bucket numbers is what you're putting right here. Does that make sense?
Kinda.
So that's the total.
Okay, so it's the tags. Okay, so I'm up at the top here and I see like T2s, who got T3s.
Yep, and then
I'm in.
Yep, so that's when they say I'm in there.
Yep.
I'm in number 2 is, are you 100% sure?
Uh-huh.
And then I'm in 3 is you sent them the actual link. And
and then paid, right?
Paid is they paid, yeah.
Right, and then the percentage of who paid.
That's the percentage of the T3s. So that's out of 148 T3s, 21 people paid. So that's 15% of the people.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
You actually don't have to do the percentage. I have the calculator there, so it just changes for
nice. You. Okay, cool.
Yep. And then Annette will add all this stuff, so you don't need to worry about that.
Oh, she'll send all of, she'll do what?
As she sends the emails, she'll just put the subject.
Oh, she does all that stuff. So all I'm doing is just what's in the black. Got it.
Yep. You're just doing right there, right at the bottom of the black. Yep.
Okay. And that is, okay, yeah, that's in Asana. That's how I get to this one. Got it. Okay.
Yep. Where is, yeah, it's right in Asana under the daily sales report right there.
Got it. So I just go in there and update that. I'll probably do it in the morning, and I'll do another one when I'm done in the afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, it's just so me and Travis can just jump in and see it quick. And so that's the initiative tab here. The directive one's the old one.
Hey guys. So I just wanted to make a quick video for you on Facebook's labeling system. Main reason is because we're starting to get a lot of people now in the inbox, and it's kind of hard to track like who's gotten a T2, who's gotten a T3, people that have paid, people that need to be followed up with, and so on. So I just created a simple labeling system for us to use. And if you go over, well, first off, let me refresh this inbox so you can see how it all works. And And I've added labels to all the conversations, and so you can see where everybody's at on the green. And the way you add a label is just over here on the right on desktop. I'm not sure how it is on mobile, but on desktop, just come over here to add label and then type whatever label. So I guess I can't do T2 because I already selected it, but let's say I wanted to add out, then I would just click that, and then it would add the label right there for this conversation. And so as far as like what labels I added T2s, T3s, paid, out, I'm ins 1 through 3, and then I just did one label for follow-up just because I don't want to clog this up over here. And so as far as the follow-up label goes, basically that's just anybody that needs to be followed up with or anybody that's in the process of being followed up with. So that's what the follow-up label is for. And then let me see. Oh yeah, one other thing I wanted to show you is if you click the search button, you can type in whatever label. So if you like want to track all the T2s for the day, type in T2, click that, and then all your T2s will show up here. You know, if you want to find all the people that have paid. And it'll show you all the people that have paid here. And it's just easier than trying to like manually count all these things and then flip through the main inbox, the done inbox. And I think it'll help us keep track of stats easier. So that's why I wanted to make this little video for you, and so you guys have an idea of how the labels work. So I'll talk to you later. Hey, so if you want to immediately see all the stats for the campaign, like how many T2s there are, T3s, etc., instead of manually like counting them out over here, you can come over here to manage labels. Just click there. And then you can see for each one of the labels how many people have been labeled with that. So like for T2, you can see 35 people have been labeled T2, 31 T3. You know, we have the paid label in here, all the IMINs, etc. So all the stats are in there for you, and you don't have to count anything out manually anymore. All right, I'll talk to you later.
So I didn't put all of the taps in here because it'd be a little bit laborious, though, the whole T3 and everything, but got all the high points. Basically what happened is we ran the T1. He reached out for the 6K fly out to the event thing, right? And then we up tapped him because the dates didn't work, but then things went sideways. So let's kind of just walk you through, and not a bad sideways. Part of the thing I realized with him, he's a really, really good dude. And you'll see this when you read through this, but this is his response. Hi, thanks for the email. I'm interested depending on the dates. Again, read in between the lines, right? So what is he hoping you hear? I'm a pretty busy dude, right? I'm a partner in a marketing agency. We have 5 people on the team. Ding, ding, ding. Like these could be all points. So you swing to hey, do you have more than 2 people or 3 people or 5 people on the team, right? It can be catered to a larger brand. I got my thing in the way here. Like that we're growing, but getting clients is definitely a grind. Just had a meeting canceled today. Anyway, definitely looking for consistent client getting growth strategy. So here he is. They want consistent client getting. This is the way this is his currency, right? Growth strategies. Let me know the details. So we sent him out the T2 and the T3, which I didn't include here, but this was, because it's not the main part of it, but he's originally says, I'm in, and then he gets with the partner, and this happens. Well, crap, I just showed this to my business partner. Mine, we're both being a blank in Reno with our client, those exact dates. Is there another date for another event? Or if we do one-on-one virtually now, like he's like, please help me, right? It would be silly just to shut this guy down, right? Like it would be silly, right? We're open to other options, and the 6K fee seems reasonable, especially considering his background. And he's talking about our client that we're running this for. So we reply back, hi, thank you for your kind words. Sorry, our timing stinks right now. This is the last event, blank, we're doing this here, but there will be others next year for sure. I can add you to the alert list and reach out when I know for sure if you'd like. Now, with that said, Blank has got a virtual one-on-one program where he works with you intensely over a year. It's for agency owners committed to hitting consistent six-figure months and beyond and still having a life. Would you be open to that? He comes back. Yep, open to that. Now, don't be put off by short replies, right? Especially from your movers and shakers. So awesome. I know Blank would be honored to help you land another 3 to 5 clients. So he told us in his T2 he wanted 3 to 5 clients. So we knew the currency, right? And scale up your agency. I've got the 411 for you below. If you don't mind, I'll paste the deets to save my typing finger. Please let me know if you can make it or not ASAP, because we've only got a few spots open at this point, and his name is scheduling for the next group right now. So below here, I didn't include it all, it's the T3 for the $42,000 program, which happens to be 7 payments of $6K. And this becomes important later, as you will see. So we send this out, and almost too fast, he comes back with, I'm in, right? So we're like, Now he is really like a mover and a shaker. He's perfect, right? So, but we're kind of like, it's a little bit fast, right? And then we send him out the opening payment link, and we get the program name wrong, right? So sometimes when you do things wrong, it's okay. So we sent him a follow-up on, my apologies, I sent you the wrong info. I meant to say we're scheduling Blank now for the next group of Blank members. May I go ahead and send you the enrollment info so we can 100% lock in your spot and help you land those new clients. Again, we swinging the pendulum back, right? What does he want? He wants to land new clients, right? Thank you, Casey. All good, and yes, send enrollment info, please. Now that's a pretty strong one, but I have a open rule with my tappers that if they're not 100%, it doesn't feel strong to them, go ahead and follow it up with the 100% tap. So hey, awesome, we've got a rule. We don't send that enrollment info unless you're 100% sure you're in, or you're saying you're 100% in. The smiling face, in 100%, right? So we're like, oh, well, okay, cool. So he really is in. So we send him out our payment tap. Hey, thank you. We're thrilled to have you. You can take care of the investment by using this fancy link. And this is how we do it. We just hypertext the link, and it goes to the order page, right? The expert or the assistant will schedule your call so you can chart out the plan to get to Blank. You also get the weekly call scheduled on the 411, blah, 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 right? And then it goes quiet for a minute, or longer than a minute, right? Dun, dun, dun. We're like, he was so into it. Like, what possibly could have happened? Right? Boom. And then he comes back. Now, again, he puts the onus on himself. This is a really, really good dude. I'm such an ass. I thought I read 6K spread over 7 payments, but it's 7 payments of 6K. I even read it a few times because I knew there was a lot of value in there. I should have known I read it wrong. Big apologies. Long shot here. But is there any way you'd consider payments of 3K per month? I want the scale. I know the value in Blank, and I will be giving 1,000%. And of course, if there's anything I can do for Blank, such as a document the entire process, be a guinea pig for anything, be the best example ever, provide that value that way. Now, how could you, so what would you do at this point, right? So
at this point, yeah.
Yeah, and this was Casey and I Casey and I this was Friday night, and Casey and I taught, and I said, let's just let him eat that elephant over the weekend. Let him eat that 42K elephant over the weekend. So our tap, we didn't want to just leave it and not say anything. So our tap was, hey, sorry you made it confusing. We take the elements. We'll talk to Blank and get with you Monday. Thank you, right? So this was Friday night. And so we just let it roll in, right? And I'm also like, okay, so what would be a good follow-up tap, right? So this afternoon, about 1 p.m. Central, I wrote a little follow-up tap for him. I just put a little note on there. Initial combo was Friday. This is Monday. Now, this is a very important tap, and it's handled a little bit differently. And part of the reason why I'm really doing this, I call this an ATH love tap, an at the hole love tap. I don't know if you guys remember, like when you walk them all the way around the golf course, right? You got your arm around them. You're slightly in front of them. When you get right to the hole, what's the problem? If you're standing right to the hole, what's the problem? Anybody remember?
They can't see
Yeah,
Step back
they can't see the whole. So sometimes, you remember I say we don't convince people, we don't do convincing things. This is the only time we will back up a little bit, get side by side, maybe even just a little bit behind, and give them a little push. A little love tap. Okay? So, hey, sure hope you can forgive us for not being clear with the payments. I'm putting some thought into this because the expert is a perfect fit for you as an agency. I wish we could change the payment arrangements for you. I'm on his side, right? May I point out something? I know the investment seems like a 2-ton elephant. Nobody just writes us a check for $42K. So the first payment is $6K. I don't know if you noticed, but the next payment isn't due for 60 days. We call this a self-milking cow or pay-as-you-profit program. If you roll up your sleeves and go hard with Expert Name, it's not unusual to have your next $2,500 to $5K a month client in the first 30 days, and the second one can happen, I should put even in there, can happen faster, which means you pay the remaining payments out of profit. You milk the cow to pay for the investment in blank. Makes sense? With that said, now I'm going to roll the pendulum back, right? So now I've moved them, like, here's the thing, right? I want to be perfectly frank. This requires at least 10 hours a week commitment on your part. There will be ups and downs. Are you down with that? If you're not, there's no harm. Your mission, now I'm going to swing the pendulum back the other way. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to be running 6-figure months, working as much or little as you want, working with exactly who you want by this time next year. Blank has done that many times with many folks. Give it some thought, right? Whereas most people say, hurry up, make a decision now, right? I say, give it some thought, and just let me know how you'd like to proceed. I sent this off. I went to the bank. As I'm sitting waiting to make my deposit, I get this note. I respect that. Also check your payments. Just paid the first $6K. Let's rock this. So then we had the follow-up, you're in taps after that. Sure enough, check it, and he's in. Hey, boys. I wanted to talk to you about a few things here. I actually did this training for the Mojo Men yesterday, but I thought I would cut out all the all the stuff you don't need and just talk to you guys about it for a little bit. So I think one of the big areas for improvement we have is, like, especially on a new offer, is that we're sending out T1s and we're tapping, but there's not any feedback loop that's happening, or if there is, I'm not aware of it, right? So and what I mean is, like, so here's a message that we had got. Yeah, I got it. I'm just trying to decide if I should go to this event and schedule 2 whole days away from my office. I'm already booked for 8 summits and conferences this year alone. I did that response, and you guys probably saw it. But I put a template down here. But here's the big thing, not so much on this particular response, but guys, this is gold. This is absolute gold for what we should put in the T3, right? Because what he's saying is, how is this different from all the other summits and conferences I go to, especially with, like traffic and conversions, right? And all those things where they just sit there and they take a bunch of notes and they cram a lot of information in their head. This is way, way different, right? So it's a very powerful thing that we need to put in a T3. We can also write a T1 on it, right? Hey, I know you probably booked to go to traffic and conversions and maybe other conferences and summits this year. Travel can be brutal, right? So we're getting in front of that objection, right? Travel can be brutal. And you may be wondering, why should I come to this than the other things? Well, and then you would tell it in the story template that I have underneath this, right? But the big difference is, like, they're actually going to walk away with a trust funnel, right? And all the stuff that goes with it, so they can close 2K, 5K, 10K sales and get them off the phone, right? They're not just going to go sit down, take a bunch of notes for 3 days, and do that. Now, the drawback is it's going to be a little group. So if you really want to mingle with hundreds of people, this won't be the group for you. But if you really want to come in, get some things done, have a really intimate time with Jason and with Travis and get all your answers questioned or get all your questions answered. Either one of those is good, right? This would be the event for you, right? On those stages where there's 500 people or 200 people, you don't get that personal time, right? So this is gold right here that needs to be put in the T3 as well as the T1, right? So here's how I answered it. And then underneath this, I've put the template. I'm not going to go over it all because I think you guys are going to get it. But this is a template for a one-on-one conversation, which would be the tapping. And here's the one-to-many to where if we were going to take this and use it as a T1 to move the ball closer to the hole, we could do that, right? So I think is a big piece we need to improve on. Vinny, when you get some objections or something like that, you need to post it in Asana, and so that we can all see it. We can all see what's happening, right? And then we can take that, and the copywriter can put that in the T1. Casey can adjust the T3, right? This is all valuable stuff, and if we just keep going on and on without adjusting anything, then our conversions don't improve, right? So we've had so many T3s on this live event, and we're only at one sale, right? So we're not getting the feedback in there. We're not adjusting the T3. We're not putting the T1s in there because that's not a good rate, right? People are interested in this. There's something that they're not liking and they're not seeing, and they're telling us this. And I would go through all of it, but then they're telling us exactly what we need to do, right? But we're not reading in between the lines and getting the feedback loop on that. So let's make sure that we start processing this and doing that, right? Because I just want to be super, super clear again. For all of our tappers, our job is not to copy and paste and just get through a bunch of email. Our job is to match these offers to the right people, get the truth on the table, and enroll people. That is our job, right? It's not just to sit there, copy, paste, and try to move them through the buckets, right? Our job is to figure out what do they want, how can we give it to them, and how can we communicate it, right? And they get the truth on the table. So, and if we're not matching up the right offers with the right people at the right time, then we're not going to make any sales, right? So that's what we're here for, is to figure out how can we match the right offer with the right person at the right time, and do it in that manner. So the only other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about is, and I don't have this person on my Gmail, but her name is, let me look at her name just so you guys can look at it. Denise Poteet kind of got into a wrestling match with her. Basically, she was saying, I want to get on the phone. And rather than creating an outdoor for her to easily go through, we started trying to convince her, like, that's the way we do it over here. You know, they don't give a fuck how we do things over here. They really, really don't. And they shouldn't, right? They shouldn't care how we do things over here. So saying stuff like that is only going to antagonize people because you're making them wrong. So the template is always, I understand your position. Here's where we're at. What would you like to do, right? And sometimes we just need to even just help them say no, right? It's so much more powerful to let it be okay for people to say no and let them save it than for us to keep them saying yes, or, you know, push them towards the no door and let them see what they do with that. So in this particular thing, you know, it's just, hey, I want to get on the phone, right? And I'm saying, Denise, I totally understand that. It's a perfectly valid request. Right now, we're just enrolling people that already know that Jason and Travis can help them and don't need the phone call, right? I understand if that makes this a no deal for you. I'm totally okay with it. Would you just let me know if I should stop contacting you altogether and we're out for this, right? give them this chance to say no, right? Because what will happen is she'll say, yep, that doesn't work for me. I am out. Or she's going to say, if I could just get these 1 or 2 questions answered, I would be okay, right? And then she's saying, hey, I'm okay with not getting on the phone. But if we keep trying to convince her that she should do this without getting on the phone, we're going to end up having the 36 reply back email where they're getting mad and all that kind of stuff, right? So give them the opportunity, make it easy for them to say no, and they will end up saving it if it's a good fit for them, right? I'm going to repeat that again because it's so powerful. If somebody comes in that says, I want to talk to somebody on the phone, and you say, that's not what we do over here. You should be okay with doing this without being on the phone. We're only going to invite resistance. If we say, hey, that totally makes sense. I understand you may have some questions that we didn't cover here. And then that's their frame, right? And then we come to where we're at, right? We say, right now we're just rolling in people who already know that Travis and Jason can help them put together a funnel that knocks in 5K to 10K sales without phone calls. I totally understand if this won't work for you, not being able to get on the phone. Would you kindly let me know if you're out because of this? And you can say it in different ways. That the strategy is more important than the words, right? Or should we just not ever contact you again on this, right? Go more negative, right? Chapter 8 on you can't teach a kid to ride a bike at a seminar, right? And then if she's really out, if that's really a deal breaker for her, she'll say, yeah, that's a deal breaker. But she'll be nice about it. She'll be like, yeah, it's a deal breaker. I can't do it. Perfect, right? And then we can be done with it. But a lot of times what will happen is like, I just had a question on this, right? But now we've changed the whole dynamic, right? So please, if you have to write this template down, right? Write it down, but we cannot argue or try to convince people and tell them this is the way we do it over here, right? You should get in line, right? That just never works. So those things, feedback and how we're handling this, I think will improve everything there. So I appreciate it and open to any feedback that you guys have. Hey, this is T1 Day. So I thought I wanted to do a little live video here, mostly because I wanted to cut out a lot of the tech stuff and I wanted to give some help to Irene Diamond's T1, and I thought it would be really, really useful for everybody else. So I'm going to quit fidgeting around here in a minute here as soon as I can get comfortable, but I've got my coffee. This would be the official T1 thread as well. So when you launch your T1s, if you will just put, hey, I launched my T1 in the comments below, that would be awesome. And what I'll do is I'll let them pile up for a little while. And then for anybody that's launched their T1s, I've got that special course I'm going to give you access to. I don't want you to go through it now. I want you to save it for later on because I don't want to overwhelm and bombard you. But that's the Passive Cash Flow Mojo, which has sold for $6,000 in the past. Sold lots and lots of those at $6,000. But it's just kind of my little way to give you a little extra incentive to get those T1s out there. And because I love to do it, I want to give it to you. That's part of the reason why. Remember on these T1s when you send them out, so hopefully you have your T2 and your T3 written, but you can send more than T1, right? So don't freak out like if you just don't quite get the response on the T1 that you want. And don't freak out if you get a ton of response. That's actually a great thing as well, right? But I wanted to give you guys some more focus and help, specifically with Irene Diamond in mind. Not that she needs more help than the rest of you, but sometimes when we talk in specifics, it can really help everybody out. So Irene, as far as I understand it, helps licensed massage therapists. And she's putting on a live event where she's going to go over a new technique that she's pioneered, or one of the only people that's teaching it or helping pioneer, called myofacial technique. So I did a little bit of research on it. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I don't need to know a whole lot about it based off of what I'm telling you. So what she's having trouble with, and this is a common sticking point, is like, what are the present pains? How do I, other than just say you're going to make more money in less time, like what can I point a finger at, right? So what we want to do is put ourselves in our client's skin or eyes as much as possible and kind of live out the day. But we want to live it out in two different ways. One, we want to live it the before they get the myofacial training from Irene, and after they get the myofacial training from Irene as much as possible, right? So very often I would just kind of sit, and I'm assuming like a lot of her people are women, but it doesn't really matter if they're women in this particular thing. But so if I put myself in their skin and I like, what is it in my life that, you know, I wish was better, right? As far as what I'm doing, right? So I'm imagining myself, somebody comes in with some pain, they want some relief from pain. Maybe it's their shoulder, maybe they're having some TMJ issues, but they want some relief from pain. And part of the reason why I'm in this business, I would assume, is because I want to help give people relief, right? I want to help them be in better health, and I'm going to give them relief from pain. So while the money might be a reward, as I'm doing this, like after we're done, like what's happening, right? What's happening after they're done with that? So the way I look at this is like, what are they seeing? Like, use the senses. What are they seeing? What are they hearing? What are they feeling? Even taste and touch sometimes. Don't go overboard with it. Well, don't say like you'll smell the money, right? But what is it happening in their life in the before picture, right? So I would think like if they spent this time and the client come in and said, boy, I'm really hurting today, my TMJ and my neck's been awful, I'm hoping you can fix it, and they spend all that time with it, and then the client says something like, it's a little better, right? It's not much different, it's a little bit better. Man, that would be something that would be like hell, right? That would be hell for the LMT, right? Or the licensed massage therapist, the massage therapist. That would kind of be hell, right? The response that they're getting back from their own client, right? So what would the after be, right? So you can either sit down and write all the befores down, or you can play with them before and after, doesn't really matter. But what would the after be? So the after they come to Irene's training, so I would maybe just put in the after picture. Remember we talked about that? Maybe a picture of Irene, right? And maybe her training there. So it'd be Irene is kind of like the help and the magic here. I would normally recommend doing that, like get a mechanism, right? I don't know myofacial enough to understand like what we can use as a picture for that. But let's just use Irene for now. But what would the after be? Like what would the Heaven Island be in that specific instance, right? And to me, it would be like, okay, so we finish up, and the client gets up, and they're like, "Oh my God, Irene! Oh my God, it's so much better. You're a miracle worker. Oh my God, let me give you a hug. Oh my gosh, you don't know how bad that's been hurting me, right?" And then they ask how much it is, right? And they're like, "I'm going to double this, right? Because this is so worth it. Like you're a miracle worker." So to me, do you see that's a copy point right there? We could go, we could say, and we're going to go over a couple more maybe, but bottom line is we could say something like, "Hi, this is Irene. I'm putting 6 licensed massage therapists together at my place in San Francisco. And this could be specifically for massage therapists that want to go from hearing, oh, that didn't help very much, to, oh my God, you're a miracle worker, right? And now you might want to back it up a little bit. Now, I can't promise to make you a miracle worker, but this is one of the big things we hear more often from our clients is them giving big hugs and telling them how much of a miracle worker you are, right? And while the accolades are nice, what's also a lot of my therapists are so excited about is they get bigger tips and bigger checks, right? So let's pause it at that point, right? But even that right there, we can say, I'm curious if you would like to join us. And that's going to be pretty powerful, right? Just that thing from going, oh my gosh, like this didn't really help much, to, oh my God, you're a miracle worker, right? So, but that would be very specific. That's something you can point a finger at, right? That your clients are saying that, right? So, another thing is, and again, I'm making some of this up, but we want to compare and contrast, right? So again, go back to that before picture. So if somebody has an acute case of TMJ and they've tried everything to help it, and you think that on the before that you tell the client, well, it's going to take at least 12 sessions before you're going to see any noticeable improvements, right? Well, on session 1 and 2, they're getting up like, well, that didn't help very much. So I sure hope that's going to work faster, right? Or work like as you say. And the after may be, and again, I don't know this to be true, but the after may be, maybe with your myofascial training, they can actually do it in a quarter of the sessions, right? Or half of the sessions, and get from that, oh my gosh, I'm in pain, to you're a miracle worker. So what does that mean, right? Does that mean they have to lower their prices? No, most people would rather pay more if you could help them faster, right? So you can make that a package. And if they're doing half of the sessions, that means that the licensed massage therapist is working half of the time, right? And I wouldn't just say work half of the time. I would say, I don't know, and I don't know what the traditional therapy is, but with traditional therapy, therapy, like it might take 12, 24, 36 sessions. In my experience, what we're doing, usually we can get massive pain relief and massive help in 5 or 6 sessions, right? Again, something you can point at from 36 to 5 or 6. Now, again, I'm just totally making that up, right? But what does that mean? That means that your client's going to be happier because they come in less often, you're working less, and what the client is really after is the result. So you can make the same amount of money in half of the time, right? So now we're really building on this, right? So I'm just I'm just winging this from the top of my head. So, hi, this is Irene. I'm putting 6 wonderful licensed massage therapists together for a myofascial training in San Francisco. And these therapists are excited to go from, boy, that session didn't help a whole lot, to, oh my God, you're a miracle worker, and all of the hugs, notes, and accolades, right? A lot of these of our people that go through this training will get much more compliments. They'll write bigger checks for tips, but also you'll, in my experience, we're going to go from the typical pains, TMJ or elbow, whatever you're helping with, needing 36 sessions to only 12 or 18, right? Now, what does that mean? Now, you don't have to go too deep in there. Most people are going to extrapolate that, but that means that you can charge the same package rate, but do half the work, and not only will you be happier, your clients will be happier, and you'll get more gifts in the mail, right? Don't people give, when they're really, really happy, they give baked breads and gifts in the mail? Things you can point at, right? So what are the things you can point at? Would you like to join us, right? Again, so we're just kind of building on that, but we want to get into the client's skin and see things through their eyes and see what is going on with them. Again, seeing, what are they seeing? What are they hearing? What are they feeling? even taste and touch can be like, if we say, and this is really great too if you can use real stories, right? You could say, like just the other day, one of my clients was telling me one of her patients sent her some banana nut bread for Christmas, right? Isn't it neat? Like all the Christmas gifts we get once you become the miracle worker, right? And this is what this myofascial it will help you hear more of, right? So those are the things I think they would be very, very powerful. But the more time you spend in the before and the afters, the more email ideas you're going to get, the more powerful it's going to be on the pointing back and forth, right? So we could also turn this feel around to their own self, right? So I saw part in the email where Irene is talking about without hurting yourself, like how to give these massage therapies without hurting yourself. So that may be another issue. If the massage therapist is in so much pain from doing all this themselves, right, this technique, it could be less pain, right? But how does that play out, right? How does that play out in their lives, right? So maybe maybe it's like it's only noon, it's before lunch, and you're already in so much agony, your hands are in so much agony trying to relieve pain from other people, that you're not taking on the workload that you could, or it's just making life miserable, right? You're popping aspirin, maybe even popping other pills, but again, like what's happening, right? Maybe you're having your massage therapy for yourself, right? Because you're going through all this. So that would be like a feeling thing. What are they feeling? What's the before and after, right? But I think for this T1, if I'm anywhere close to the game there, Irene, I don't know if you're on or not, because I know you may be at your clinic right now. But I think that would be a great place to start from, because I think that a lot of healers are in this to heal people, right? And they feel great when they get that appreciation and they feel like they've helped. So when they spend an hour with somebody on the table and they get up and they say, well, yeah, that helped a little bit, maybe that's the big thing you go after, right? What they want is like, oh my gosh, that feels so much better. Oh, thank you so much. You are a miracle worker. Your hands are gifts from God, or whatever it is, right? But those are the accolades that they want to see. And I would be willing to bet that even with the money aside, that that would be a powerful motivator to get a lot of people to fly out to San Francisco if they could just hear a little bit more of how they're helping. Like, gosh, you're the miracle worker, right? Going from that didn't help that much to hearing more, oh my gosh, OMG, you're a miracle worker, right? I think just that one pain point alone would totally help. So, Irene, I hope that was helpful. Guys that are watching this, I hope this is helpful for you. You want to spend some time in the skin, right, of the people that you're serving, and get out of the internal thinking, right? What is it they're seeing? What is it they're hearing? What is it they're feeling? What are the situations, right? And a really good way to do this is to think about your past clients that you've helped. Like, who's a past client that you've helped? What was their story? What are they able to do now, right? So I've got a client who's I think he's my second Mojo man, that started out when we first started working together. His family lived in a house that he called the ghetto. They would actually have police patrolling the grounds for drugs and stuff, and he moved his family out of that area and into a nice home, right? So, and he's got 4 kids. He's a pastor at church. So lots of different things, right, that I can point to. He also tells a story. Here's a great story that we've used many, many times. But by the way, he's a stock trader, and he teaches how to trade stock and invest in stock and stuff as a trader. But he was in a hotel room with his father one day, and he was making some stock trades, and his dad got interested in what he was doing. And he said, you know, son, what is it you have there? And he's like, well, this is my trading account, right? And he was explaining to his dad, you know, I started the year here with this amount of money, and now I ended, you know, I'm right here now. I don't remember what time of the year it was, but now I'm here. And he was telling him the gain and everything. And his dad looked him in the eye, put his hand on his shoulder, and said, son, I'm proud of you. And I'm like, dude, when he told me that story, I'm like, do you know how many men are out there that would give anything just for a little bit of pride from their father's eyes, right? So we started using that in his VSLs and his marketing, right? And it made a huge difference because that was a very, very big motivator, right? So I can use that story, you know, as something to point to before not having, you know, the father's pride or what have you, after having that respect. So that story, you know, getting their father's respect and pride and such. So with that, I'm going to wrap this up. I did want to just do this as a live so that you guys would have it immediately as you're getting ready to write your T1s. Please post that you've done your T1 down below. I would love to see that just for my own self, and knowing that you guys is making a transitional and transformational difference in your life. And that's going to be, I wore my green shirt today because it's going to be the money day, right? We'll start that off. And again, don't freak out. Like if you don't get the response that you want, just go back and are we pointing to a present pain? Are we pointing to a future gain? Are we pointing to the plan? Do we have a clear plan? If we get all those things dialed in, it's like having the 3 numbers on a safe dialed in, right? But we have other shots at it, right? So and then if we get the responses on the T1s and we don't get them on the T2s or the T3s, that's okay. We will handle that too, right? We can totally figure that out. We'll talk about that tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central. We'll meet up on our old Zoom link. We'll just, it's just going to be strictly Q&A. So that's it. I'd love to hear your comments and posts and T1 launches below. Talk to you later.
Right.
Yeah, it depends on what we're doing. Like you're just writing a straight T1, so I'm less interested in the braingasm. Like that's good if we have it, you know. But like in a nap, I really want a braingasm, right? But like, and I just finished a new training. I'll probably have you watch. I went even more detail, but so if you have the golf course, right, you have the tee off, and then you have the green, right, where the hole is, right? As you back up from that, like we don't want to start all the way from the drive, right? So somebody's like way at the drive, they're going to be out of range, right? But for the T1, like if we're not, most of the green stuff is just like, you kind of like, what's the offer, right? But we usually back it up a little bit from that. And so what we're doing, kind of what I was showing you now, like what's missing, right? So what's missing is just prior to that. Now, at the very beginning is we start with present pain, right? Because that's how we get the ball rolling from the tee. We go start with present pain. Why are they still having this pain after everything they tried? And then it moves a little bit closer to what's missing and what's different now, right? So most of the T1s that we'll do that are outside of a nap is like what's different and what's missing now, right? So that's why like I focus on this one. Like, hey, is this very clear for them to say, do I have more than one channel? No. Would I like to sell for 7 figures someday? Yes, right? Okay. Very clear, right? Even though they may not exactly be on the green yet, but now they're probably going to be on the green for it, right?
I get what you're saying now.
Because that's the next step, right?
Yeah.
Now,
I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from.
Yeah. Now, a nurture and pick, like we might just start out with present pain, right? And just move the ball a little bit, but we're still putting a link in there just in case, right? In case they're ripe already, right? But it's a little bit different. Now, we can start anywhere in the nurture and pick, right? but I'm just trying to show you the difference. But what we're kind of doing in T1s is like, what's the before and after picture, right? Before, they've got this. After they come to the event or come in the mastermind or come in the thing, what's going to be the after, right? And it's got to be a clear contrast, right? And the thing in between is what's missing, right? So like in this particular case, most of these guys have a product ranked or something ranked on Amazon, and that's it, right? And that's totally cool. If they want to stay in the before picture, totally cool. What we're offering is an after picture where they actually have diversification. They have their control of their own customer list, right? They don't own the customers over here in the before picture, right? Amazon owns them.
Right.
Over here, they own the customers. They own the prospects. They have multiple channel sources coming in, right? And the point that I highlighted here, the first email I highlighted, Amazon can take everything away in a heartbeat. So I posted a CNBC article, right? Ooh, that could happen to me, right? Before and after. This is the same thing. I'm just pointing out a different before and after. Now I'm saying, if you want to sell for 7 figures, you have a one-legged stool on the before picture, a 3-legged stool in the after picture, right? And the difference is going to be 7 figures. So this is probably the clearest explanation I've ever done on T1.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to show you how we lay out campaigns in Asana. This is not a complete Asana tutorial. It's more about the structure of how we do it. Before we put this together, it would take me a long time. If we were running 4 or 5 clients, we were using Basecamp. I don't have anything against Basecamp, but it would take me a long time. There was just no way for me to see in Basecamp what was going on very, very quickly. So while this seems very, very simple, it took quite a while for us to figure this out and get to put it together. And hopefully it'd be really, really helpful for you. So on the left, and then this is a sample one, so we don't show all of our clients, but it's laid out the same way we do it. But on the left, you will see all of your clients. So these are the different projects, and we name them with the project name. And then you can archive projects. So you only have to look at the ones that you're actually working on. You may have, we don't do it per client, we do it per offer. So if we have 3 offers for a client, we'll have 3 different projects. So we don't always work on the same 3 projects at the same time. But so we can slip down here and I can say, oh, these are the projects we're working on. These are the campaigns we're working on. I click on a campaign. And one of the most important parts, and this was set up for a Rainmaker, but you can do it for anything that you're doing. But this section here is where you add tasks and stuff, but how we have this divided and what's going on here is probably the most important part. So the to-do is just the urgent things that are going on here. Here's the status. This is what I come in and look at a lot. So I want to know where we're at in the schedule. So there's a key. We got planning. These are the different copywriters' names and such. Then we have W for written, E for edited. We've changed this STA. Annette is our tech person, but it's STT now, sent to tech, and then Q for queued. But what I wanted to be able to do was I don't have to know what day we're on. And so whatever day we're on, we put asterisks around it. So I can just come through and I can click on the thing. I know we got a Rainmaker going on. I can go, oh, here's where the asterisks are around this block. So that's where we're at, right? So we take a look at this. We also link in the actual emails that we're sending into this, right? So I can come in and look and see what emails that we've linked in, right? So we started this one on Thursday, December 29th. The timing, the kickoffs, and everything that we did here. These C's stand for child 1, child 2. FTs are fence tippers. We'll go back into that here in a minute, but then we can just kind of see how things are laid out, right? I'm not going to go tons into this. We should be able to give you this template, but you just see how we have it scheduled Tuesday, January 9th. In the 5 a.m., we send a P email, which is a parent email. Then we send an opens at 4 p.m. 8 p.m., we have kind of a fence tipper or a quick question here that went out, right? So we have all these laid out. Of course, we change things depending on what's happening, right, with the campaign. So what you're not seeing here is many times we'll have this frankly I'm concerned email will have a link to the Google Docs, right? But this is the way I can come in here. And even if we're running 4 or 5 campaigns, I can click, I can quickly go to campaign schedule. I can look. Oh, we're right here based on where the asterisks are at. So if the asterisks are around Tuesday, January 29th, I would know, oh, here we are. Okay, Sue's written this article. I can also look down here and see where we're at. So I can look at this and say, oh, okay, so this one's been planned. Sue's on it. It's been written. It's been edited, just not queued yet, right? So I can tell we're on track, right? You see what I'm saying? If I didn't see this, if I just saw P, then I'm like, uh-oh, we need to figure out what's going on here, right? We need to figure out how we can get this next one because this day will be coming up pretty soon. Does that make sense? Let's say it was Saturday. Let's say it was Monday, January 1st, right? And I wanted to see what's going on. So I would come over here. This would have asterisks around it, right? And I could say, oh, this is what went out today. It was a child email. It was a second child email in the series. It was written by Brandon. It's already been queued up, obviously, since this is the day. And I could look at this, right? I could say send C1 to unopens. So that was just a C. So being unopens or not a P and all that kind of stuff. Fence tipper, beginner or advanced. And I can see that's already been queued up. So we're good to go for Tuesday, right? But if I start looking at these days, and it may be okay, and I just see that Brandon's in charge, but it hasn't been written. Like if these weren't there, but it hasn't been written yet, I can also see what we need to do, right? So again, the main thing for this, and you can see here's a pay program, right? How many times we send, 5 a.m. ends at noon, 9 a.m. send frankly I'm concerned, which is a fence tipper, 12 p.m. send ends at noon email to unopens at noon, right? Unopens again, 1 p.m. final notice, and then noon PST take down the payment plan timer. So I love the payment day because there's usually 25-30% of the sales happen on that day, right? But I can see exactly where we're at, right? And how many days we've got emails written for. And so this is one of the most important pieces. Simplistic when you look at it now, it seems obvious, right? But it took a while to get to that point. Underneath that, we have assets. So, if we need to know the partner's contact info, or their from address, their email, software info, shopping cart links, affiliate links, G3 order form, offer call, chat digest. Chat digest is when we get information from the chat box. This is how our chat person communicates with the rest of the team. Oh, here's a big objection we got today. Then the copywriter can go in and take that and write an email based off of what came in on the chat. Or somebody says, hey, I really like this. I'm really looking to do X. And that's a currency, then we can write an email on that, right? If they have a webinar, here would be link to that, course access, client email sign off, just all the kind of things that we need. We kind of put this in there. If it was a T3 campaign, right, then we'd have T3 emails. We'd have T1s, T2s, T3s. Here are kickoff emails. So before the campaign. And then we have child emails. So we bundle up all the emails. And again, C1, P, usually when you click on this, you would see what over here, you would see the what's happening with it, when it's been edited, and also the link to it. But you can see it was planned, Brandon, written, edited, sent to a tech, and then queued up in the thing, right? But if we were looking at this here, this didn't got written, but never got edited, right? Sometimes when they're written and not edited, that just means they weren't usable. Or we didn't use them for some reason because maybe it was the copy, just that the campaign wasn't going that way. We overwrite. When you're starting your agency, it's a little tough to pay for emails that you won't ever use. But usually we can use stuff, and it doesn't mean these are bad emails. It just wasn't going along, right? But we have a tendency to overwrite to make sure we have something in the arsenal to pull from, right? So we write the C emails, write some A emails, which are the adult emails. You see there's fewer A emails. And then, of course, a lot of them are Ps, right? Because we handle objections. So here's all the parent emails. And then that's kind of where these get pulled from. Here's fence tippers. Fence tippers are usually set out at night, later on, about 8 p.m. Right, so they see the email in the morning, and then their brain stews on it all night. and then we come in and answer an objection really, really frontally. And then those are really, really good ones. Pay deadline fence tippers work really, really well. And then here's the end sequence emails. So we have payment program, deadline, right? And these are the end of the time frame. So the way we approach, and I don't want to get too deep into this because you're not going to, but this goes true for anything. Whenever I'm putting a campaign together, I look at it as a jigsaw puzzle, right? We know that there's going to be edge pieces and we know there's going to be corner pieces, right? And kind of what you're looking at here is those kind of things. So what we'll normally get started on first is we always do the G3 order form or the T3, whatever the offer is. So we get super clear on that. And we know that there's going to be some kickoffs, right? There'll be some kickoff stuff. We also know that there will be a payment deadline, and we also know there'll be an end sequence, right? Those are the things that we know. Those are in common with every single campaign. So we can actually write these kind of all up in advance, right? Because the pay deadlines pretty much stay the same from campaign to campaign, just the words change. It's the same structure, right? But these are the things that we know. And I don't pay the copywriter $200 for each of these because they're almost the same email. A lot of these are almost the same. Well, these deadlines, right? So it's just a copy and paste and change a few words, right? So we'll usually do like a series where I'll pay them $200 for the whole or $250 for the whole series. Same thing with end sequence. Well, because these are pretty much the same. You can't really see them here. They're in your workshop files, but this is pretty much they're the same email. They just change it up a little bit. Ends at noon, right? 2-hour notice. Hey, just stopping by. They're kind of the same email. They're just changing it up a little bit. But we start with the edge pieces, right? Because we know every campaign is going to have edge pieces and corner pieces. So what's the corner pieces? Those are the kickoff emails. And no, sometimes you don't have to do it with kickoff. Sometimes it just depends on what you're doing. You can just launch into it. But you have the kickoff emails. You know there's going to be a pay deadline and an end deadline. And then you start filling in the middle of the jigsaw puzzle, right? You know, we're going to start it out with the child emails. Typically, on a Rainmaker, we start out with child. We've been doing it a little bit different lately, and doing kickoff and then getting the first immediate objections out of the way. Again, I don't want to make this confusing because that's usually the next step back from the whole. It's not, you know, we do the timing and we don't want to necessarily go all the way back to the drive. We want to look at what's the major objections as they come in. And then we want to handle some of those, but then we can pop back and do some childs. And as those child emails go out, we monitor the sales, right? If the C1 doesn't do very well and the C2 just like kicks butt, we might not send out C3 and just write more on whatever this topic was, or send out to unopens, right? Because a bird in the hands or two in the bush, right? We don't want to take this methodically. Like you always use relationships, right? Like if we're if we're on a date, right, and we find out she likes Al Green, right? We don't want to change over to Metallica the next day, right? We'll probably want to keep on playing some Al Green if we know that's what she's into, right? So same thing here. If we know like, ooh, this one did really good, we'll keep sending emails on this topic until it dies out, right? And then we'll move into A emails, which is the mechanism or the logic behind it. And then the rest of the campaign really is we're just handling objections, right? Objection, 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 objection. We're still trying to deliver braingasms and insights to it. Now, if you're doing T3 campaigns, it's the same thing. Your T1s will be a T1C, a T1A, or a T1P, right? Most of the time they're T1Ps, right? Once you got the timing out, right, you're going to move back. They're going to be T1Ps because you're just handling objections. And of course, fence tippers are those ones that we send out later on in the evening just to handle any big objection. Usually the big, we just handle them frontally, like the money objection. We'll say, hey, I know, 5K is a lot of money. We got to be careful with our money these days. And then we look at the cost of what their problem's costing them, right? So this, frankly, I'm concerned email, we got a pay deadline fence tipper, but it's made millions of dollars for me and my clients. So it just handles the payment. It handles the money objection really, really well. So I think that's pretty much it. I don't want to get too deep into Asana, but you can assign things. You can tag people. It's pretty good, but that's how we got everything laid out there for you. We don't use a lot of this stuff. We don't, because we try to use it in Calendar, but it was just like you couldn't see what was happening really, really quickly. And that's what I want to do. I want to go in and be able to see what's going on with all the campaigns in minutes, right? Boom, click, campaign schedule. Where are we at? Oh, we're right here. How are we looking? Oh, we got that, right? Next person. Next person, right? And Casey handles a lot of that, but I want to be able to see it too. Also to get a feel. So if I want to go see what's happening in the chat box, right? I can just go over here. Let's see what's happening. Oh, they don't like this. I don't like that. Oh, they're really buying this, right? And then I can gauge and say, oh, we got the offer slightly off, right? Maybe we need to go in and change the G3, right? Then we'll come in and do that, right? So hopefully that's helpful for you. It took a long time to kind of figure out how to get that rolling so smoothly. So it might save you some time. I appreciate you. Talk to you later. Can you see my screen right there?
I can see it says launching Zoom.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
We're supposed to see. So this is just a blank. It's not a blank, but it's a template that we use. Well, I'm going to walk you through the template first, just so you can kind of see, and then we'll actually look at Carrie Wilkerson's project. So we basically have it broken down. We got like, these are like to-do stuff in Asana. Are you familiar with Asana at all, or is it kind of newish to you?
I've used it. I'm not the greatest at project management systems, but I can navigate my way around them eventually.
It's pretty easy. Like, you know, there's tagging and stuff like that, right? But it's pretty much if you can make a Facebook post, right? Like you can do this, but it's kind of the layout that I really wanted to show you.
Okay.
So the status part is where we come in and we can see what's going on with the campaign schedule. This key that we use, you can come in and look at that, but P stands for planning. These are our different copywriters who's going to write the email or whatever needs to be written. After it's written, we label it with W. Then after it's been edited, let's get labeled with E. This STA, which is sent to Annette, is actually STT now, which means sent to tech. So it's been sent to the tech and uploaded, and Q means it's been queued and ready to send. So as we look down through a campaign, we can see where we're at. If this was for a 14-day campaign, which we won't be doing, but so we can kind of come in here. And so if we look at the 5 a.m. that went out on January 3rd, it was a C5, which means it was a child email.
Okay.
And it was planned, written by Brandon, edited, sent to Annette, and queued, right? But if it said P, BRA, we don't have the rest of this, that means we're still waiting on it to be written. Right? Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Perfect. You're not expected to update all this. Casey typically updates all this kind of stuff. All you have to really do is write it, right, and put it into Asana and put it in the Google Doc. So, and then, so under here is just assets. Like we don't have you contact the client, so that would all go through Casey, but these are just for everybody who's there. Shopping cart links, affiliate links. Here's the order form. Here's the offer call, right? If you want to go in and listen to the offer call, and I'll show you Carrie's a chat digest. And what that means is like if we have order form, we'll have live chat on it, right? Where we're actually talking to the prospects. And so if we find out an objection, we put that in a chat digest, so you can go in and look at the objections, right? And say, oh, I could write an email covering that objection, right? Or maybe they buy it for, we find out what we call a currency, right? And they say, oh, I really wanted this because I wanted something fun to do with the kids, right? And we're all about making the money, right? Like, oh, I wanted something fun to do with the kids, which actually has happened to us a couple of times in like the real estate space, right? Mm-hmm. I wanted something like fun to do, right? So you can look at that and say, oh, well, let's write an email on how this is not just about making money, it's about fun too, right? So that's kind of what that is. If there's any old webinars or anything like that, we put that in there so you can go and take a look at that. Course access, if there's a course that they have that you'll be selling, here's where you can find all the login info and all that kind of good stuff. And just kind of all those different things there. Here's the T3 emails. Again, here's the same code, right? So we have a T1. It was planned, written by Brandon, edited, sent to Annette and queued already. But once you click on it, this is a blank one, but you typically will have a link to where the email is.
Okay.
So you can click on that. That'll be a Google Doc. And then we have different categories: kickoff emails or child emails, adult emails, parent emails. Yours probably won't have all of these because we're pretty much just writing T3s, right? T1s, T2s, and T3s. So most of them will just say like T1s and such. We go into all of this stuff.
So just want to do a quick video here on how to add these emails in Asana. So the way we do these emails is we have a main task here, which this is the main task, this task right here. And then within that task, there's a subtask. And so I keep this email here labeled as P2, so I can come in here and I can see where the status of each of these emails is at. So P means I'm planning it. Heather, whatever the name is the person writing it. W is what you'll put there when you finish writing the email. And E is for edited, meaning the email is edited and ready to go. And then when I send it over to Annette, I'll add STA, and when Annette queues it, she'll add the queue. So if you see those, that's what those mean. So for this first email here, I just went and I dropped it here in this, right in this description of the task. And then I went through and I checked it out, and I made a couple of very minor tweaks and just wrote edited here. So when you drop these emails in Asana, well, actually here, let me show you here. When you go into like your tasks here, let me actually find you, Heather. So you're going to see your tasks like this, and so if you click this, this brings you to the main task. And so when you're done with your email here, your second email, what I want you to do is just click this, click the main task, and then just drop the link to your email right here, and just change over the ownership in GDocs over to chieftws@gmail.com, and I can show you how to do that if you have any questions. But yeah, so as far as the for this next email, so what I'll do here is I'll do let me just copy this. Write P3 by Wednesday at 1 p.m. CST, and I just have 1 p.m. there just so we have enough time to check out the emails and make any minor tweaks we need to and schedule it up before we leave for the day. So this next one here, and then I'll assign that to you, and then mark the due date for Wednesday. And like I was showing you, it's going to pop up, just a reminder here. It's going to pop up here. You can drop that third email right here for me, and then when you're done, just mark a W there just so I know that you're done writing it. That's all there is to it. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thanks. Alright, so just shooting a quick video about formatting emails in plain text. So the goal of this video is to show you how to format an email before we send it off to our tech person. So as you can see here, this is just a regular looking half of an email here. And it looks normal, but there's a problem with this email in that there's extra code added to it, and you can't see the code. It's obviously in the background. But so the way to basically figure out if your email is formatted as plain text is to take it, you copy it, and you drop it in a plain text editor. Now I'm using Sublime Text. You could use something like Text Editor, Note File. You can Google one and find one. They're pretty prevalent. So all you're going to do is basically take it and paste it in there. You can copy Command V, Control V, depending on what kind of computer you use, or you can right click and paste it. But as you can see, there's a bunch of different, it's all jumbled up here. There's no spaces. All the spaces got taken out. And so that's what the code looks like here, and that's what's going to happen when the tech person goes to submit it as Infusionsoft. It's going to get all bunched up, and she's going to have to space it all out like so. So to avoid all that, what we're asking the copywriters to do is take before the last edit of their email, take it, drop it in a note file, and make sure that it looks nice and clean like this. with all the spacing correctly. And then once you're done copying it out, or once you're done spacing it out like this, select all, copy it, go back to your file here, and the code seems to stay when you repaste it in here. So what I've been doing is new document, and then right click and paste without formatting. And what that does is it takes away any of the code, and there you go. We have a, well, let me show you that it actually worked. So drop it back in here and Command V, and there you go. So we just ask that when you format the emails that everything is spaced out, so that when you drop it in a text editor, or when you drop it in a plain text editor like this, that everything shows out spaced right. Because if that's the case, then when you drop it in Infusionsoft, it's also going to be like that too. I hope that makes sense. Just let me know if you have any questions. Thanks.
Hey, I wanted to spend a few minutes with you and tell you who I'm looking for and what we're doing over here and why we may not be the easiest people to work with for some people, and we may be a dream for others. But specifically, and you can see why we are a writing company, not a video company. But I'm Travis Sago. I run Big Mojo Promotions. We are one of the few agencies, and we're kind of shifting from agency stance, but you don't care about that. But we're one of the few agencies that works on a paid for performance basis, where we sell big ticket programs and services from 10K on up all the way to 60K for various partners that we work with. But we are looking for copywriters, but more than copywriters, we're looking for I don't want to say good people, but we're looking for people with positive worldview that are fun to work with and can follow some instructions. And in the skills part of it, which is important, but probably secondary to being a fun type of person with a good attitude, is we're looking for writers that can write very, very concisely. And of course, me saying very, very is not very concise. Again, that's why we do writing, but concise. It doesn't take 5 paragraphs to say what you could say in 5 words. Also, we're looking for people that can use metaphor and tie seemingly unrelated things to other things. Like, how could we tie, like, one of our pets, say our pet's name is Tuxie, or the cat, right? How could we tie Tuxie the cat into a business lesson about targeting the right people for our Facebook ads or what have you, right? But we're really looking for that metaphor muscle or story muscle, where we can take unrelated things and tie them to other things and give people an insight, or what we call over here a braingasm. We have a structured way of writing that really simplifies a lot out. So if you're not open to changing structure a little bit, probably would probably be like a rock in a shoe for you. If you are willing to change structure a little bit, we have all the kinds of help and guidance to get you along that way. We are particularly grumpy over here if people don't keep their word, and this especially means deadlines. We don't have a lot of super tight deadlines over here, the way we've structured our business, which is really, really good. But we expect everybody in the company to keep their word, and when we make agreements, to keep those agreements, or at least get in front of those. If you can't keep an agreement, let's have plenty of time to so we can shift and maneuver, right? And just keep us where we are abreast and updated on those kind of things, right? And conversely, on the same side, like when I say I'm going to pay you by a certain time, you get paid by that certain time. When we say we're going to do a certain thing, we do a certain thing over here. I found in some of the artistic types that that's not always a given, right? And so we really prefer to work with folks that if there's any pressure or things aren't going right, they have a tendency to lean in to handle a problem rather than go hide when there's a situation or an issue. Whew. So, right, that's kind of the pain in the butt over here, right? We run a pretty systemized company over here, and systematized can be good or bad depending on your perspective. I think it's usually good when you get paid on time. The person that we're looking for, though, typically all you need to do is the copy, right? We already flush out the offer. We flush out a lot of the pains and the problems in the offer positioning and feed that to you. You don't need to talk to clients or anything like that. And then you write the copy, you put it up in Google Docs. You don't have to upload it to an autoresponder. We have a person to take care of that, right? So you are very specific on what you do. Now you have another position that we're doing. I won't go into it a lot here. Usually we have a copywriter come in first, and then if they want to do the extra part, we can have them do that. But we are looking for people that want to grow with us as well. So let me tell you a little bit about, now I've kind of given you a feel for like who we're looking for. Let me give a little bit things that may be relevant to you about what we do. Like I mentioned, we're one of the only firms that we work on a paid for performance basis over here. And usually we're working on offers that are 20K, 30K, 50K. Now they don't just write out a check for that amount. Usually it's on payments, right? But we do this all either through email or through live chat is what we do over here. So the advantage to you is that we have margins that are much, much higher than most of the companies that you may have written copy for. If you're writing for like a e-com company, their margin on a canister of Muscle Pro 2000, maybe $80. We're usually working with margins that are much, much higher than that. Typically, we get somewhere between 30 to 50% as a revenue share on the items that we are selling. So we can afford to pay out more for the right people, right, that don't need a lot of editing and such. I won't go into the pay structure here. That would be something for later on, but I will say that we, because of that margin and because of that structure that we have, we can usually do very, I don't even say competitive. We can usually blow other people away for the right people. I never start people out. We kind of work on a first date. We're going to have a first date, then we'll have a second date, and then we'll see if we want to go steady before we talk about, getting married. So we are looking for people that will write the emails, which will go out to the whole list. They're typically about 500 words-ish. And we work, and we prefer to work to leave you alone and let you do your thing, right? Now, when we're first getting to know each other and going on dates, it'll take a while for us to gel and everything. But we also mostly work somewhere in the niches that has something to do around money. I have been fascinated with finance and money ever since I was preteen. I was reading the stock pages as early as I can remember, 10 or 11, maybe 12. Remember, that's the only part I would read of the newspaper. I didn't care about the comics. I was a weird kid. I didn't care about the comics. I didn't care about the sports. I would just read the finance and the business section and see what the stocks were doing, right? And I learned how to read those. But we don't do a lot in the stocks and options, but almost everything we do centers around money. Either we're selling marketing programs, or we're selling, like things for to help business women improve their businesses, how to start up agencies. We have done real estate and land investing in the past. We don't do a whole lot of that anymore. But it's usually around like marketing or the making of money somewhere, like there's some money attached to it. We don't do a lot of, or any really, diet or mindset or personal development type programs. We may do it for like personal trainers, but how to have a better business for personal trainers. So if you're used to and you like writing about anything to do with money, like over here, that could be a very nice, comfy bathrobe for you over here. Feel like a comfy bathrobe for you over here. You can tell I'm very metaphorical sometimes on the nerdy side of it. So I've told you a little bit about what we're looking for, and a little bit about us over here. We do have a project manager who's awesome. His name is Casey. We have all kinds of support staff. We use Asana for project management. We pay on a regular basis. I only pay after the work is completed. When we're getting to know each other, like if you get some work completed and you need to be paid right away, I'm happy to do that. After we've been working together for a while, I prefer to pay you on one of our regular schedules, either on the 1st, the 15th, or both, depending on exactly what we're doing. So I'm trying to think of any other kind of pain in the butt things about working over here with us. It changes from time to time how much we need. We're first getting a new partner going. If we take on a new partner, we're going to be writing messages for or emails for. We have this dial-in stage where we might send more emails. Typically the clients, we want about 2 new emails a week. And we can once we have it dialed in, you can write those in advance. Is kind of what we're looking at there. And then we have other opportunities for you, which I'm not going to go into a whole lot here. Probably save that for our conversation. But I wanted to put this out, and if I don't hear back from you, it won't be, it won't hurt my feelings at all. That maybe we're not the right company for you or the right person for you to feel comfortable with. We will have some training, and I don't expect anybody to go through the training for free. We can talk about that later, but there will be some training on structure, and we have our own language over here of how we talk about things. Nothing too crazy. It's not like learning Japanese or Chinese, but we kind of have our own verbiology and language for some training that you would need to go through. So you need to be open to that. And I'm totally cool. Like if you're like, hey, this is the way I write and I'm not changing it, totally cool. Just wouldn't be for us. We're just looking for good people with good heart that can write concisely and can take unrelated things and mash them together, right? With those kind of things, we can have a lot of fun, make a lot of money together. So the next thing that you could do is just reach out either by PM or by email, however we were communicating, and say, yeah, let's continue this conversation. Or you won't hurt my feelings and just say, hey, I don't think I have the time. You can let me down gently or what have you, and just say, hey, maybe this isn't the best fit for me. I've probably opened up more questions than I have answered for you, but I just wanted to get a feel before we continue this conversation. So just let me know what you'd like to do, and If we get to work together, awesome. If not, I sure won't hold it against you. Talk to you later. Linus, Jane, Francisco, and Irene. I think this is a pretty darn good T3, but it's not a no-brainer. So let's see if we can turn this into a no-brainer, because you really have a no-brainer, simple proposition here. So the first thing I always try to do, I'm gonna go upper level with you, is like, if you had to write this, if you had to draw this out like you were a sixth grader, right? Like, how would you do it, right? So the before Vivian, right? They aren't taking insurance, right? But what does that look like? And why is it important in these people's lives, right? So they probably get phone calls all the time, say, hey, do you take insurance, right? Or they talk to people that are in a lot of pain, right? Or there's somebody that can help, but they can't help them because they don't take insurance, right? So this is probably, and I'm guessing here, but this is probably, especially for people that are massage and physical therapy practitioners that make a living helping people feel better, right? It probably makes them feel bad when they have to turn people away, right? So that would be a thing. And obviously that they lose money over that, right? So that would be like the before, right? And then the after would be them saying, yes, we take insurance, right? And the patient is happy. The money is going into the till. So that's the gap, right? That we want. Now, of course, the demand is created by, they've probably already thought about this themselves, right? But they haven't done it, or they've tried and it's been really, really hard. So here's one of the things, like, I think this is a really, really simple value proposition because it goes into what they already believe. And that is, insurance is hard, right? Dealing with the insurance companies or government is hard, right? So Vivian and her experience is actually the transition before and after, right? So they could certainly do it on their own, right? But you got to be aware of, what is that costing them, right? First, it's going to be a lot of tears, frustration, trying to do all that stuff. But every month that they don't have insurance, right, or they can't accept insurance, they're having to turn people away that are in pain, that they could help, that are going to the competition. That might be powerful too, right? And if they do commit to buckling down and doing it, right, now it's going to be like, there's going to be so many questions they don't have answers to. It's going to take them a long time, right? If they make some mistakes, it could be super costly mistakes, right? So they're paying no matter what, right? They're either going to pay Vivian for some help, right? And Vivian's done this, and I would put how many times she's done this, if you know that, like how many times has she done this? We've done this in 159 different practices, right? I can practically do it in my sleep. If you would like my help to make getting accepting insurance easy with my help, I'm happy to do that, right? So it's a very simple value proposition. It's a very simple BAM moment. The BAM is just, you can do it yourself. Here's what it's costing you. You're having to turn patients away. It's probably costing you, $5,000 to $10,000 a month in revenue by not having it, right? So the sooner we get started on this and we get you accepting insurance, the sooner you'll be helping more patients get out of pain, right? Being their heroes. You can stop sending them to the competition, and you can recoup that $5K or $10K a month. That might go a long way to helping you do other stuff that you want to in your life, right? So that's a no-brainer proposition, right? You really want to get this clear in your head. And sometimes the simplest things, people just don't do them. If you just draw this stuff out, if you just draw it, right? before you write it, things will be so much clearer. But with that said, you did a pretty good job here, but it needs to be a no-brainer, right? So let's go through this real quick. I'm opening up spots for, I wouldn't say only here. It sounds a little bit manipulative. I'm opening up spots for 6 massage therapists, right? Or you could say, I've got time to work with 6 massage therapists, right? That sounds more like, because it's, hey, it's one woman, right? I've got time to open up 6 spots for 6 massage and physical therapy practitioners in my Get Paid and On Time program. Get Paid and On Time program. Well, we're not going to change the name of the program, but it's a little bit bumbly. Get Paid On Time program, probably that and Get Paid On Time program. Get Paid On Time program. Probably a little bit more thing. We're helping our members add. So again, I think this is a secondary or tertiary desire, right? I think more it's about we're helping. What is it they want to stop doing? That's always, what do they want to stop doing? People pay for stuff because they want to stop doing something. We're helping. And I don't know about our members here. I would talk about these people. I'm going to help these 6 practitioners stop turning away customers who are in pain and need their help just because they don't have insurance, right? Or they don't accept insurance, right? Not only that, and if you have numbers, you know, you want to state this in a more analytical fashion, right? If you can, out of the 105 people I've helped, it added on average $7,000 a month in revenue to their practice just by me helping them get through the jungle of insurance billing, right? Best part, we're going to do it all by, and you might say holidays here. Christmas is a day, right? We're going to do it all by the holidays or all by Christmas. I don't know. I usually just say Christmas in my stuff, so that's probably just a small point, right? So now you're presenting a benefit without context, right? So remember, Hell Island, Heaven Island. Don't just present a benefit without context, right? What's the gap? What's the hell, right? So all by Christmas. So you could say things like, I'm excited to help these 6 people because very often people have been struggling for months on their own, trying to get through the jungle of the insurance approvals and the insurance process. And I'm making up words because I don't know what it is, right? But you got to give context, right? Sometimes people have been wanting to take insurance for years, but never either they couldn't figure it out or they just put it off because they knew it was going to be hard to figure out, right? That's why they're so excited when we put this together in a few months. And it's easy for me because I've got decades of experience, right? And again, decades is the more specific you guys can be. Like, I've been doing this since blah, 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 right? What year have they been doing it by, right? I've helped 101 different practices do this, right? I've got this down to a science, right? Or down to make it really easy. My goal is to help them open a new 5-figure. Okay, so my goal is to help them never have to hear or have to turn away patients because they don't accept insurance, and open up a new 5-figure revenue stream to their practice, right? Because here's what we're doing. We're playing into their identity and reputation here too. Also what they want, right? What's more powerful, right? The money is a good thing. That's okay. But I think that's probably tertiary, right? Now, this is not bad, but sometimes you can put things in a question, right? This is just little stuff. But how exciting would it be for you to be able to start to stop turning away patients and start accepting insurance, all before we hear Christmas carols, right? Question mark, right? How exciting would that be, right? Or how great would it be, right? We'll do this. Okay, so this, whenever you use this or that, it's poor copy, right? I do it too, right? But whenever you see this or that, right? Why waste a line here, right? So what would be better? We'll do this without, right? We'll get you through the, we'll have you accepting, accepting new patients. What is it they want? Do they want insurance? No. We'll have you accepting new patients, right? Or we have you accepting patients you had to turn away before, right? Boom, bam moment, right? Without frustrating paperwork you can't wrap your head around, right? Without getting your bills denied or partially paid, right? So, like, you can make this more come alive, right? Without getting your bills denied. So that doesn't make a mind movie, right? Again, this is little stuff, right? Without, just remove this getting, right? Without your bills coming back denied, stamped denied or partially paid, right? Right? Without frustrating paperwork you can't wrap your head around. So how would we make this into a movie? A little mind movie, right? How would we make this into a mind movie? Are we actually filling it out on paperwork anymore? Or is it online, right? So without wanting to punch your laptop because you can't figure out the paperwork, right? We'll do this together, right? It's easy for me. I'll guide you through it all, right? Without having to go another quarter explaining to your patients you don't accept insurance, right? So we kind of already talked about that above, right? But so you could probably leave this out, right? But you could change it up without hearing the disappointment of a prospective patient on the phone when you say I'm sorry, we don't accept insurance, right? There you go. That's in my movie, right? Make mind movies, right? Without hearing the phone ring, right? And talking to another patient and hearing the disappointment when we say, I'm sorry, but we don't accept insurance, right? Put that in quotes, right? So instead of we're just telling them stuff and leaving a ton of money, show them, right? You can say, my clients always knew they were leaving some money on the table, but they were shocked at how much money, after they started accepting insurance, how much money came into their bottom line, right? And if you could say, like, we know the average or whatever, to be more powerful, right? Don't just keep telling. Show them, right? You and I will go over everything you need to take your practice from cash only to a practice that helps and gets rewarded. But okay, so your mind can't see this, right? Can you see rewarded? To a practice that helps and gets rewarded by 2 to 3 new insurance clients, right? You and I will go over everything you need to take your practice from cash only. And what is this, a month, a day, a week, right? You and I will go over everything you take your practice from cash only to helping 2 to 3 new, what does that picture look like? But all this is just mumbo jumbo to the lizard brain, right? Yes, if you think about it analytically, that's not what you want. You want to be appealing to the lizard brain, right? You and I will go everything you need to take your practice from cash only to accepting 2 to 3 new insurance clients. Or saying yes, right? Right? You don't go everything you take from a cash. Again, here's where you can put some Hell Island in here. You and I will go everything you need to take your practice from cash only and saying, no, I'm sorry, we don't accept insurance, to saying, yes, we would be happy to have you, and seeing 2 to 3 new insurance clients every single month, right? Or every week or whatever it is, right? And you can say, we can totally do this within your first 60 days, right? I've done it so many times. No reason for you to struggle, right? Here's what's going to happen. I really like what you guys did here, right? First, you and I will install the insurance billing systems I use into your practice. You'll receive the cheat sheets new. I don't know why you want to put new in here. New may not be what you want here. What does new mean? How is that a benefit to them? Here it sounds like, is this new? Like, right? You could say updated with all the current insurance laws, right? Now, you know, so that's what I fear they're going to have. Like, oh, you know, but if you say new, I don't immediately get the benefit from that. I used to make my insurance claims. So you can say, again, make mind movies. You'll receive, it's too brainy, you guys. Like, I don't know why you guys are making stuff so brainy, right? First, you and I will, and it's installed too. I mean, I think it is probably insurance software, right? First, you and I would just say, put the insurance billing software onto the laptops or computers that you use. Next, I'm going to hand you over the cheat sheets that I use to make my insurance claims, right? Don't worry, these are all updated for all the latest insurance changes, right? See how I'm just saying that in plain language? These cheat sheets include the exact billing codes. So the exact billing codes be used based on therapy services, and precise information codes to use based on therapy services you provide, so you'll never be in the dark again when it comes to filling out your claims. The precise information you need. So I don't know that you need all that. I'm not sure that you don't need all of that, right? I'm thinking about this. My gut says you probably don't need all these, right? At least, or just put it into one bullet. These cheat sheets include a lot, but here, you know, you're going to get the exact billing codes, the information you need to make sure you don't get C denials, right? How to get pre-authorized, right? How to request an RX. Yeah, I would just make this shorter, right? This is a lot because you're going to end up making it the logical mind think really hard and ask a lot of questions about this, right? You might split test 2 versions. With one with a really short bullet or just one bullet, right? What's the biggest one? The exact billing codes used on therapy service, right? So you'll never be in the dark when it comes to filling. See, it doesn't, it's like so, it just makes your brain go, wee, wee, wee. The exact billing codes to use based on therapy service you provide, so you'll never be in the dark again when it comes to filling your claims. You'll shortcut years of hassle with this process. With these cheat sheets, right? I would leave it there. With these cheat sheets, you'll never have to guess at what billing codes to use, right? You make sure you'll never you'll be able to avoid denials on your claims, right? Nobody likes not to get paid. Again, remember CAP, right? What's the benefit, right? Oops, screwed that up. What's the benefit? You guys are starting out without a benefit, right? So all you should have benefits. Never, I wouldn't say never see another denial on your claims. That seems a little bit too, and maybe that's the truth. I don't know. Reduce denials, right? Slash your denials, right? or something like that. But start out with a benefit, right? You guys are making this so wordy though, right? This is the big thing. Copywriters need to cut out their words, the precise information you need to include, so you make sure you never see another deny. So how can you say that shorter, right? Make denials on your claims few and far between, right? How to get pre-authorized from insurance companies, so you tell you exactly how to bill for your services. So I don't like these how-tos. Just say get pre-authorized. How to request an RX from a client's healthcare provider to prove that your services are a medical necessity for them. Okay, yeah, I like these. I think they just need to be shortened down and more punchy, right? They're just so long, right? There's no, you got to put the benefits up front, right? And again, you just don't need 3 sentences to say this, right? You don't need all this, right? Make it shorter. This is supposed to be like, they're supposed to be going, gimme, 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 which is appealing to their lizard brain, right? With my copy-paste cheat sheets, I remove all the guesswork from your day-to-day and my personal guidance. You'll see how you can make 500. Okay, so you'll see how you can make, so you're changing your numbers here. It's going to cause, you're saying 5K to 10K. Oh, $500 to $2,000 a month per client. Okay, I get it. So why do you want them to see this? And my person, you'll see how you could make, right? I would say don't be surprised, right? When you start billing out $500 to $2,000 a month per client, right? So don't say you'll see how you could, right? You guys, this is a big thing. You guys got to make this a mind movie. I know I keep saying that over and over again, but I'm saying this for anybody that watches it, right? Like, you'll see how you could. No, you can't see that, right? Don't be, now, how would you draw this as a picture? Don't be surprised when your first insurance payments come back and you're making $500 to $2,000 per month per client, right? Right. So they go to their mailbox, right? I don't know how they get paid. So you might ask that, right? Do they get paid by wire? Do they mail them a check, right? Something like that, right? So again, you're trying to create mind movies, right? You'll be billing the client's insurances for your service and never hear a peep about your pricing. This is a good one. I like that. Imagine, right? So, like, you want to be careful when you make claims, right? But imagine how great would it be to never hear a peep about your pricing ever again, right? These questions anything, your clients won't be paying a dime out of pocket, right? Because your clients won't be paying a dime out of their pocket, or these clients won't be paying a dime out of their pocket, right? Next issue is if we didn't have clients we could bill, you and I will put together a plan so you can get referrals from doctors in your area. Again, you guys are being so wordy here. Chiropractors and physical therapists have been using doctors' referrals to grow their practices for years. You have the exact processes to get doctors to send a steady stream of patients your way, right? Here we go. Now we're getting to the benefit, right? But you can't see exact process. What the hell is that, right? And these are they different cheat sheets, right? So now I'm confused. These cheat sheets would be useless if we didn't have clients we could do. So are these different cheat sheets, a new set of cheat sheets? Because I thought the other cheat sheets were about insurance, but now you're talking to me about referrals, right? Right, so I'm getting confused here. Next, and then start with the benefit, right? What's the benefit? In addition to visitor. And don't give them an exact process, right? The brain can't see an exact process, right? To get doctors to send a steady stream of patients your way. So next, if you've ever wondered how you can get more clients, we found referrals are the best, least expensive way. And we've totally put this into a roadmap for you, right? You can see a roadmap, right, of how to get all the referrals you'll ever need, right? Or how to get all the referrals, how to get more referrals in the next year than maybe you have in the last 5 years, right? Something like that. Got to make it tangible, right? So I would, again, this is just so wordy, right? Start with the benefit. To sum it all up, you should be able to collect. Okay, why do you guys say this? You should be able to, right? Like, why so much words? To sum it all up, these 6 people, our goal is to have these 6 people collect, again, get paid, right? People understand get paid $1,000 to $2,000 from insurance per client by the end of their or your first 60 days in the program, right? Again, I would say with my help, right? Do people want program or help, right? The only thing you'll need is that you have, my Lord, the only thing you need is that you have a few clients who have insurance that you can bill. Good Lord mercy. Like, like, think like a kid, right? To sum it all up, right? Our goal is to collect $1,000 to $2,000 from the insurance companies per client and do it by Christmas, right? What do you need to bring? Clients. What do you need to bring? I don't even know if they need to bring this, right? So I don't even know why we're saying this, right? To sum it all up, what we just said there, right? I just don't know if we need that, right? To sum it all up, by Christmas, we'll have you accepting insurance. Stop having to turn people away. Start helping them and collecting $1,000 to $2,000 from the insurance companies per client. And we always said by Christmas, right? That's all we need to say there, right? I'd imagine you have a question or two. Okay, so now we were stopping here for some reason. Okay, so you guys would do so much better if you guys don't send half done work. Unless everything else is the same below here, right? But the big thing is when you get down to the pricing here, like, make this a no-brainer, right? It already is a no-brainer, right? Look, and don't say you, say, look, it's not unusual for clients before they come to me have struggled with insurance or think about doing it for years. All this time, they're turning patients away that really could use the help, and it's costing them thousands of dollars a month. The investment to get my help and put your insurance in place and then never have to turn people away, again, is only an investment of $5,000, right? If you're not accepting insurance, it's already costing you more than that. More than likely, it's already costing you that if not on a monthly basis, surely on a quarterly basis, right? Plus, if you do it all on your own and make some mistakes and get some denials, it's going to end up costing you far more than that. That's why I've priced this super reasonably at $5,000, and by Christmas, you'll think this is one of the smartest things you did in 2019, right? Here's all you have to do. Just reach out. Don't send me any money now. Just let me know that you're in, right? Be happy to hold the spot, one of the 6 spots for you, right? So that's just like a no-brainer, right? Like, it's a no-brainer now, right? If you go through that. So anywho, there you go. I hope people that are going through these realize, like, the biggest thing is draw out your before and after picture. Write like a 6th grader. Make mind movies, right? Those are the big things, right? Before, after, what's the breakthrough? What's the assumptions? What's the breakthrough that they got through this, right? This is a very simple BAM moment, right? Just, you can do it on your own. How much money are you losing not having insurance, right? Or you can get Vivian's help. Pretty, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is what I need, right? Pretty easy. I'll talk to you later. All right, so I wanted to do a Loom. This may not apply to a lot of people, but Zoho subscriptions is where we're at. And there was a question on how to add coupons. Once you know where to look, it's not too hard, but that's the challenging part. So I can't do everything here because it gives away sensitive information about my subscribers, credit cards and addresses and stuff. But I think this will get you set on the right track. So you want to start with products. Saying if you're coming out with a new subscription, you want to start with products, which sounds weird because it seems like you want to go to subscriptions, but these are the subscriptions you actually have set up. So you start out with products. You want to come here to new product and add a new product in first, and I'll show you why. You get description, notification, redirect, all that good stuff. Let's do a test one here. So you do the subscription, and then your plan, or you do the product, and then your plans. You can have several different plans, and these are your actual subscription plans. But the reason why you want to do your product, because you have to do it that way, but here under more is where you add coupons to. So this is where you would add a coupon. So if you wanted to make this 3K off coupon, right? Then you give it a coupon code, 3K test. Then you put what the discount is, 3,000, one time forever. Then you associate it with a plan. Actually, I don't have a plan under this one, so probably have to go put that in there. All recurring add-ons, all one time. Okay, valid into if we just leave that alone, right? So, so here's our coupons now, right? So that you have to have that coupon in there before you can apply it, and it's kind of you have to do it under this products and not the plans, right? Which is kind of weird. So now we can add a plan, and so this would be the actual subscription. So if we were going to do a 9 payments of 3K, then you want to put all your description in here actually. And Travis makes the second payment. You'll see why. Second payment. Plan code. So you do like 9 pay 3K. It's going to be a test. You get a name, 1 price, 3,000. Bill every month. Auto renews until canceled or expires at a specified number of billing cycles. So you can put in the number of cycles, right? Which in this case, if it's a 9 pay, it'd be 9. Now you can do, I don't mess around with a lot of these, so but you can do a free trial in days, but you can set up a setup fee, which I think is where you could put in that difference of what you wanted to add in there. So it's gonna be 5K up front and then 3K on following, right? I think you could do that, put that setup fee in there, which would be 2K in this instance. But you'll have to play around with that and set up a test because I have not done that in your plan description and everything, right? So include the widget, save that. And so when you look at your actual plan URL, and this is the link for it. That's why you put it all out there, right? 9 payments of 3K and Travis makes second payment. That's the link you would give out. So you put all that stuff in there. You don't give them the coupon code here. So if you're making a second payment for them, they would go ahead and pay this. And then what you would do to apply the coupon, once you have a subscription, you would go into subscriptions, and you'll see the subscription. You click on the subscription, you'll come to another page. It's like this, and you can come in here, and then you could add the coupon to their name. Let's go ahead and add the coupon to this plan here. Coupon name. Oh, we already got that. Let me go back over here. Coupons, we just want to associate it with the plan, right? I think we don't really even have to do that. But anyways, once your subscription is created, then you can apply the coupon for the second month. So as soon as they make the first payment, you can go ahead and apply the coupon. They'll still get an invoice, but it'll be for $0, right? Because you just paid it, right? It's the way that we do that on that. So hopefully that'll help you out or your team out on how we do that with Zoho.
Hello. So this is a video on how to use Text Expander. And what Text Expander is, it's an app that we use to save us typing time. And the way it works is you're going to type in a short code, and they call these codes abbreviations. And when you type in one of those abbreviations, a pre-written message is going to pop up for you. So for example, let's say we wanted to send a T2 to somebody. We would type in DIR, and we always start with the name of the program first. So DIR space T2, and then your T2 will pop up, and then you can type in somebody's name and then customize the T2 based on whatever somebody says. Let's do a T3, DIR T3. There's the T3 for you. So you can get it. That's basically how that works. Pretty simple. And as far as the abbreviations go, you can go into Text Expander, and depending on which ones, you're going to have access to different groups. So this is the directive group, and when you go into that group, you can see the different abbreviations on the left, and then the label for that abbreviation. And the label just basically helps you be able to understand what the abbreviation is a little easier. Like for example, this is DIR directive T3 FU number 4. This is our close the file FU. This is our stuck FU. This is our I'm in FU number 1, and so on. And the abbreviations here, this is how you're going to type in your abbreviations exactly like this, and then your message will pop up. Most of these don't have any spaces in between them, but you notice that the T2s and the T3s do, and T1s, but we don't really use the T1 so much. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else here I can cover for you. Oh, one last thing is the abbreviations, they're not case sensitive. So you notice that a lot of these are capitalized, but it doesn't matter. It saves you time not to have to capitalize them. So however you type them in, whether it's lowercase or uppercase, it doesn't matter. But as long as you type in this combination of letters, your message will pop up. So if you have any questions on that, just let me know. I'll be happy to help you. Talk to you later.